It is 8:30. One moment while I start our webinar. And there is Vice Chair. Great. Okay, good morning, commissioners and members of the public. Today is the second day of our November Land Conservation and Development Commission meeting. This meeting is being recorded and will become available for viewing by early next week. If you intend to testify for an agenda item, please sign up using our public sign up form. The link is in our agenda and can be found in the meeting materials page on our website. If you're on the phone and would like to testify, please press *9 and that will add you to our queue. Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Commissioners Sandoval, Warren, and Lilac are in attendance, with Commissioner Jacobson joining at 10 a.m. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. And I also want to mention, as I mentioned yesterday morning, that as of Wednesday, just a couple of days ago, we have a new commissioner, Commissioner Barbara Boyer, her first meeting, she was confirmed by the Senate on Wednesday, and her first meeting will be our first meeting in 2022, which is February, the first week in February sometime. So we want to welcome her as well. And then, yesterday I forgot to mention, and a special thanks to Commissioner Sandoval, Professor Sandoval. He has done some research, as he mentioned in September, on bicycle justice and the urban form. And he co-edited a book with a number of colleagues. And he was gracious enough, I think you gave us the books, and they were sent to each of the commissioners. So you probably received it. I have not cracked it open yet, but it's definitely here for me to read. So thank you. I think it's particularly apt that we got it now as we venture into the bicycle and transportation and other kinds of transportation in the CFAC work. So thank you. I don't know if you want to say anything about your...
Yeah, just quickly, Chair. I've actually written another book after that on gentrification issues, aesthetics of gentrification. And that people could download for free because I pay the open source fee for that. So that deals with gentrification issues.
Maybe you could have send the title or something to Esther, and then we could take a look at that, and the link maybe, even if that's possible. I would like to take a look at that.
Yeah, I think those are examples from all over the world around.
Great, that'd be great. Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful. Okay, so why don't we continue on our agenda with agenda item number 8, which is our policy agenda. We have about 90 minutes on that. We'll hear from staff. We have public, nobody signed up, I think, for public comment, but there is written comment in your packet, as well as a communication from county planning directors that came in last evening. Make sure you have a chance to take a look at that. And then this is an action item at the end. So take it away. I think it's Sadie, right? Welcome. I think you're on mute. Maybe you intend to be on mute.
No. I was halfway through my intro. That's cool. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. For the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst with the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And delighted to be here presenting to you on the final iteration of the almost final iteration of our 21-23 policy agenda. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I do have some slides. I'll go ahead and advance it. We also have, I'm not sure if Palmer is joining us this morning, but Emma Land, our legislative and policy coordinator, is on the phone if you have any questions that are specific to policy items that would be better answered by somebody in that space. So just to recap where we've been and what we've done so far. In September, excuse me, the commission was presented with a draft policy agenda, and we received some public comment at that meeting. And then the public comment period officially opened. And most of what I'm going to talk about today is the comments that we received, and the action that the department took in response to those comments. So here we are in November. We have an updated policy agenda. Your packet also includes the full complement of comments. And I will say there's one exception, and we will make these materials available online. The Ocean Shores Coalition submitted, I think it was 118 pages of comment, which included the 10-page letter that is in your packet, and then a supporting 108 pages. And I thought that that might make you all uncomfortable when you saw the number of pages. And so I elected to leave their supporting material out, but it is available online for your review if you should care to view it. It supports what is in their 10-page document. And I think much of it the commission has seen before. But we did receive comments from about 26, maybe 27 now with AOCPD, 28 with the Oregon Property Owners Association parties, and we conducted follow-up interviews with some community supporting and community-based organizations that I'll talk about in a minute. So at this meeting, we're hoping that the commission will approve our biennial policy agenda for 21-23. And that is a way for the commission to, let me find the right reference, to uphold the Oregon Revised Statute 197040. It isn't the only way that you can do it as commissioners, but it certainly serves the purpose. And that statute asks that the commission just be involved in our policy decisions kind of holistically. And this sort of serves that purpose in a one-stop shop. Not that you don't support us in other ways. And anyway, in any case, by January, most of our conforming rulemakings will be in place and or will be completed. And there's a few that are called out on our work plan that are otherwise, but we'll have our policy agenda in place, and that will be just in time for the February short session, after which we may see some changes to the policy agenda. We usually do, and hopefully they are not too watershed, but you never know. The legislature has surprised us. So as I mentioned, our public comment period ran from September 27th to October 14th. We did not use those dates those were the dates by which comments must have been received in order to be submitted to commissioner packets. We received public comment, as you know, up until last night from the county planning directors. And our follow-up interviews with community-focused and community-based organizations. We met with OPAL, which is an environmental justice organization based in Portland. We met with Unite Oregon, which works to build a unified political intercultural movement for justice, and with NAYA, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, the Native American Youth and Family Organization. We had some great one-on-one interviews with leadership from those organizations to help understand the intersection of their priorities and our policy items so that we could follow up with them appropriately as policy work came forward from the department. And then we also led a tribal consultation, and neither the community-focused or community-based organizations nor the tribal consultation were really held to any kind of a timeline. The 27th to October 14th was really so that we could get comments into your packet in a way that made sense and give staff the opportunity to review the comments that came in so that we could make adjustments in a timely fashion. So in the comments that we received, and you have both the full set of comments and then a summary document that kind of breaks them down by policy item. The majority of public interest was in the Goal 5 rule update for cultural resources, significant interest in our Goal 1 revisions to improve community engagement. For legislatively directed items, Senate Bill 762, the wildfire omnibus legislation, received the most interest. And finally, in sort of a late breaking public interest, there was a lot of misinterpretation of DLCD's policy intent on covenants for structures located on farmland that the department addressed with a communication that went out over GovDelivery. I know some of our commissioners maybe were contacted directly about that. We're happy to answer questions, but we did issue a clarification. And I'm rather surprised that we don't have any public comment today, because I thought this would be the hot topic. But covenants for structures located on farmland is not a policy item that persisted, at least in name, to our final policy agenda. We have changed that to be farmland protection improvements and to include a few changes in the farmland protection area. And it's also on kind of a very slow burn in terms of a policy item, just due to the workload of the agency and the other things that are kind of time constrained and time pressing. Any questions about the comments that we received on Goal 5, Goal 1, Covenant 762, or should I just move on?
Chair MacArthur.
Please, yes, please.
I thank Sadie, and gosh, your energy is great on a Friday morning. I really appreciate that. But one of the reasons that maybe there are people commenting from commissioners, et cetera, on the covenants for structures is that it's been a long 3-day AOC conference and then legislative days as well. So maybe the people that have been participating in those are relying on their written submittals, and hence they're not here to provide comments. But I don't know. I haven't spoken to them about whether they're testifying or not.
Very fair. I think Commissioner Sandoval has his hand up.
Oh, Commissioner Sandoval, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't know if this is the best time to talk about this, so let me know if it's not. But with Goal 1, you know, I the climate justice issues, to me, it kind of seems to be, in a way, it kind of seems like we should separate that from, you know, focusing on, you know, diversity, equity, and inclusion issues. And so I guess in terms of the public comments, I wanted to know if that was, if incorporating climate justice into Goal 1, was there like consensus in that? Or is there like a, you know, or is it just a few people really pushing for that? Because I would really recommend that, you know, we update Goal 1 and just really focus on like getting input from you know, communities of color and priority communities and so forth, and separate that from the climate justice issues.
Mm-hmm. Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Sandoval, that's a great question, and it is represented in the public comment that we received on that item. I would say that it's sort of it's a split group. There is quite a bit of interest from our public commenters on having DLCD address climate justice. But there is, in particular, I think the comments from the Farm Bureau echo the sentiments that you're sharing with the group right now, which is let's focus on Goal 1 and climate justice separately. That said, we did have a lot of support for the idea of including climate justice in Goal 1. And I think given some of the forthcoming equity mapping activities that will be taking place, that could be anticipated to take place following the short session based on a legislative concept that Director Rue discussed with you yesterday in his director's comments or director's report. There may be a way that Goal 1 does exactly that, and it may not be necessary for us to call it out explicitly. But I would say, to your point, there is kind of two ways that people are looking at it, and I appreciate the comment. I see Deputy Director Green has her hand up. Would you like to share some thoughts on that?
Yes, thank you. Deputy Director Green.
Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair, hello then, Commissioners, good morning. Sadie, thank you. And I just wonder if Palmer is on, just to remind us all where this came from, this intersection of climate justice and goal 1, because there was a bill, I think it was House Bill 2488, that unified both concepts. So we understand why there's still so much interest in unifying both, but consistent with Sadie's remarks and staff report and Commissioner Sandoval's guidance, the current thinking is to just pursue, frankly, a budget request and a policy option package to really do an overhaul on goal 1. I might also just mention that with respect to climate justice and climate adaptation, mitigation, and sequestration activities with diversity, equity, inclusion at the center, you'll see that forthcoming from Christine Shirley regarding the department's activities with respect to our climate change adaptation framework. And maybe that'd be a good time to talk holistically about the department's activities on climate change with a DEI lens, and maybe there's more to do. But we've made a strategic kind of decision, it might be by default, but that really there's so much strength in the existing goals and rules to address climate change that we're working on advancing those through the CFEC rulemaking and others, and do feel that taking on an additional policy agenda item with respect to a goal 20 or climate justice or a thorough review of the goals with respect to climate change is just not supported by the staff resources at this time. But Palmer, I don't know if you were on, or if you wanted to say anything about House Bill 2488 and sort of why folks are still hungry, reasonably so, to unify the two issues.
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, thank you, Deputy Director Green. I can try to answer those questions. There's a lot to unpack in what you were saying, but focusing on House Bill 2488, you're right. That was the bill in this last long session, the 2021 session, that looked at initially revising the statewide planning goals for all things climate, adaptation, sequestration, mitigation, and then also updating the goals for equity, inclusion, and climate justice, as you say. Over the course of the session, the legislation was focused, after many twists and turns, to just goal 1. But the proponents of the bills, and that wasn't just some various interest groups, it was also legislators, were interested in retaining climate justice as a part of revising goal 1. And I think when they talk about climate justice, it's trying to not only revise goal 1 to be more inclusive and look at equity, but also to cast an eye in the public participation process towards the disproportionate impacts to frontline communities from climate. Be that sea level rise or flooding or wildfires. I think that's the type of notion that they want to bring into goal 1, is how do we look at communities that are especially vulnerable to those outsized impacts from climate change. And to Deputy Green's point, or Deputy Director Green's point, excuse me, that's a mouthful to say. She's right. It's a question of the information we have from the vulnerability assessment that was funded by the legislature. The climate adaptation vulnerability assessment may give us a lot more information about what those additional outsized impacts from climate change are. And so we could, if we are funded by the legislature, use that information in revising goal 1. There is I think a lot of interest from some of those same stakeholders to see not only work on goal 1, but also to see like a new goal 20 focused on climate. And that would be, again, all aspects of climate mitigation, adaptation, sequestration. So that's still an active conversation. The department hasn't made a decision one way or the other. We really haven't had deep conversations with stakeholders about policy option packages or budget requests, as they are better known. And, I think that's something we'll really be starting here in the next quarter of next year.
Thank you, Palmer.
Any response or other clarifying questions, Commissioner Sandoval?
I would just say that if possible, I would like to be a part of those conversations. I guess my main concern is that, like, I kind of want to keep things simple, you know, and I kind of murking the water with climate justice issues. Although conceptually, I totally understand. Yeah, they're you know, they go together, but in a way, I feel like so we desperately need to update goal 1 to reflect equity and inclusion. I don't want to murky the waters with other things that then it's going to lead to that not happening.
Mhm.
Chair MacArthur, if I could just underscore one last time, Commissioner Sandoval, we agree. I didn't mean to murk it up and probably just said too much there, but the climate justice is an application of the principles we should be using in community engagement, right? So that's, we agree that like that's an application, but it's not the heart of the process. Farmland protection is an application, economic development is an application. There's a lot of things that are applications of good community engagement. So we completely agree. Thank you. Thanks, Chair MacArthur.
Vice Chair Holoba, you had your hand up for a sec.
I was just going to say I agree. Like sometimes we try to put too much into somewhere and it becomes not dilutive, but distracting. I don't know. I just wanted to agree with the Commissioner Sandoval.
And just to kind of, in my brain, I was trying to summarize the comments of the three of you, the three staff folks. So the way I hear it, and you've said this before, but just to, again, for me, the department and the commission does have an interest in pursuing update of goal 1 or all the goals or goal 20, whatever. We have a desire to do that, but when we do that, we want to be fully resourced to do it right, because this is complicated, even in this conversation with just a few of us, and we have different ideas of what to do. So and that's what Palmer was saying, that in the new year, in anticipation of the 2023-25 legislative, biennium, excuse me, need more coffee apparently, but in anticipation of that in the legislative process, we will be having those conversations, and Professor Sandoval should be included in those as well as others. But that has to be well resourced, but because we could do a mini version of that and actually never actually get to the points that we're trying to make. And we're pursuing that, and the outside world should know we're trying to pursue that option. But in the meantime, as you've said, Sadie, and others have said, in each and everything we do, the RAC, for example, for climate friendly, and all the outreach that we're doing with other agencies to make sure there's coordination on that front. The upgrade of our Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee to include a number of different voices. I mean, I think we're trying to practice those things with the idea that we also want the big ticket item, which is the revision of goal or goals. But with given resource, we are, I feel like we're doing a pretty good job in terms of hiring practices and everything else. So that's just kind of my summary. Commissioner Lilac, your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. Just a question. Should I be asking questions about the substance of these matters now, or is that?
That's a great.
I just need to know when to.
Why don't we let Sadie go a little further in kind of the overview? I appreciate that question, because then we'll have the holistic perspective, and then I think it's probably appropriate to go back, but great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and really appreciate the comments on the goal 1 item from Commissioner Sandoval and Vice Chair Holoba. And Commissioner Sandoval, I'll take this opportunity to say thank you for, I don't know if you were volunteered or voluntold to be the new Commissioner Liaison to the Citizen Involvement Advisory Committee, which is advisory to the Commission on Goal 1. But I see no reason that you should not participate in our conversations with stakeholder groups and others on any kind of proposed policy item that the department might advance based on that relationship, because we can't drag the CIIC to each meeting, but I think it would certainly be appropriate to keep you involved and informed. So we'll keep that in mind. All right, so moving on through these slides. what actions did we take? How did the public comments inform what work the department will do moving forward? So every comment that came, that the department received, was shared with managers and subject matter experts for review and discussion. And we did make some updates to our policy agenda based on those comments, and I'll talk about those in the next slide. Policy agenda final decisions are always really a conversation with agency leadership. And then we did communicate out specifically on the covenants item to clarify that issue because there was so much public interest in it, at least for a short time. And to Commissioner Lilek's comments earlier, I was able to watch the presentation of the other agency directors from Housing and Community Services and DEQ and the representative from ODOT. And yes, it does seem like they're in addition to like the longest lunar eclipse in 600 years, maybe that had something to do with it last night, but legislative days and literally every commission under the sun seems to have met this week. Including the transit board that I served on last night. So it's a holiday month. It kind of gets weird that way. Anyway, moving along, revisions to our policy agenda. We did make a revision to the goal 5 item. So our policy agenda that will be posted to the website with a few minor corrections, and I'll talk about what those are, is attachment A. In the past, we have always put a staff report up in the place of that policy agenda item, but I wanted to make a cleaner standalone product that was easier to digest. And I also, because we presented the policy agenda in 3 parts this year, I wanted to combine it into a single item for public review. And you'll see that, and you'll see a little bit of an intro language that helps to hopefully like humanize and unpack what our policy agenda is and what it does and how to look at it and what the terms mean, just because we're trying to connect with a broader audience. At any rate, in attachment A for our goal 5 updates for cultural resources, we changed that to really specify that there is a need to be to keep sensitive information private. And to protect those resources in that process. We did move our study on infrastructure to support middle housing in master planned communities, which I understand there was significant conversation on yesterday morning. I didn't get to see that commission item, so I think we will take that up. We moved that from a rulemaking down to a policy project. I believe that's where it belongs and remains, but this may be a good time to take up that conversation. And finally, we changed our covenants for farmland parcels to a broader farmland protection improvements policy project based on comments from Friends of Yamhill County and Oregon Farm Bureau and others that really called to some of the other policy items that we had initially considered for inclusion in our policy agenda, but then elected to focus on one. But given the broad interest in several farmland protection improvement ideas, we decided to change that item to be a bit broader so that we might be able to take up more than one if we had time and resources to do so. Deputy Director Green, is now a good time for us to have a conversation on middle housing and master planned communities?
Sure. Chair MacArthur, did commissioners have any other questions or?
Yeah, thank you. Any clarifying questions before Kirsten dives into the infrastructure issue that we've sort of left on the table yesterday, and then we can go into broader conversations about specifics, I think. Any kind of clarifying, Commissioner Lilek?
Yeah, I'm just not sure if this is the time to ask the clarifying questions or if it's better for the broader discussion. I just have questions about 3 of the different projects, but I'm happy to defer those to our broader discussion, whatever you prefer, Chair.
Well, there's no real great way to go through this. I mean, there's all sorts of great ways to go through it. Maybe because we left that conversation yesterday, in my mind anyway, sort of hanging about master plan communities, maybe Kirsten could jump in, kind of frame that for us, because that's And then your comments will be really useful because you're probably thinking about which ones to prioritize and everything else. So yeah, great, if that's okay with you. Kirsten.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. So, and supremely Sadie for quarterbacking really what is a major project. You can see it's some of the biggest by volume items in your packet, and Sadie reads every word of those public comments, and we're just really, really grateful. Sadie, kudos for your thoughtfulness and consideration on all of this. The master plan communities does seem to fit. Sadie's right, it's on as a policy project. So Sadie, I don't know if you were planning to bring up the Gantt chart today or not.
Yeah, why don't I just, I think that would probably be the most appropriate place for us to take up conversations about the multiple policy items, because we can kind of see how they fit together. So why don't I just move through the next couple of slides, and when we get to the work plan slides, we can take up those conversations. We're nearly there. So parallel actions. The policy agenda is one piece of a big picture. And so what is happening now is based on the policy recommendations that are being advanced through our commission and that have received public comment. The department is in the process of developing policy option packages, which, as Palmer pointed out earlier, are better known as budget requests. These can be kind of one-time, or they can be forever time additions to the agency budget to pursue a piece of work. So an example that I'll give is with Senate Bill 762. We were awarded policy option package 113, which gave us a full-time staff member to become a natural hazards planner for wildfire. And it also gave us additional funding to help with facilitation of the report writing that DLCD is required to do under that legislative item. So that's an example of a policy option package that we put in the last long session. The department can't do policy options in policy option packages, or POPs is another way we refer to them, in the short session because the budget is created every 2 years. And so we're kind of locked into what we have, you know, with some exceptions until the next long session. So while we are developing these policy option packages right now, and you might think, oh, the short session is coming right up, let's see what happens. It does not happen on that timeline. State agency land moves at a little bit slower pace than that, even though it seems that does not equate to less work in any way, shape, or form. The other process that we are undertaking is development of legislative concepts. So that would be an idea that we have for a change to statute or rule that we would then submit for review. And then if we get a green light, and Palmer, you can certainly steer me back on course if I am going off the rails with my descriptions here. If we get a green light on the legislative concept, it's submitted for drafting and becomes a bill. And then of course, you know what happens with bills once they're part of the legislative session. Agency budgeting activities is another parallel action, so related to the policy option packages, but it's also a way that the agency can sort of shift around money that we already have to focus on different priorities. There's not a lot of wiggle room in there, as you know, because we're a small agency and we rely on general fund, but it is not an insignificant task that I'm sure you know Carol Bovet is the person who will be stewarding that for us. And then finally, as I mentioned before, the revised policy agenda. We do have a short session coming up in February. The outcomes of the legislation that passes in that session will be incorporated into the biennial policy agenda in our one-year update. And we'll go through the same process of soliciting comment and bringing those items before commission. And then we will have an updated policy agenda. So the grand finale that everybody is waiting for is this workflow and timeline. It's broken up over 2 slides because I wanted to save us all the brain exercise of having to figure out anything that was at a finer grain scale than this. So this slide shows the the workflow and timeline for the different policy items, rulemakings, policy projects, etc. For 2022. In addition to representing the short session there from February to March. And then for 2023, we'll have another long legislative session. You can see that here running from January to June. The reason I've blocked out the rulemaking space is we tend not to try to engage rulemaking advisory committees during that time because so much of the attention that especially our special interest groups that may have a contracted lobbyist or somebody who's registered as a lobbyist with the state is focused on what is happening in the legislative session, as is ours. And so it's difficult for us to lift those processes during that time. A couple placeholders on this, but I'll go back to 2023 because I think that's where the bulk of our conversation about the different policy items is and can take place. And so I'll open it up to questions and discussion by commissioners and others.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes, thank you, Sadie. Kirsten.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to point out for commissioners that we apologize. This one colored document did not make it into your voluminous packet, but is available at Esther's, any of Esther's email lists with links under agenda item 8, attachment E, workflow and timeline. If you want to click on it and print it yourself and have it, I keep it as a frequent item, but we will include it. We will send it out to you when final. After your discussion today, we'll send another copy and then we'll include it, perhaps this as an attachment to the director's report in your next packet. So you have a nice printed copy if you don't have a handy access to a printer, which many of us don't under COVID protocols. So I didn't mean to break in here. Commissioner Lilac has questions and comments. I will just say that you can see that, CFAC concludes in May. We do think, so Sadie was also right that the study on infrastructure to support middle housing is under policy projects on your screen. It's the second row from the bottom. We've consulted this morning, Ethan, Gordon, Sean, Sadie, Kasari, and I met just before commission to discuss that workflow. And Ethan does feel it's right to continue the staff's research and interview with key stakeholders on this through May, and then be bringing the work for adoption in July and September. You had a related question about, folks had raised the adoption process or the concept planning process for jurisdictions within Metro and whether or not our rules would be done in time for that. We're still exploring that. I believe they're due at the end of 2022. So we'd want to keep, healthy and parallel discussions going with those, communities that are undertaking master plans so they know what's kind of in play and what's happening, and we can have a dialogue, an instructive and informed conversation with those parties as the rule is developed, the amendment is developed. But we do think we can accommodate it in July and September with an adoption in September. I don't believe Sadie, we didn't want to make too many changes this morning because catastrophe usually happens with late last minute changes, but we do think that can be accommodated in July and September, and then we would include that with your final materials and posting that out to stakeholders as well. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I just had a clarifying question, is that helpful? There's a lot of rulemaking going on. Can you remind me how we decide which ones have racks and which ones don't, just as a memory?
I can try to field it, Kirsten, if you'd like, or Palmer can take it. Generally, I think the practice that the department follows is if there is any policy interpretation that needs to take place, then we need to engage a rack. And sometimes it's very substantive, like Goal 5. Goal 1, those would be very substantive rack conversations, long rack conversations. Some of our rules really just require 1 or 2 meetings. It's a very light rulemaking process. And then something like the employment tables, there's really no policy interpretation that needs to take place there. It's just swapping in a new employment table for an old employment table. And so we don't have racks when we don't need to do any policy interpretation, and we do have racks when we need to do policy interpretation. And as you know from your conversations with, for example, CFAC and, by comparison, goal 18, racks can differ in size based and sort of duration based on the complexity of the rules and policy items that are being interpreted.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Halova, Chair MacArthur, if I could just also quickly mention which of those are. This Vice Chair asked a really great question. So from a staff perspective, we really watch for that. And that's why the huddle this morning was to make sure we weren't stacking too much, even for staff, but also commission. You have 18 exhibit, coming in on rulemaking items. So it's a lot to track and consume for commissioners. Forget staff, it's a lot for you and your policymaking roles to field. So in 2022, we have, I guess this is 2023 rather. So it's, CFAC, obviously climate friendly, equitable communities has a rack. Rocky and we'll maybe differentiate these on the final because you make a very good point that they're not on this table, so you can't quite tell. Rocky Habitat, the RAC, is effectively the Oregon Policy Advisory Council. I probably got that wrong. Ocean Policy Advisory Council. I always get it wrong. OPAC is the Rocky Habitat RAC. Goal 18, Meg has convened a RAC on that one. You guys initiated rulemaking on that a few meetings ago. And then the Goal 5 rule would have a RAC, but you would just be initiating in July. So there wouldn't be any hearings on that until the next, likely 2024. Mm-hmm. So we'll differentiate in the future, but many of these don't have RACs. So but they still have work for Xaria. They're still, commission work, but they're not as staff and community intensive. Thank you.
Yeah, I Vice Chair Halova, Chair MacArthur, I appreciate that observation. I think it's a really good idea to differentiate those visually within this top rulemaking bucket. And then, as Kirsten was pointing out, really anything that is a rulemaking as opposed to a policy project we have to file something with the Secretary of State. And we're kind of beholden to some timelines in that regard. And so that's what the purple dots are, is the Secretary of State is involved. But for example, DOJ model rules, yes, there's a little bit of policy interpretation, I think, on that one. But we probably need a very small RAC and maybe one meeting. So. Can
I ask another question? It's
Please. Not
in the substance of it, it's just how this flows.
Yes.
So the Goal 1 revision is under policy projects right now. Is the theory that then gets bumped up to rulemaking at some point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
It would depend on what we are awarded in terms of funding in a policy option package or through a legislative concept. Palmer, did you want to comment on that?
No, Sadie, you captured the point. It's resource dependent.
Yeah, I get it.
So thanks.
Great. If there aren't any more first of all, thanks to staff for meeting this morning so early about the infrastructure issues and middle income housing. I appreciate your effort on that. And that helps me. I want to go back to Nick because he's been extraordinarily patient. Commissioner Lilac, why don't we jump into substance and priorities?
Well, thank you, Chair. And certainly all the information is valuable. So it's great information. I have 3 questions. So before expressing any opinions, because I want to hear staff, I want to listen to staff's thoughts on these before developing a final opinion. One was, and probably a lot of this is fresh in my mind, having just come from the Association of Oregon Counties conference. The first question I have is regarding the interim housing on rural lands. I heard a lot, and there's a letter in the packet from my employer, and I'm not speaking on their behalf. So this is really a question. Counties across the state want to do more to address the homelessness, houselessness issue than what is provided today under House Bill 2006. And a lot of counties saw the wildfire, I should say the natural hazards rulemaking that we completed to address displaced persons caused by that. So, and I'll just ask all 3 questions and then I'll turn it over. So the first question is that project not on the list either because it's just the priority and resources, or 2, is that not a legal path forward? And I was asked that question by many, and I said I don't know the answer to that question. if that is a legal path forward, if that could follow a similar track to the wildfire. So that's my first question. My second question, and first of all, I really appreciate DLCD responding to the questions and the issues that came up regarding the covenants and issues on farmland or for farm dwellings. My question is, given the letter from the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors, is it necessary to really keep that on the agenda at all, even as part of the Farmland Protection Program work effort, if the avenue's already there and you have limited resources, as we see in so many competing projects and processes? And then my third question is regarding the Goal 1 work, which is really, I think, necessary and critical. But the question that I received from many counties is, it's really important to change the statutes. It's really important to change the rules. But is this going to be a requirement for all counties and even really small cities to comply with, just given staffing shortages, given limited resources, et cetera? So those are my three questions. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. Chair MacArthur, commissioners, I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll ask for Palmer and Palmer and Deputy Director Green.
Sadie, if we could do one at a time. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. First, to address Commissioner Lilac's question about temporary housing related to the housing crisis, following a similar path to our wildfire, emergency housing provisions that we adopted earlier this year. We are taking that request and conversation very seriously as staff. We have begun the work of investigating a budget request or policy option package related to homelessness. I'm not sure that we as staff feel that the paths for emergency housing related to natural disasters and emergency housing related to the housing crisis should be on a similar path. There is concern on about the idea of locating currently houseless people on the urban fringe without access to the goods and services that are located within urban centers. And so I think that we are investigating the idea and trying to figure out what shape it might take to best house people. Not that we're dismissing the idea that we could do something to help lift the efforts of local communities. We're just not sure that that's the right path. Palmer, did you want to share any additional thoughts on that?
I think you said it very well, Sadie. I think there's some questions in our mind, as you say, about creating additional housing opportunities where there isn't infrastructure and there isn't access to services. But I will credit I think Deschutes County and Clatsop County were the two that I recall who sent in letters. There may have been others, and I forgive me if I don't recall that sent in letters, and it at a staff level, like Sadie said, it brought more attention to those experiencing homelessness, and we thought it best to look into a budget request on how DLCD can help local governments, and not just counties, but cities as well, address the issue. So we've started those conversations internally, and I would like to think that sometime in January, February of next year, we would roll that out as a draft and get more input from cities and counties and other interest groups around some type of budget request relating to those experiencing homelessness. So I think you're right, Sadie. I think we've heard the call to do more, and we're trying to be responsive.
Thank you, Palmer. Kirsten, you had your hand up as well.
Thank you. I just have a clarifying question for Commissioner Lilac. I'm looking at our staff responses to the letter in Sadie's packet, and I wanted to clarify. Sadie in her response said temporary, and our response also talks about interim sheltering. But Commissioner Lilac, could you just describe for us a little bit more what counties or Deschutes County is envisioning with respect to shelter outside UGBs?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, again, this is coming from a lot of different counties. It's very similar to the rules for the interim housing. So it could be the small campgrounds, it could be the RVs, it would be temporary housing. And House Bill 2006 allows it today on rural residential lands. So it can be dispersed, it can be in the rural county. And so what counties are asking for is there are circumstances in Deschutes County and other counties where there is farmland, designated farmland that's never been farmed, that's dry, that's adjacent to UGBs. In fact, closer than some of those rural residentially designated lands. So the request is really, is there a way to help alleviate and we already have homeless camps, for example, on BLM land, significant issues in Deschutes County, but in other counties as well on federal lands. And so it is happening already. It's just that it's not managed, it's not designated. And so counties are trying to find out a way, are there more opportunities so that counties can help address this issue. Cities often, every single property, every single issue is so contentious because it's surrounded by existing residential development. So it's just exploring other options. That's what really where it's coming from.
Thank you for the clarification. This will generate a lot of interest, as I'm sure everyone knows, including from homelessness service providers. So we'll, look forward to that discussion. It's a significant civic matter.
Yeah, there's also
not just for land use policy, it goes to the heart of how we serve our brethren.
Yes, there's a lot of nuance there. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I would just say this is an excellent example of how we should collaborate with other agencies, because OHCS basically controls the state's funding for homelessness issues, and we've had some issues there because in stature we basically have to give that funding to community action agencies. And so it kind of limits our ability to do that. But my point is that somehow we should get OHCS involved in this discussion, because we have the money.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. I appreciate that comment. Staff has had discussions, early discussions about a potential budget request in this regard. And one of the ideas that came up in our staff discussion is exactly that. It's coordination with OHCS and potentially also with the Department of Human Services to better connect us with people that might be at risk. And also to understand the kind of services and outreach and potential for connecting with communities that are already experiencing houselessness, and what kind of resources they have now, and just how to make the connection.
And in addition, there's also the outreach to Department of Ag and all those interest groups relative to that kind of development on farmland. So we have two other issues that Commissioner Lilac raised, but I would want to turn back to Commissioner Lilac to see if it seems like an acceptable route as described by staff, that staff will have more conversations about this in early 2022, bring it back to us at the right time relative to a POP or rulemaking, whatever. And we'll have a further conversation on this very important issue at that point. Is that a satisfactory way to proceed?
That's certainly satisfactory to me. Of course, I'm not speaking on behalf of counties, so yeah. But for me, I appreciate that we've really raised the issue, and staff's looking into it and exploring funding for. So I really appreciate the response. Thank you.
Well, and I appreciate you raising the issue on behalf of the counties as well. I just think it's just one more reason why it's so great to have you on the commission to raise those voices. So thank you. Back to Sadie, there's the second issue about AOC and the other point in the planning director's letter about covenants, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. So Commissioner Lilac's second item was potential changes to the item currently included in attachment A under farmland protection improvements, specifically with regard to the letter that was received from AOCPD, saying counties already have this authority. Let's not move forward with this. And I think those are items that is the kind of consideration that I am pleased that our department can now make, because we have listed farmland protection improvements as a more general item. I think it gives us both the latitude and the opportunity to have more conversations and more kind of take a very considered approach. I think, one thing that is very clear is that changes to, even small changes to our agricultural rules, rules under Goal 3 and Goal 4 attract a great deal of attention. And so, I think slow and cautious is probably our best approach when it comes to making changes in those space, and really having robust conversations in advance of announcing any specific policy item. And so I believe that staff and our policy team in particular, potentially our rural team, and then of course agency leadership, will be really carefully reviewing the different items that we might advance through rulemaking with regard to farmland protection improvements. But I'll open the floor to others that might have comments on this particular item. I just can say at this point, we have not made a decision as staff on just exactly how we'll advance through this policy item, but we're not closed to making changes.
So Kirsten, you have your hand up, but I also want to hear about the resources for this, because if we're going to do something, it has to be a resource. So I think that was similar to the first item that Commissioner Lilac raised. That if we're going to do it, we got to do it right. Bring in all the parties, and we can't really do much of anything without engaging people, and we shouldn't because these are complex, nuanced issues. So Deputy Director Green.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. We would like to come back to you with Hillary Foote, our Farm Forest Land Protection Specialist, and Gordon Howard, so they can, Hillary at a juncture several months down the road, nested in with stakeholder engagement around strengthening really what was the core mission of DLCD with the adoption of Senate Bill 100. Hillary came to you with her Farm Forest report several months ago, and Thousand Friends also raised issue with, I think, powerful name of the report, Death by 1,000 Cuts, and sort of threat to kind of Oregon's farmland, as of the view of 2021. I think it deserves, as others have said, certainly a more holistic discussion. And I respect what Ms. Kearns wrote on behalf of the Association of Oregon County Planning Directors, which is that more vetting needs to happen. This policy agenda item needs, in its entirety, not just the covenants, but improvements, needs considerable more work before we're even ready to bring a charge to you. And I do believe that it will be in the next biennium, probably associated with the launch and the milestone of the 50 years of the land use planning program. So as we kind of celebrate that, look at it as former Vice Chair and Commissioner Piermine advised us, the harms that the land use planning system has caused as well. So holistic look there with the 50-year review. And then really where does strengthening need to occur? Hillary and Gordon, CSD, feel that there is some strengthening that needs to occur in the farmland protection suite of policies. Covenants is just one. So we would like to bring that back to you at a future time, but respectfully would ask that we don't quite yet take it off the table until we hear from Hillary and Gordon directly.
And are you suggesting that Hillary and Gordon would come back in, sometime in early 2022 or like March, May, sometime?
Probably mid 2022, so that we can have those discussions with stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. And so your staff's suggestion is that this is not right for the commission to put it in any one hopper, whether it's rulemaking or not rulemaking or a pop or whatever, that you have heard the various parties around this. You want to investigate that further, include the planning directors from the counties and farm groups and that kind of thing to research this and then come back with sort of a clear definition of the issues, pros and cons of how to proceed. Is that what your recommendation is, to summarize?
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Exactly. And it's shown down there in other work, actually stacked on top of that 50th year review. So we'd probably be looking to come back to you in late summer or fall of, I think that's 2023.
It is.
It wouldn't be this biennium, so it would be a bit off. But we have some, as you say, some work to do under the hood before we're ready. Thank you.
So just got to go back to Nick. Is that, I mean, as a commissioner, is that an acceptable way to go on?
I think that's a much better approach. Yeah, I think that's a great approach. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Sadie, goal 1 was this.
All right. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And Commissioner Lilacs' third question was about goal 1. And actually, Palmer and Emma and I had the opportunity to present earlier this week at the AOC conference in the week of many presentations on exactly this. And so, I think, and this is a concern that we heard from the county planning directors that were part of that conversation. And I think there is a lot of discussion to have here. And Palmer and Emma, I might leave it to you. I think at this point, what changes are made to goal 1 and how they apply and to whom they apply is a bit speculative. I don't think that we would have 2 goals, one for small cities and one for more well-resourced areas. But I know there is a concern, number 1, about even making the change and updating the plans for smaller, under-resourced communities and counties. And then 2, the cost and energy and time of upholding the changes. So let's say, just for example, we included in any revision to either the goal or rules under the goal for goal 1 that we required local communities to sort of remove linguistic barriers by providing everything in 2 or 3 languages. I know that there are communities out there that just cannot address that need. And so the question is, how would we propose to resource that at a state level to provide those services? Or how would we propose to fund every local planning department adequately so that they could lift it? And so I think there's a lot of work to do as we advance these concepts. But I would say, to me at this point, it feels a bit speculative to say how and where, but I see we have some hands up. So I'll let others that are more knowledgeable take the floor.
Well, Commissioner Sandoval and then Palmer and Emma.
Yeah, this is a great question. So, so some of the smaller rural towns in Oregon actually have some of the highest population of Latinos, actually, because of the agricultural workforce, right? And so I'm thinking like Ontario and Eastern Oregon and Hermiston, and a lot of these actually are in Eastern Oregon, which is really fascinating. So I think this is something we really need to think about, because I think that one, the need is there to outreach to these populations, but 2, I understand that rural towns, have limited resources. So maybe there could be a couple of things. And I told you this is totally speculative. This is just me thinking out loud. But one is, we need the funding. Maybe we could have some sort of state funding for rural towns, to hire consultants that can do the specific outreach, or 2, maybe towns or cities have to it has to be some sort of threshold, like 10% of the population it has to be people of color in order for them to mandate. I'm just speculating here, but I think it's a great question. But I think there's ways to really tackle it.
There we go. Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Commissioner Palmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I agree with Commissioner Sandoval. This is an important issue, and it's a great set of questions. I imagine all of us could talk about this issue for many, many hours, and I think we're going to need to, over time, talk about it a great deal. I think I just want to really reiterate what I believe Sadie was trying to allude to at the end of her comments. This is an issue that I think most stakeholders, and certainly the commission and our leadership and the governor's office and most legislators agree is a timely issue, and that we need to be looking at updating Goal 1. And so that's important, right? We have an agreement on the need for action, and you don't always get that on issues. That's though where I think the conversation hits a barrier, because people have different ideas about how to do it. And then there's the ever-present resource question. And it's sort of for those reasons why, at least at the staff level, what I think the department staff is thinking about, the best way to approach the Goal 1 revision, whatever form that takes, is through a budget request to try to get the resources and have an extensive public outreach process where we go all over the state. We set up an advisory committee, because to revise Goal 1 in whatever form we do that, either as a goal rewrite or adopting a rule under the existing goal, will require rulemaking. We'd have a rulemaking advisory committee. We'd make it very broad-based, very inclusive. And this is a process that'll probably honestly take a year plus to maybe as much as 2 years to do it right and to do it well. But so the department needs to be staffed up for that kind of effort. But also, to Commissioner Lelak's point, I think it's essential that we go, hopefully, and the governor agrees, and hopefully the legislature agrees, to provide the resources to help local governments implement whatever we do. Because this is, I think we're talking about a scale of change that they will be doing more than they're doing now. And I want to acknowledge a lot of local governments are doing good work in this area. A lot of local governments are doing everything they can within the resources they have. But if we want to be, more inclusive, engage more, and not only address the DEI issues, but also address the fact that communication has changed. People communicate with each other in different ways now. They use different tools. They use, Facebook and Instagram and TikTok as opposed to newspaper circulations. But newspaper circulations are still important because they're a legal requirement for certain things. So there's this whole complex area about how we modernize Goal 1 for communication. So again, my point is, I think this is a long conversation that will need to be resourced, both for the department and for local government implementation, which is why at the staff level, this isn't really a rulemaking or it's more of a policy project that, again, would be in one of those parallel actions that Sadie talked about in one of her earlier slides. So just to provide some context and clarity about how at the staff level, we're thinking about moving this issue forward.
Thank you, Palmer. That's helpful. Emma.
Yeah, so I think both Sadie and Palmer really kind of hit home on mainly the points that I wanted to make. So I don't want to just, keep reiterating it, but I will just say the important thing that I think the agency is really looking at right now is the resources, both for us and then for local governments, because of the huge impact that something like this could have on everyone. So that is why, this policy option package budget request, we keep saying that because that's really going to be the foundation of getting anything done. And then again, like Palmer said, that the timing, if, this won't be something that will be done very quickly, or, we've got to take it over a good period of time to make sure that we are really kind of listening to everyone and that's really kind of what I wanted to say, was that it was really great to have that conversation with the planning directors earlier this week. They brought up some really fair and important points and things for us to consider. And that's kind of the greatest part of just starting this process, is having those conversations. And that's obviously how it shapes into what ultimately gets done.
Thank you, Emma, and the rest. So I just wanted to get a sense in my head, and I know that Commissioner Warren has his hand up, as does Kirsten, but just to get in my head. So I think we're all in a, well, I really believe that we have to be well resourced for this. I'll speak for myself and not the rest of the commission. I think it's really important, and I appreciate the staff's focus on getting the right resources, which means a POP, which means I think POPs are due, I think this summer. Give me an idea of when this issue would come back to the commission to say, yes, go forth with the POP. And maybe it's only a staff decision. I don't know. I got to get the timeline in my head so I understand when this might come back, if it's in 2022 or is it 2023? What is your thinking about timeline?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and commissioners. I think that would be a fair add to this workflow and timeline. And you're right, it is, I believe it's at your July meeting that you need to kind of like sign off on our policy option packages or budget requests. But we will be bringing those issues to you prior to that, very likely in May. So we can indicate that on the workflow and timeline for commissioners, just so that you're aware of how the things fit together. And Palmer, if I misspoke, please chime in.
No, I think that's right.
Thank you. And then I'm going to go to Commissioner Warren, and then I'll go back to Deputy Director Green if that's acceptable to you. So Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I just have a comment and a question. And my comment is, I think we're on the right track here, and I definitely support us moving forward with some funding requests. And then my question is more of a general question, just for my own understanding and for commission as well. Do we in the department have the ability to offer translation services to cities looking to produce, land use documents in other languages?
No.
That's distinct. We do not. Good question, and we should maybe add that to the mix of things to discuss. So thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Warren, I'm sorry to be so succinct in my reply. At this time, the answer is no. In the short amount of time I spent in a job rotation with the Department of Human Services, which reaches a very broad stakeholder group and is itself a very large agency. They did have translation services available to, I think, 27 different languages. So it exists within the capacity of the enterprise, but it's not a shared service, unfortunately. So not every state agency has access to those translation services, unfortunately. Something to consider, I think, as we move forward as a state, in terms of the services we provide to all Oregonians and the access we provide to the system for all Oregonians. But at this time, no. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Department of Administrative Services guidance on translation and the opportunity for access to information through the website is to hit the Google Translate button in the bottom right. I am not fluent in other languages, so I would not be able to criticize or critique how well that works in terms of providing access to the information. But that is the state level top-down guidance that we have through the Department of Administrative Services. That said, we have used some translation services here internally recently, specifically in regard to the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rulemaking. But that's not everything. And I wouldn't be able to speak to the cost of providing those services. I think that we're kind of finding like an internal workaround, but it's a great question, and it could be something that we consider as we move forward with this policy project.
Thank you, Sadie. So Kirsten, is there anything else you need to add that hasn't been said by staff at this point?
Just that meaningful engagement is required today under Goal 1. So that is not an addition. So
thank you.
I'm very taken by the concerns about capacity and cost, and I recognize them. One of the initiatives we have underway funded by the legislature is actually under the Rural Transportation Equity Initiative to work with rural communities on better engaging their communities. So hopefully we plan to have some guidance coming out about that with low cost solutions. Things have to be low cost. So much is relational. And, you know, more and more we have community-based and community-serving organizations that are formal around the state. There's been mutual aid networks, and Commissioner Sandoval really is an expert in these methods. But we need to sort of demystify and shake it out as from being this huge thing that people need to build up a giant program with, et cetera. It's already required under Goal 1. It's already required by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act to provide translation services upon request. Sadie's right, we have provided in the housing rulemaking, the climate rulemaking, and we use third-party vendors. So I just want to say it is a requirement now. It'll continue to be a requirement, but we need better practices and resources to support local governments to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate your point about, you know, we're talking about the Goal 1 piece, which is really critical, but the department is doing so much already. Not that we shouldn't pursue an update to Goal 1 or all the goals, whatever, but I think this conversation, it's important in the context of this conversation to understand that look at the RAC that we had for housing, look at the RAC we have for CFAC, look at the outreach effort, look how we're changing our hiring practices. I mean, throughout the agency and in all of our efforts external to that, I think I applaud staff and want to give you kudos for the fact that you are actually practicing this without the addition of a Goal 1 change, without a change to Goal 1. So thank you. So Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I think I've had too much coffee this morning, but I'll try to make this quick. So the city of Hermiston actually has a Hispanic advisory committee. And so, I mean, that goes a long way, you know, and so and yeah, I mean, that would cost money, but some of these changes could just be like institutional, you know, changes.
Yes, good point. So I want to make sure we have a chance for Commissioner. I think there's general, I should ask, is there general agreement that the course of action that staff described on this Goal 1 issue, they'll do more research, they'll bring it back to us at the right time relative to adding it to a POP, policy option package, which means we're seeking funding, additional funding to fully resource this issue in the next, 2 sessions out, the 2023 session, I guess it is the long session. So are commissioners generally in agreement that that's the right approach on this topic? I'm seeing no one say no. That's okay. So I want to make sure we have a chance to hear from others and before our 10 o'clock time limit on this item. If we have to go over, we can, but I want to try to keep us as close as possible. So other questions about other policy pieces that Sadie has described? I don't see other commissioners' hands up. Does that mean that you are in agreement with the collective approach we've described this morning, both Sadie in terms of her diagrams and the staff report, as well as the clarification? Got a thumbs up from Stuart Warren, thank you. Thumbs up from Commissioner Sandoval. And then from Anjali and Nick, so great. And my thumb is up too, except I'm toggling between screens to make sure I see everybody's head. My hand's up too. So I think that's approval to go forth. I think you wanted a formal action on this. Is this correct, Sadie?
That's right. We don't adopt the policy agenda, but we are seeking commission approval on the items. I just want to point out some small changes that will be made both to not the staff report, obviously, but we did discuss changes, some small changes in language on the policy agenda itself before it is published to our website. And specifically, I'm thinking of a correction to the farmland protection improvements that clarifies our uncertainty about when the rulemaking might occur, because right now it sort of says definitively that rulemaking is likely to occur in the second half of the biennium. But I think as we've discussed this morning and as staff, we need a lot more clarity on those items before we are ready to make a statement as declarative as that. So I will be making that change. There is an outdated table that was included as an attachment that has all of the policy items in it, along with kind of lead staff members. That needs to be updated. So I apologize for the outdated information, but we had kind of a lost version and I just didn't have time to get it all updated, but I wanted to provide it for you because it's mostly accurate. So I will be updating that table before we publish that as materials to our website. And then finally, the discussion that we had earlier about making changes and indicating some additional items on our workflow and timeline. Those will be changes that we'll be making before we share that out with commissioners. So those are the additions and changes to the policy agenda and attachments and items that I'm anticipating we will make before we publish it. And I wanted to just bring that to commissioners' attention so that you could figure out how to word this motion. I'm not going to even give that a shot.
Well, so yeah, I was thinking that, but I appreciate going over all the changes. I think that's useful. So I was wondering if, again, if a thumbs up is good enough, we can still do a motion and say, hey, go ahead and make those changes you just described. But I want to make sure that staff has the leeway to capture the full content of our collective conversation here. It's a lot. And then the second part of that is when the department does publish the policy agenda. You know, if there's a communique that goes with that, and I think you always do, but I think there's some things to highlight. I think it's really important to highlight our interest in Goal 1 and that whole work, that body of work, environmental justice, climate justice, that sort of thing. And there's some other things that we said today that I think are really important to highlight and message for the outside world, because it's a pretty thick document. And even though you've described it many times, I'm still a little bit there's just a lot of paper in front of me at the moment. So if you can make it easier for the lay audience, that would be really super. And then Commissioner Lilac and then Commissioner Warren have their hands up. Oh, and just by the way, no one signed up for oral testimony today, but you have the written testimony in your packet. So Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I just want to really say thank you so much to staff and everybody for the robust discussion and responses to the questions that I asked. I think I didn't intend for it to consume most of our time, but it did. And I'm really appreciative. I do see a motion on page 5 of 6 of the staff report. And so when we're ready, I'm happy to make the motion. I move the commission to approve the DLCD 2021-2023 policy agenda as amended by Sadie's comments, if and when the time is right to do that. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And for some reason, I've lost the screen, but I think you can still hear me. This is I'll have to talk to IT after this meeting because I keep getting this goofy thing about take a health and wellness break on Zoom. So I don't know where that's coming from, but anyway, since I think that Commissioner Warren had his hand up as well as Commissioner Sandoval before I lost my screen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring one thing up before we second the motion, because I believe we do have ability for discussion before a second, just to make sure we're falling within the legal guidelines here. But yesterday we talked, of course, with the other directors of other agencies about the potential for an additional POP for that work. And I just want to make sure that that's not lost in this conversation. And I apologize if I missed it somehow this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that it's in there, Sadie, but just do you want to respond to that?
Sure. Kind of a general mention of our policy option packages and development of those is here in parallel actions. I did have the opportunity to see that agenda item, and I think that we have some work to do at an agency leadership level and at a staff level to coordinate that work as we're moving forward. So certainly not lost on the radar. There's not really a place for it in the policy agenda item, but again, you'll be seeing our budget requests and more budget information in May and in June at your upcoming meetings. So appreciate the attention to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, for goal one, so it says to reflect equity, environmental, and climate justice. Would this be the time to, I guess, erase the climate justice, or do you feel that we should keep that in there and kind of go through a dialogue with those people that still believe it should still be included?
Commissioner Oh,
yeah.
Go ahead, Deputy Director Green, please.
Sorry, Sadie, thank you. If I could, I think, Sadie, and I may be saying what you're going to say, so I apologize, but I do think the time now to narrow that is appropriate to send a correct and accurate message.
Well, I wonder if since I don't know the pros and cons of doing that, I guess perhaps you could change the language to explore those opportunities for those things in the next few months. I think it's premature for me to understand why we do that or why we wouldn't do it. So I totally hear what you're saying, Commissioner Sandoval, but yeah.
Chair?
Yes.
I also don't know the details behind it, but there's so many other, I'm big on climate justice. So I'm not saying get rid of climate justice, but there's so many other topics, right? That one could put, you could have climate justice, you could have other topics. So it seems like I agree with the commissioner that that's really about citizen community involvement, and that throwing that in there is like a different thing that is an outcome of community involvement. So I feel it's weird to be in there at this moment. That has at the end of the process, it might be in there, but to put it in there now without putting other things seems weird.
Where's the language that you're referring to? Because I should probably have that in front of me when I'm thinking it through. So
Page 11, the chair of the policy agenda, which is attachment A under tab 8.
Yeah. I think, have I stopped my share? I sure hope so.
Yeah, you have. It's fine. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to try to open it, but I was going to have to fish around.
Well, I think we can all look at page 11.
Okay.
I think, I mean, if I may, I would just offer that we could say the intent of this policy agenda proposal is to modernize and update goal 1 through the public process of land use decision making. By removing the specifics, it doesn't mean we can't include those items, but this is a pretty important, I think that would be my recommendation. Palmer, I'd ask Palmer to weigh in as well.
Could you say that again? Sorry. What's your recommendation?
Yep, on that third paragraph in the goal 1 box at the bottom of page 11, it says, currently reads, the intent of this policy agenda proposal is to modernize and update goal 1 to reflect equity, environmental, and climate justice through the public process of land use decision making. I don't mean that we won't include the outcomes of environmental and climate justice, but one could just simply remove those 4 words and say the intent of the policy agenda proposal is to modernize and update goal 1 to reflect update goal 1 through the public process of land use decision.
Oh, I was just going to say to reflect equity through the public process of land use decision making, because we've defined equity as a agency, and if you take equity and you do it, you will get environmental and climate justice. But equity is more, equity is more encompassing of all the things that you would want to pursue, and that would include that in my mind at the end, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's more of an umbrella.
The suggestion on that. Oh, I'm sorry. Who is speaking?
Oh, I was saying it's more of an umbrella, equity. And then we have our different definitions of equity. If you're talking about climate, if you're talking about housing, if you're talking about
So are you suggesting then that this sentence would read, the intent of this policy agenda proposal is to modernize and update goal 1 to reflect equity in the public process of land use, blah, blah, blah. Is that what the wording is being suggested?
That's what I think, Commissioner Sandoval, because you started.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, I would definitely keep equity in there.
So can we add equity and inclusion, or is that too much? Or does inclusion include equity?
No, equity and inclusion, yeah.
Yeah, equity and inclusion, yeah.
Yep.
Great, and Palmer, you have your hand up.
Well, thank you, Chair MacArthur. And it sounds like the conversation is going to address the issue that I would raise. And it sounds like, if I'm reading the commissioner's intent, is that equity would be a broad term and potentially could include climate justice, or at least we're not making that decision today. We'll hear the people who have expressed that concern, because that was going to be my caution to the commission, is I think you want to hear from the folks who believe that climate justice is either part of equity or even a standalone issue before we make any decisions. And all the policy agenda does is says, this is what we're working on. It's not necessarily prescriptive about the outcomes. It gives us the direction. We will be coming back to the commission at multiple points to talk in more detail about the actual work we'll be looking for legislative funding. And I have to leave to go to another meeting, so I'm going to need to sign off.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Kirsten, I know you have your hand up, but can you do a quick summary, because it's 10 o'clock and I want to make sure we go into a motion and proceed and get our break. So
thank you. Thank you. So, to honor the stakeholders that have, advanced House Bill 2488 and, Beyond Toxics and others that are true partners with us in this work, Oregon Chapter of APA, many other stakeholders and nonprofits. If commissioners were willing, again, on this policy agenda is sort of a living document, but I would like to suggest a final sentence that says, through this process, agency staff will work with stakeholders to explore the related outcomes of environmental and climate justice through this process.
Yeah, that works for me.
Commissioner Sandoval as well. Okay, great. I think you have the go ahead on that. And so I'm going to turn it back to Nick, because you said you'd be willing to offer an amended motion from your draft motion, which wasn't official, but if you could help us here, and we'll get a second and then move on.
Sure, I'm pulling up the I had already moved my packet beyond that page, but I move to approve the 2021-2023 policy agenda. How about if I say as amended by Sadie and by Kirsten, by including the 2 comments? Is that sufficient?
Sounds good to me, and more importantly, it sounds good to Steve. So, thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Warren seconds, and I'm assuming we don't need more discussion on this. And hearing no more discussion on this, I'll ask Esther to call for the vote.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
I'm going to abstain from voting because I was not here for the full discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
And Commissioner Lilac.
Aye. The motion passes, and just note that even though we officially have a 7th commissioner, she has an excused absence for today, and we will see her in February. Thanks, everybody. Great conversation, great staff work. Thank you. And let's take a 15-minute break from this time. So let's just go ahead and meet at 10:20. How's that?
All right. Thank you so much, commissioners. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you later today for Senate Bill 762.
Sounds great.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back from our morning break. The time is 10:20, and we will, next is agenda item 9, briefing on coastal erosion control practices guidebook. And here is Patty Snow, Coastal Division Manager, to introduce Haley Bond, our Ocean Shores Policy Fellow.
Thank you, Esther. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, this is Patty Snow, Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager here today. I wanted to introduce Haley Bond. She is an Oregon Sea Grant Fellow who will be completing her fellowship with us next month. Oh, in the Coastal Division, we've been really fortunate to have wonderful fellows to help us out. And just as a tiny bit of background, Haley will be sharing with you about the project she worked on, which is one of the recommendations that came out of a Goal 18 focus group several years ago. So we're really fortunate to get her. She has her undergraduate degree from OSU in civil engineering, her master's that she completed before she started work with us in coastal engineering, and she will be starting her PhD in coastal engineering with OSU next year in March. So we're really very fortunate to have her, and she's been a wonderful addition to the division and the agency for the last 12 months. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to Haley. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Let me share my screen real quick. There we go. Okay, good morning, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. Like Patty said, my name is Haley Bond, and I am an Oregon Sea Grant Fellow. I've been working at DLCD since January on my fellowship project, which has been to create an erosion control practices guidebook. So today I'm going to start off by talking about the motivation and the need for the guidebook and where the project kind of came from, then move into the bulk of what the guidebook is about, which is beachfront protective structures and the regulation. I'm going to give you an example of the guidebook content, the level of detail that's in there, and then wrap up with kind of the relevance of the guidebook to current coastal events. So as you all know, statewide planning goal 18 guides the protection and development of beach and dune areas, and it has a couple main provisions. It has prohibition areas for development, requirements for dune grading, and limitations on beachfront protective structures. And I'm going to focus on that last one, the beachfront protective structure limitations. The reason that there are limitations within Goal 18 on beachfront protective structure is that they impact the public beach. If you build a beachfront protective structure on an eroding coast, it doesn't stop the erosion. The erosion continues and strips the sand in front of the beachfront protective structure, eventually causing narrowing of the beach. And this can cause a reduction in north-south beach access. So over time, especially with sea level rise, it reduces the amount of hours that people are able to walk on the beach in front of the structures. Beachfront protective structures also disrupt the natural movement of sediment from the upland that eventually erodes into the beach, and so it disrupts the whole movement of sediment, which is called sediment impoundment. And so in statewide planning goal 18, armoring is limited, and it's only allowed where development existed on January 1st, 1977. And in this context, development means houses, commercial and industrial buildings, and vacant but improved subdivision lots. And overall, we know that Goal 18 works and we know this in part because of modeling done by Beasley and Dundas in 2021. They say that without Goal 18 and with sea level rise, over the next 40 years, shoreline armoring would increase by 135%. So shoreline armoring would more than double without Goal 18 in the next 40 years. So on a big scale, coast-wide, we know that Goal 18, at least this provision, is doing its job. It's preventing the proliferation of beachfront protective structures. But obviously, even though Goal 18 is working on a big picture, it might not work as well. There might be challenges in implementation when it's actually being applied on the ground. And so for that reason, DLCD facilitated the Goal 18 focus group in 2019 to explore the equity and consistency of the shoreline armoring provision of Goal 18. The purpose of it was to address issues that come up in implementation by practitioners. And they discussed 4 main concepts, and one of them, the one that I'm focusing on, is the definition of a beachfront protective structure. So in Goal 18, shoreline armoring is restricted through the sentence, permits for beachfront protective structures shall be issued only where development existed on January 1st, 1977. But the thing is that the term beachfront protective structure actually isn't defined. And especially as engineers and scientists are starting to move towards more innovative, green, soft, hybrid solutions for erosion control, it's important to have that term defined and clarified moving forward. So the focus group explored 3 options for clarifying the definition of a beachfront protective structure. They talked about doing a goal amendment of Goal 18, doing a rulemaking with OPRD, or having DLCD produce a guidance document that clarified the definition. And because the status quo of not having a definition for Goal 18 works pretty well in most cases, at this point, they decided not to pursue the first 2 options, which are more legally challenging and time intensive. And the focus group recommended that DLCD create a guidance document on what is and isn't a beachfront protective structure. And that's where my project came in. So in the focus group, they came up with a definition for a beachfront protective structure, which is a static structure that's intended to remain in a fixed position with the purpose of redirecting wave energy and to minimize or eliminate coastal erosion risks to development. Beachfront protective structures are purposely constructed and intended to maintain that form over time. So under this definition, things that would be included as beachfront protective structures are riprap revetments, seawalls, groins, breakwaters, bulkheads, geotextile sandbags, and gabion walls. While things that are not beachfront protective structures would include sand nourishments, cobble revetments, and willow planting. So in the erosion control guidebook, for each of those erosion control practices that were listed on the last slide, the guidebook covers the suitability of the practice for the Oregon coast, examples of where it might be used on the Oregon coast. It talks about the benefits and drawbacks of the erosion control practice, the permits that are typically required, and its suitability in responding to sea level rise impacts. And it also answers the question, it clarifies the question of whether or not that erosion control practice is a beachfront protective structure. So I wanted to give an example of the kind of content that's in this section, the level of detail that is involved for each of these erosion control practices. So I'm going to talk you through one of the erosion control practices as an example, which is cobble revetments. So cobble revetments are also called dynamic revetments or cobble berms, and their point is to control erosion by placing cobbles, which are about 8 inches diameter and less, on the upper beach. And the point of this is to mimic natural cobble beaches, which have been identified as good at protecting the upland and good at dissipating wave energy. And the cobbles are able to move. So the cobble berm can reshape itself, and it changes throughout the year. Cobbles go offshore and then come back on. The crest of the cobble berm gets higher and lower depending on the wave conditions. There's no standard design for any of these. They're a fairly understudied, new, innovative idea. But there have been studies done on the Oregon coast looking at all of the natural cobble beaches that occur on the Oregon coast and looking at for example, their crest height and cobble size to try and inform the design of engineered revetments. So studies on the Oregon coast suggest that the top of the cobbles should be between 15 and 22 feet above sea level. And there's actually two cobble revetments, two engineered cobble revetments on the open coast of Oregon. There's one in Cape Lookout that protects the campground there, and there's one protecting the Columbia River South Jetty from breaching. Benefits of cobble revetments are that they're actually able to provide coastal protection in a high energy wave climate. And because Oregon has such a high energy wave climate, there's a really limited set of solutions that can work. And cobble revetments have shown that they're able to provide some kind of protection here. They're way cheaper than traditional riprap, and their construction is easier because rather than individually placing every single stone like you would have to for traditional riprap, cobbles can just be dumped on the beach. Another important part is that in cobble revetments, movement doesn't mean failure. So in more traditional riprap, if a single stone is destabilized, it can end up destabilizing the whole structure and causing it to fail. Whereas in this case with cobble revetments, they're supposed to move and change. So they're a bit more resilient in that way. Cobble revetments also can maintain connectivity between the upland and the beach, meaning that people can walk through a trail through the dunes, then walk down over the cobble and get to the beach, which is not the case for riprap. Some drawbacks of cobble revetments is that they don't have the same protective capacity as traditional riprap because they're designed more to dissipate wave energy rather than reflect it. And because they move over time, they are not necessarily able to provide the same level of protection. Also on the Oregon coast, they're less tried and true. There's been a standard riprap design that's developed for the Oregon coast. So people know it's a simple process. People know how to construct them and design them. And that's not quite the case for cobble revetments. They definitely require more maintenance. Maintenance is typically expected for Oregon about every 10 years when cobbles will need to be replenished or moved. And under high wave conditions, cobbles do have the potential to become projectiles. One other important consideration is that cobble revetments don't work on a lot by lot basis. So a single homeowner would not be able to install a cobble revetment and have it provide adequate protection. It works better for longer stretches of coast like campgrounds or in this area at the South Jetty. Cobble revetments, because they move and reshape themselves, they're not fixed and static. So under the definition of beachfront protective structures, they would not be considered structural protection. So they don't need eligibility for Goal 18 for construction. What they will need is a permit from OPRD for shoreline alteration. And something important to note is that OPRD is going to evaluate the permit according to their standards. So just because it doesn't require eligibility for Goal 18 doesn't mean these can be built everywhere. OPRD is not likely to approve a cobble revetment for an area of beach that doesn't have any natural cobbles, because then the project doesn't fit in with the surroundings. So in addition to talking about all of the different erosion control practices that are viable for the Oregon coast, the guidebook also kind of starts from the beginning so that anybody that's not familiar with this topic can get a better understanding of how the policy landscape of erosion control on the Oregon coast works. So the guidebook talks about the physical setting of the Oregon coast, wave conditions, sea level rise, tectonics, all of that. It talks about an overview of the coastal goals and the beach bill to understand where the policy is coming from. The guidebook talks about how eligibility is determined and gives some stats on how eligibility is kind of distributed along the coast. The guidebook goes into a lot of detail about permitting. It talks about the relevant agencies that are usually involved with the permitting process. It emphasizes the most the typical oceanfront permitting. So going through the entire permitting process, the timelines, the requirements, the conditions for permit approval, and it also talks about emergency permits. The guidebook also talks a little bit about some of the more atypical permitting cases. So the rules that come into play when erosion control is needed on the boundary between the ocean shore and estuaries, for example, when rules from more than one jurisdiction are involved. The guidebook is intended first for planners, maybe planners that are not familiar with Goal 18 issues, that have never had to deal with them before, or to help with staff turnover on the coast and get people up to speed, get new planners up to speed on all of the things that go into Goal 18 and erosion control. I'm also hoping that engineers and scientists can get something out of this because the policies that are in place on the Oregon coast are really determine what kinds of erosion control is appropriate. And so it can kind of limit engineers and scientists in their work. So I think it would be useful to have like more communication between the policy side and the engineering and science side. I'm also hoping that potentially homeowners who are experiencing erosion issues will get something out of this to kind of better understand the policies that are at play and why DLCD and other agencies are making the decisions they're making. So the guidebook is going to be available at the end of my fellowship in December 2021. And I've been having a good time getting to present at a bunch of different places to kind of promote it. So just to wrap up and zoom out for a second, I wanted to show some pictures that I took when I was on the coast early last spring. Last winter was a really, really erosive winter. There were lots of new permits for riprap and permits for repair and all sorts of erosion issues on the coast. So this is a problem that's not going to go away and is only going to get worse. So I'm hoping that this guidebook can provide a way for everybody to everybody that's working on the coast to kind of efficiently get on the same page and understand the requirements that they're working with. And to better be able to work on solving these problems. So with that, thank you for listening. And if I'd love to take any questions.
Thank you, Haley. And I just want to say how honored I think we are to have you join us as a fellowship. I know you're finishing up at the end of this year, but it's obviously value add because of the work you just presented. Both the staff report as well as the presentation and all the work that went behind that is just really valued. So thank you.
Thank you.
I might turn to Commissioner Jacobson first, being a coastal person, if you have any thoughts about that, what Haley's presented.
Yeah, I was actually scribbling down my thoughts here. Or first of all, thank you, Haley, for your work. I'm just really happy to see this because I think Goal 18 is pretty good, but I think it's about to be tested in a way that maybe it hasn't been tested previously with climate change impacts. And it's not just simply sea level rise, but we're also seeing kind of increased ocean conditions at times, bigger, more severe storms. And so, it's not just the ocean coming up, it's the ocean coming up with bigger storms hitting the beach. I guess just a few comments of things to kind of take what you're doing, which is awesome, a step further. For kind of some follow-up work for you or someone else. I think it's important to put in this as we're trying to define what you do before, between property boundaries and what is a structure and all of that. What do you do if you don't qualify? I think that's a really important piece. We are going to see more people want to armor, and not everybody is going to qualify for that. So I think there does need to be some follow-up on what do you do? Is there anything you can do? I think secondarily, I think your quote was, we would see without Goal 18 potentially 135% increase in armoring, and I think that's probably fairly accurate. I would also say that. Especially as property owners maybe get more desperate, that doesn't mean they're maybe going to wait for approval. We have had incidents in Lincoln County with people that just move heavy equipment and armor, or attempt to armor before they're caught their property. And so I think, again, as we kind of move forward into this journey of climate change, I think enforcement is actually going to be a really big piece, because not everybody is going to qualify, and they're going to, if they don't have alternatives, they're going to maybe try to do it anyways. And lastly, and this is like the big 30,000 foot view. If we, stick with goal 18, and, this guidebook is providing some more guidance on that. If we continue to see the challenge on coasts, and many people are not going to qualify, there needs to be some type of program or something that does something to deal with this. So maybe there's a buyback program, maybe there's a loan forgiveness program, maybe there's something, because what's kind of the larger game plan? So no, you can't armor, you're going to lose your home. Well, then what? So I feel like we need to get to a place as a state where we kind of think through the and then what piece, or we kind of take this more proactive approach, which is not going to be popular, and looking at what do we do with homes that we know are at risk, that we also know are not going to qualify. Again, not necessarily a popular choice, but we're kind of headed in this road. I guess back to like 0 foot, I was at 30,000 foot. I'll go back to the ground. I guess a couple more just kind of outreach pieces, I guess, to get this guidebook too. I think you did mention, homeowners, that would be helpful. I think that this is something that needs to go to potential homeowners. I mean, I think if we work with Realtors Association and coastal realtors and even escrow offices and that kind of stuff, like, in my opinion, this is kind of stuff that needs to like be in seller's disclosures. You need to be able to read this document, kind of like when you buy a house now, you have to read that disclosure about lead-based paint, and sign it. I mean, I think this is a similar thing where, even if there's just something in language that, gee, you bought a coastal home, it's on the beach, there might be an erosion problem, and you need to acknowledge that, here's this guidance document if you need it or whatever. But there's a lot of people buying coastal properties that aren't necessarily from here, that come from places that have other sets of rules, and that think, that state they came from, that our rules are the same, and they're not. I think especially if you buy in an area that has some armoring, like the photos you showed, and you're not from here, or you haven't had a coastal home before, even if you are from here, you might think, looking down your neighborhood, like, oh, they all armored, so, put that on the homeowner's to-do list. I'm going to be able to do that too. And they may not realize that you can't just do that. And there's rules that kind of have to be followed around it, and that you may not qualify. So, I think this really needs to work, not just with existing homeowners, but really in that place when people are looking to buy a home, and sort of not necessarily discouraging that, but make sure they understand that there's rules around this stuff. And, that before they make that investment, they have the information to sort of make that decision. And I think that this is a piece that maybe is missing. And I'm sure some people would, wave it off and not care, but others, it might be a place for them to get information before they make that investment. But overall, I'm really excited to see this. And I think I really liked your point about making sure that coastal planners have that. I'd also say that coastal elected officials, because there's also a lot of, coastal elected officials that sit in a quasi, judicial role on some of these Goal 18 hearings in there. And we also can turn over sometimes with elections or whatever. So I think that's important for coastal elected officials to learn as well. So thanks for your work. Like I said, I'm really excited about having this as a resource.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. I've been writing down notes because I think those are all really good points and ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. They're really great points. There's both the kind of the specifics for Haley and company right now before she leaves, and then also Patty and company, but in terms of distribution. But then there's the 10,000 or 30,000 foot level, as you described, big picture issues that are really important for us to kind of contemplate as we go forward, because it's just going to get worse, really, in terms of global warming and rising oceans. Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you, Chair MacArthur, and thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. I think you touched on a point that's really a necessary next step. As you know, then what? So what are we prepared to do as a state to help folks who are unable to arbor their homes and are probably going to lose their homes at some point? I think it's a very important topic that we need to start thinking about now.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. Great work. And it makes me think that I'm thinking about this through the lens of a local planner and how helpful it would be for not just the people that live along the shore to be informed of this, but really the entire communities. Because those homeowners that are 2, 3, 4 blocks off are going to be informed of it. So when the local planner is at the counter and just being hammered by the person that is interested in this, and the planner is the one that's explaining the rules and taking the heat for it, they'll know that they have the support from other people in the community that understand it, appreciate it, see the value of it. And so whatever we can do to really inform the community about this is great. And then going back to the question or the issue that Commissioner Warren just raised, I hate to say it like this, but it makes me think about what we have in Eastern Oregon right now, which is increasing numbers of wolf depredation compensation committees. You know, what's the equivalent of that to the homeowners that have properties that they're going to lose at some point to erosion? So it's the same concept, totally different scale and issue, but maybe there's some big picture similarities. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, Haley, I think you're going to make a great doctor. So it's fantastic research, and it's always hard to like.
Even though she's at a different school than yours.
She's at a better engineering school, huh? So we don't. But so yeah, I just wanted to know a little bit more about kind of any international examples. I've done research in Latin America, not on this stuff, but I'm wondering if you were able to review some of the literature and kind of have some international examples where maybe this process has already these interventions have already occurred. Anything like that?
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. That's a good question. I think I know less about the way that international policy works. I know more about the different kinds of engineering that have been done for coastal erosion internationally. And the interesting thing about Oregon, and one of the reasons why I am interested in working here, is that it's a really, really unusually high energy wave climate. So there's not always a ton of parallels to other places. Like you can look at the east coast of the US or the Netherlands, where they have really robust beach nourishment programs where they're constantly dredging sand and putting it up on the beach. But that's not really a very economical option for the Oregon coast, because there's not a lot of sand and the waves strip the sand very quickly. So I think places that would be similar, I know there's like cobble beaches in New Zealand, and I've seen research from New Zealand and Australia that might have a more comparable wave climate. And I think California has slightly different policies around this stuff. So I've seen interesting kinds of hybrid structures come out of there. Yeah, but Oregon is really challenging. And I think the other commissioners have been saying, I think the end game is not going to be clever engineering and erosion control. The end game is going to be something different and larger scale to help people move away from the coast, because it's just a dynamic environment, and the waves here are no joke. So yeah, that's the best I can offer. I'm not as familiar with the international policy aspect of it as with the kinds of engineering that are available in other places.
Yeah, well, maybe other countries can learn from us then, since we're sort of kind of unique, and I guess this is really innovative work. So
yeah, definitely.
Great, all great questions. And seeing no other commissioner hands up, I just want to thank you, Haley, again for your great work. Oh, Director Rue.
Yeah, Haley, thank you. Sort of to the point that the back and forth you just had with Commissioner Sandoval, is this pretty much settled science? Is this something that the scientific and technical community can fully endorse, or is there still some argument about the effectiveness?
I mean, I don't think the argument ever stops in science. But yeah, that's a good question. I think it depends on the scale that you're looking at. If you're looking at like, how do we protect the coast over the next 50 to 100 years, then exploring engineering options like could be a short term, I guess, way of solving these things. But especially as more reports continue to come out and sea level rise just continues to look more and more intimidating, I think it depends on the scale that you're looking at, whether or not people think that engineering solutions are reasonable. The Dutch are continuing to build up their coastlines, but like even they know that like that doesn't last forever.
I'll just note that Director Rue gave you a much more difficult question than any of the commissioners. Well, thank you again. Great work. We're so pleased to have you here to present it today, and much appreciated.
Thank you.
I think we'll go on to agenda item number 10, excuse me. And we scrunched up your time a little bit, folks. Apologize for that, but we have a hard ending of this topic at 11:30, so we can go. We have invited guests from the Governor's Office and Department of Administrative Services. And I should have mentioned as part of the previous topic that there was no one signed up for public comment. So on to agenda item 10, which is the Global Warming Commission's Natural and Working Lands Carbon Proposal. So take it away. If someone is talking, they're on mute.
I apologize. I was definitely on mute. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, I'm Heather Wade and the department's coastal policy specialist based in Salem, Oregon. I'm here today to brief you on the Oregon Global Warming Commission's Natural and Working Lands Carbon Sequestration Proposal, in addition to integrating blue carbon into that proposal and Oregon's climate mitigation policy. First, a quick note about the role of natural and working lands and waters. Natural and working lands and waters have impacts on carbon storage and sequestration. In the US, the land sector already reduces total US emissions by 12%. Recently published research estimates that natural and working lands could reduce total US emissions by an additional 18% through policies and programs. Examples of the role that natural working lands and waters can play in enhancing carbon storage and sequestration include avoiding conversion of those lands and waters to development, restoring native habitats, and modifying management practices. And research suggests that these efforts can significantly improve the amount of carbon sequestered in Oregon. So Governor Kate Brown issued the Executive Order 2004 in March 2020. And this executive order directed state agencies to take actions to reduce and regulate greenhouse gas emissions. The Oregon Global Warming Commission was mandated to propose goals for carbon sequestration and storage in Oregon's natural working lands. And this included forests, agricultural lands, and wetlands. The department, DLCD, received specific directives in the executive order, but we weren't called out to participate with the Oregon Global Warming Commission's work on developing this proposal. But in DLCD's response memo to the governor outlining how the agency would act to support the executive order, DLCD suggested participation in the natural and working lands proposal process and called out the importance of the state land use planning program for natural working lands, carbon sequestration and storage. This also did include a short blurb on blue carbon and its importance for consideration. Two staff members that opted into the commission's process included myself and our agency's Farms and Forest Specialist, Hillary Foote. So before we move on, I wanted to just go over a little bit about how DLCD's current climate actions are really closely in line with, aligned with the Oregon Global Warming Commission's Natural and Working Lands proposal. As you can see in this diagram, which you have likely seen before, DLCD has many ongoing efforts related to climate change mitigation, adaptation, and sequestration. This diagram summarizes how DLCD responded to the governor's executive order. And as you can see, DLCD has been busy. And especially important is that diversity, equity, and inclusion was deemed essential to all these efforts and will continue to play a central role in these initiatives. And really the key thing to note here is that these activities may be able to leverage the carbon sequestration and storage program that the state is looking to put in place. So over the last year and a half, the commission and participating agencies developed recommendations for improvement to Oregon's carbon inventory data, documented carbon emissions and sinks in these lands, proposed methodologies for setting baselines and goals, and also identified potential ways forward to achieve those goals. The process used to develop the proposal included massive engagement with state agencies, tribes, landowners and land managers, federal agencies, conservation organizations, environmental justice leaders, and scientists. This engagement informed the commission's recommendations for the proposal. And through this engagement, the commission heard from over 1,000 individuals and organizations. And that input that was received ranged from recommendations on the goals themselves and specific strategies to consider, and then also general considerations for designing policy, practices, and investment frameworks. The Oregon Global Warming Commission ultimately established 3 categories of goals. These included an outcome-based goal, which identified a measurable carbon sequestration goal to reach by 2030. Supporting goals included activity and funding-based goals and community impact goals. And to achieve these goals, the commission identified strategies and supporting elements for increasing the likelihood of success for the program. These strategies included leveraging federal lands and investments in climate smart natural working lands practices, investigating options, and creating sustained sources of state funding to increase the sequestration in natural working lands, funding and directing state agencies to take actions to advance natural working land strategies, and investing in improvements to Oregon's natural working lands. In regard to the third item on funding and directing state agencies to take actions in this program, the Oregon Global Warming Commission did provide a list of things that would be essential for those state agencies. This included establishing new positions within each natural resource agency, providing those agencies with additional authorities as needed, directing agencies to incorporate sequestration as part of their missions and strategic plans, and then also requiring regular reporting on metrics and tracking progress. So within the proposal, the Oregon Global Warming Commission identified 4 actions that DLCD should take or be directed to take as part of the Natural and Working Lands Carbon Program. And actions proposed for DLCD included an evaluation of Oregon's statewide planning goals, their implementation, and their applicable support mechanisms. This evaluation would identify what enhancements would be needed to best facilitate the protection and restoration of natural and working lands to increase sequestration. The second action proposed would be to advance landscape level planning and community level planning that evaluates carbon sequestration benefits of land use scenarios as part of DLCD's climate friendly and equitable communities planning process. The third action identified was for DLCD to develop and implement a state sea level rise plan. And this would include planning for landward migration of tidal wetlands and targeting investments and incentives for conservation and restoration of former tidal wetlands. The last proposed action is to take the lessons learned through DLCD's Estuary Resilience Action Plan initiative. This initiative is funded by the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and it is being piloted in Coos and Tillamook counties. And the proposal by the commission basically wants to apply the same process and the lessons learned from the pilot coastwide. This initiative is primarily focused on planning for community and ecosystem service resilience with a focus on natural infrastructure and prioritizing restoration sites in estuaries. So now I just wanted to talk a little bit about integrating blue carbon in the Commission's proposal and the state's climate mitigation policy. Being the coastal policy specialist, my primary engagement was in the blue carbon piece of the proposal. When the executive order came out, it was quickly realized that coastal wetlands were not included in the order. While wetlands were mentioned, explicit language regarding coastal wetland resources were not provided. As mentioned earlier, DLCD took the opportunity to call out the potential for blue carbon in the Commission's proposal. The Coastal Division at DLCD eventually partnered with Pew Charitable Trusts to bring together an informal blue carbon technical team of experts and to coordinate input from other state agencies. This informal technical team included greenhouse gas inventory experts, members of the Pacific Northwest Blue Carbon Working Group, and members from the Pew team. The Oregon Coastal Division or Oregon Coastal Management Program also created a centralized data portal for blue carbon stock data and mapping, led the coordination for the team, and developed policy recommendations. The Blue Carbon Technical Team ultimately published a white paper on the science policy framework and needed next steps for blue carbon in Oregon, and this was provided to the Oregon Global Warming Commission. The paper included a greenhouse gas inventory of coastal and forested tidal wetlands, and this was critical in demonstrating that the science and methods are available and that we can actually account for blue carbon in our greenhouse gas inventories. The team showed that Oregon's coastal wetlands are a net carbon sink, and the results provided the scientific basis for the inclusion of blue carbon in Oregon's climate mitigation policy initiatives. And this was really critical for making, a science-based decision for blue carbon and coastal management. Finally, we were able to provide policy recommendations based on the results of the inventory, and examples of these recommendations include avoiding further loss of coastal wetlands, coastal wetland migration planning, and prioritizing high leverage restoration opportunities like forested tidal wetlands and marginalized lands. On August 4th, the Oregon Global Warming Commission met and adopted the Oregon Natural and Working Lands proposal for carbon sequestration and storage. This was a major milestone for the state of Oregon and related to blue carbon, making it one of the first states in the country to include blue carbon in its climate mitigation policy. The commission's proposal included several recommendations from the white paper that I mentioned. This included addressing sea level rise and protecting coastal lands to serve as migration zones for coastal habitats, protecting and preventing habitat degradation, or not protecting habitat degradation, but protecting habitats and preventing habitat degradation, and to take advantage of restoration opportunities that would enhance carbon sequestration. And the commission's proposal also identified the restoration of forested tidal wetlands as a key opportunity to increase carbon sequestration. We know we've lost most of these critical ecosystems, but we also know that they can store incredible amounts of carbon over time. Prioritizing the restoration of forested tidal wetlands will not only grow Oregon's carbon pool, but also promote overall coastal resiliency. So for next steps, the commission has presented the proposal to the governor and has started the process of presenting the proposal to the Oregon legislature. Specifically, they are presenting on the identified needs for the program's success and the actions that they have proposed in that proposal. Most recently, the commission presented its proposal to the interim Senate Committee on Energy and Environment, and our understanding is that it will eventually go to the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Wildlife Recovery. And I will just mention that in the presentation to the Committee on Energy and Environment, DLCD was mentioned when they talked about the proposed actions, and they specifically called out two actions. The first was the statewide planning goals evaluation, and then the other was on restoration planning for coastal wetlands. Additionally, the network of state agencies that are identified in the proposal are now looking for ways to maintain or enhance sequestration and storage of natural and working lands, including coastal, in their programs. One example for DLCD would be something like exploring the inclusion of blue carbon in Oregon's estuary management planning framework. Other next steps included identifying needed funding and resources for implementation, the creation of voluntary program incentives, the creation of shovel-ready projects, and establishing partnerships. Importantly, establishing partnerships can enable the implementation of high leverage restoration projects and increase the chances of success for the program. And so I'm here today to not only brief you on this work and DLCD's involvement, but to also invite the Commission to provide guidance on which proposed DLCD actions identified in the Oregon Global Warming Commission's Natural Working Lands proposal provide guidance on what we should be prioritizing and what actions DLCD should leverage, specifically related to ongoing DLCD-led policy initiatives. After deliberations with DLCD staff and leadership, the proposed action for state sea level rise planning was identified as really being the most ripe for moving forward at this time. This action would be able to leverage past and existing DLCD initiatives and aligns closely with the work plan and priorities of DLCD. And so at this point, we would just really appreciate guidance from LCDC on whether or not you all agree on this specific identification of which action item is ripe for moving forward at this time, or if you also think that we should be prioritizing any of the other action items.
Thank you, Heather. Great presentation. I very much appreciate that. I wonder if you can go back, though, to the slide that describes the 4 recommendations from the Global Warming Commission, or 3 or 4, and that way we can look at those to be able to comment, to be able to respond. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Great. Questions from commissioners or thoughts?
Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just had a question because I was trying to follow when you were talking about carbon sequestration. I think you were in this slide, you were talking about it in number 2 and related to the climate and friendly and equitable work that's going on right now. But later on, carbon sequestration seemed very much tied to wetlands and forests. So I was just trying to understand more about the reference to carbon sequestration in relation to the work that's going on right now with the equitable.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And I might not be the best person to answer that question because I don't participate in the CFEC process. This was something that DLCD did not actually recommend for this proposal, but the commission insisted that it be included. And I, from my understanding, the commission wanted this within the CFEC process, I guess, to ensure this landscape level planning as part of the CFEC process, and to ensure that I guess carbon sequestration was accounted for in the scenario planning that was already taking place. But I would love it if, Deputy Director Green, if you could maybe chime in, because I know you're more familiar with that process.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova, thanks. Heather, awesome work. We don't really understand this reference because it's there are 8, as Commissioner well knows, 4 hours yesterday. Our rulemaking is on the 8 metropolitan areas, and none of those touch coastal ecosystems. But we're of course interested in exploring that nexus. I think there may have been a thought at one time either on the spatial equity planning reference that is kind of involved with the CFEC process, or the opportunity really to work with, frankly, climate protection program funds that you heard about yesterday from DEQ was more the nexus. But that's why we don't really recommend that if we're looking at these four, and if we're asked by the legislature, okay, which four of these should we advance? That's not our leading recommendation. Or we can't be of more help. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess I took this 1, 2, 3, 4 as in 1 was the priority and 2, and so it's funny because when I hear carbon sequestration, I perk up, like that's the one topic on this presentation I perk up on. But the circles I'm in are talking about building materials and sequestering carbon in buildings. So when I saw that related to planning and related to climate friendly, I'm like, okay, are we talking about buildings? And then I was like, there's wetlands. There's probably not wetlands in these scenario plan. So I have a lot of, my head was just going in circles on that. I think I like this idea of creating nexus between different things, but I would just want to make sure that they're actual things that we're going to explore and not that they sound good.
Right. Yeah, no, we don't love that word. Not that we, don't like being mentioned, but it's more confusion, I think, than not. And I think, Heather, to be really clear, our staff recommendation is for the third item, right? Invest in state sea level rise plan developments on page 3 of your packet. Invest in state sea level rise plan development implementation, planning for the landward migration of tidal wetlands and targeted investments in those ecosystems. That is the one where we feel like things are shifting so much, things are moving. Heather aptly described the sequestration benefits. So I think number 3 is our recommendation. Is that right, Heather?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the other ones are not, or number 4 falls into similar 3 topics.
That's correct. Number 4 is very much related to the sea level rise planning. For example, we have to address sea level rise in the Estuary Resilience Action Plan process. And because we have so much already happening in those 2 areas, it really makes sense to leverage what we're already doing and what we're planning to do in the future to help push this forward. The first recommendation on the statewide planning goal analysis, I think everyone knows is controversial, and it continues to be proposed in different contexts. And we just don't have the resources to do this at this time. All of these will require resources. But again, being able to leverage what we do have going on, is going to be the easiest way for us to move forward.
Thank you. And I want to hear from other commissioners as well, but I was thinking about the previous topic and Commissioner Jacobson's comments about homeowners along the coast or any property owner along the coast. And I know, and as I'm looking at number 3, it seems like if we're going to have a sea level rise plan, that should fit in there. I understand that that's not necessarily the focus of the Global Warming Commission because it's the sequestration part of this, but I don't know about, it seems like there should be an important aspect, it's a holistic thing to think about everything that's happening relative to sea levels rising. So, and I don't want to make this more complicated than it already crazily is, but just some thoughts.
Yes, Chair, that's a really good point. One of the things that I'm often reminding people is that sea level rise planning is important for creating a blue carbon program, because as tidal wetlands migrate landward or are not able to migrate landward, that has implications for these coastal habitats that can actually provide these services. And so this is why identifying priority restoration sites is critical, and why we have to account for these future changes from sea level rise, because it has great potential to impact these ecosystems.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing the importance of that, nor am I disputing the focus of the Global Warming Commission, but it seems that if we're going to take this up, there's some other things in a more holistic perspective that, anyway, it's all about climate change, and these are the impacts, the effects. And so anyway, just some thoughts. Can't solve it today, but Commissioner Jacobson, do you have any comments on that or thoughts? Oops, I just froze. Okay, well.
We can hear you okay, Chair.
I froze for a second. I apologize. Commissioner Jacobson, and then it looks like Commissioner Lilac, and then Patty.
Thank you. You froze and I couldn't get my mute button off. So
that's perfect timing.
I appreciate the comments, Chair MacArthur. I mean, I think that, you know, 3, the state level sea rise plan is kind of what I was trying to get to with my 30,000 foot, you know, rant earlier on shoreside armoring, which is like, you know, what is kind of the plan besides goal 18? So to me, that is really important, especially because if there isn't that plan, it gets strapped on local governments. And you may not have uniformity in that plan or no plan at all. And that's when we get into people just kind of doing it anyways, which we've already seen. So to me, that's really critical. And it also affects more than just, you know, what we're seeing now with beaches, but potentially estuaries and other types of places. I think we've talked before at these meetings about the fact that roads are not included in shoreside armoring goals. So that's kind of another part of that state sea level rise plan that's needed. If you're not going to armor roads, then what are you going to do when they fall into the ocean, which a lot of them in large sections of 101 will do with time. I guess the other thing, and this is a little bit of Commissioner Jacobson's like soapbox, so I'm going to apologize ahead of time for what I'm about to say, but I think something that really bothers me and a lot of people that work on coastal issues is we have a tendency to really not think about as well as include the ocean when we think about carbon sequestration. We think about estuaries, we think about forests. The ocean does a better job at sequestering carbon than anything else. It does that job more than forests, more than estuaries. You know, and so when I see Estuary Resilience Action Plan coast-wide, I keep thinking, well, what about the actual ocean? You know, now someone would say, well, what can you actually do? But I think when we think about development happening on the ocean, and we have some potential development coming on the ocean, and future uses that maybe we haven't even dreamed up yet, I think the question is really, you know, do those things or will those things affect the ocean's ability to sequester carbon? That's not something we really think about, but that is kind of our most important resource to do that, and making sure that we're not adding stressors on that environment that then make it more difficult for it to do, I think is really an important thing that kind of gets overlooked quite a bit. So anyways, but besides the bigger picture of what do you do with it, which is a hard question to answer because there really isn't a lot of answers, you know, it just bothers me to see estuary resilience and not see the word ocean resilience in that category as well, because again, oceans sequester more carbons than estuaries do. So just a little soapbox exercise, and I will, you know, gracefully step down now.
Well, I appreciate your comments, whether you're on a soapbox or not. So thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, I was going to say the same thing. I'll listen to my colleague from Lincoln County and on your soapbox any time. This is really a fascinating issue. Just in the interest of time, I support the staff recommendation, and I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner Lilac. Patty.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, Patty Snow, Coastal Program Manager. Just wanted to add a tiny bit there. I wanted to mention it before, but didn't want to take time. Just wanted to mention that we have 2 staff, Meg Reed and Chris Shirley, who are working on sea level rise guidance for local governments. It's not ready for prime time yet, but I'm sure we'll have that as a presentation for you next year. And then that will be, this is part of our program that we've committed to with NOAA in terms of what we're doing at the coastal program. So sea level rise guidance that will ultimately be incorporated into a larger resilience guidance for coastal communities. So I really appreciate the issues that Commissioner Jacobson has brought up, because it's definitely something that we're looking at. If you can't put riprap, what can you do and what are your options? So really appreciate that. And then Heather may want to speak to this too, but just wanted to mention that as I understand it, one of the reasons we didn't address the ocean as part of this current work is because there's not as much information about exactly how much is sequestered by the ocean, whereas we had really good information on what estuaries and wetlands do, and Heather may want to add to that, but thank you.
Thank you, Patty. That's really helpful. Seems like I had a thought about that, but it's escaped me at the moment. So I know. I was thinking if given that your group is doing the kind of the guidelines or information for local governments as along the coast, as Commissioner Jacobson advocated for, you probably already have a group that's working on that and with locals, but it might be useful before you come to the commission to make sure that Commissioner Jacobson has a chance to review that before it comes to the full body. Might be a useful step in the process. So, the staff asked us today if we were in support of the staff's recommendation to focus on number 3, or C in the staff report, but 3 on the screen. So any other comments about that or differences of opinions about that priority at the moment? Seeing no other hands up as I toggle between 2 screens. Okay, well, I think you have your answer, and thank you very much. This is really good work. We hope to see more reports on this and how you're progressing on number 3 in the future, and how, again, all these different connections are so important to make, and it's useful to have discussion about how that might work. So thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can conclude. We don't have anyone signed up for public comment on this item. And so I think we can thank you and go on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 10, I guess, right? 11, 10, somewhere in there. Where are we? Uh-oh. It's asking me
Yes, agenda item 11.
Great. I don't know why my computer's asking me to leave, but
Don't leave.
It says leave webinar, and I'm saying, like, I'm trying to answer cancel. Anyway, it's just at my end, things are being goofy. So agenda item number 11, which is the director's recruitment. And I guess to start out, I will say, I think I speak on behalf of the full commission, that we prefer not to have to go this route. We prefer Jim to stay for the long haul or clone himself. He has chosen not to do either of those. So we are left with having to recruit for a new director. And we have some invited guests. We have Brian Light from Department of Administrative Services. This is an executive recruitment. And so DAS takes over that, or is in charge of that, has the full responsibility for that with our input. We have Jason Miner from the governor's office, I think. Great, thank you. And then we have from our own staff, Taylor Sorgenfree, and then Esther and Kirsten should be commended, along with the other folks, for getting us to this point in the process. And so just let me outline how the agenda will work. I'll just give a couple of opening comments about the parameters and of the recruitment. I'd like to turn it over to the governor's office to chime in as well. And then I wanted to turn over to Brian to lead the discussion. You have draft materials in your packet. Taylor has agreed to take the comments from the commission and from this discussion and revise the documents and get them back to Brian in a timely manner, so he and his group can go ahead and start the recruitment process. So just in terms of sort of the parameters of this, we had a conversation with Jim at the September meeting about what we might look for should he ever decide to retire. And shortly thereafter, I guess he decided to go ahead and retire. So we had a good conversation early on. It is a commission appointment, but we are very much in lockstep with the governor's office and make sure that they are involved in every aspect of the process. So by the time we get to the selection, that we have some idea of who we want in that position and what she wants in that position. That's an important part of that. as I already mentioned, Brian will be leading that whole effort. In terms of timeline, we are hoping to have this conversation today with an agreement to go forward with additions or corrections, whatever, to the recruitment materials, post the position by December 1st, if not earlier, but December 1st is what we agreed to. The post would end the 14th of January, and that would give Brian and his group time to vet and go through all those different sorts of processes that they need to check out. We'd come back to the commission for an update at the February meeting, public meeting, and then we're aiming toward a selection. There'll be lots of other work in between those two milestones, but we're looking for selection of a new director at the March meeting with the idea that he or she would start perhaps a month later. And Jim has agreed to stay in some fashion involved in the agency until that time. So thank you, Jim, for your graciousness about that. I'm certain I've missed something in terms of logistics, but somebody will remind me of that. I wanted to make sure we have time for Jason. I think you're on. And then Morgan Gratz Weiser is also on the call from the governor's office. So Jason.
The Chair MacArthur, I see Ms. Morgan Gratz Weiser, but I do not see Jason Miner just yet. Oh, here he is. Let me switch him over. Okay.
And then Chair, if we had any questions about the schedule, should we bring it up later or?
Yeah, well, I want to make sure the governor's office could weigh in general, and then I'll turn it over to Brian because he will be leading that. And yes, the schedule things are really important questions, but that's about the right time to do it. So
thank you.
Jason, welcome.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thank you for switching me over. Yeah, I had logged in I suppose, some different capacity. But I appreciate being invited to this part of the meeting. And Chair MacArthur, you probably queued up a question which I wasn't able to hear as I was in the zone between participant and panelist.
I have been there a few times myself the past couple of days, so thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, we were just describing the fact that this is a commission appointment, but we are very much in coordination with the governor's office on this. You and Morgan and Barry Leslie are our contacts in the governor's office, and we sent you drafts of those materials, and you guys commented on that, so the draft should reflect the comments to date. But what are your thoughts from the governor's office, and what you're looking to see in a new director of the department?
Great, and thanks for the question. And yeah, I mean, we've been fortunate enough to participate in recruitment of several directors in the past year or so. So we will be coming to this having worked with the Department of Forestry on the recruitment of the state forester, working with the Dogami on state geologist, and having just worked with OWEB, which has a new director. So, as Jim has, I think very generously offered to be a part of this transition over the course of the winter and spring, that, in our experience, that's a huge help in this conversation. I think in those other processes, in many ways, I think we are interested in following the lead structurally and procedurally as to where the commission wants to see us. This conversation is probably an example, but also, traditionally have participated either in a one-on-one interview or a governor's office interview alongside the chair of any candidate. Really, you inviting us as to where you want, at what point in the process you want us to engage is helpful. Again, reflecting on sort of a busy year of recruitments of incredibly important positions, we have tended to get involved after the commission or DAS or others have done sort of several initial narrowings. I kind of invite you to help us understand if that's where you want us in this process too. I think that what I see in that perspective is you set the you sort of set the trajectory, and we, offer some insight once you've narrowed a field. But I can imagine other ways that you might want this process to work. I think the governor is looking for, a strong and diverse leadership core across state agency directors as a whole, and views DLCD as an opportunity to continue leading on sort of several of her priorities, including the role of land use planning in climate adaptation and mitigation, and increasing and building a more racially just state. So I think I have liked to say in past conversations that if you have more than a couple of priorities, you have no priorities. I will leave it pretty short and just say that I think those are really the two priorities that are guiding our next, keep on wanting to say 15 months in office, but that number keeps getting shorter. And I will invite Morgan to, Morgan may, I think DLCD as an agency will be in Morgan's portfolio in the near future. And so I'll invite Morgan to both introduce herself and add anything that you want to this conversation.
Thank you, Jason. And yeah, I was going to get to Morgan as well. So welcome. I haven't seen you before. I'm sure you've been around, but why don't we just do a quick introduction of the commissioners so you know them. So I'm Robin MacArthur, the chair. Vice chair.
Vice Chair Aniela Halova. Nice to meet you.
Nick.
I'm Nick Lelak. I am in Eastern Oregon. I live in Bend. Nice to meet you.
Commissioner Warren.
Hi, Commissioner Stuart Warren. I'm kind of representing Southern Oregon on this commission.
And Commissioner Jacobson.
Hi, nice to see you again. I'm Commissioner Jacobson and I represent the coast.
And Morgan, you may know our newest member as of Wednesday is new Commissioner Barbara Boyer, who is also on the Ag Board. So we're pretty excited about having her join us in February.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh.
That's okay. That's okay. Commissioner Gerard Sandoval. So representing the Willamette Valley, and I live in Eugene.
He's a professor and a researcher on all sorts of great topics. Thank you. My apologies. So Morgan.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and hello to all commissioners. Thank you for the introductions. It's lovely to meet you all. I'm Morgan Gratz-Weiser. I joined the governor's office November 1st, and I am sharing the natural resources portfolio with Jason. I'm here as a deputy natural resources policy advisor, and I will be working with the agency and this commission. So I look forward to that. Just a little background about me is most recently I've spent 3 years working with Oregon Environmental Council, doing their legislative work, and I worked in the state legislature in the Senate for a few different senators before that. And so I'm familiar-ish, but looking to learn quite a bit more about the agency and the work that we're doing and how I can help support. In this work, I'm happy to be a point of contact and a conduit, and I think probably Jason and I might share a little bit some of the kind of new hiring work, but I'm happy to jump in as best I can.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you on this topic as well as others in front of the commission and the department. So thanks, welcome. At this point, unless there are any questions from commissioners, and I will look across my entire board so I don't miss anybody. Questions for the governor's office, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you. So, so I'm currently being trained as a search advocate through Oregon State University. They have this great program. I think Katie's also been through it, and it's basically a way to have someone in a search committee make sure that the process is transparent and it's kind of looking for biases and so forth. So I'm just wondering if the state has something similar, or has anyone trained to do something like that?
That's a perfect question, Commissioner, to segue to tee up Brian to take that, as well as schedule and recruitment. So Brian. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chair MacArthur. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to be with you today. My name is Brian Light. I work in the Chief Human Resource Office as an HR administrator. My responsibilities are labor relations, which does not affect you today, and then statewide recruitment. Normally, we have an executive recruiter who would be addressing you today. But as many folks are dealing with folks moving on to various positions, our executive recruiter left us just a couple of weeks ago and is moving on to do some other work. So I'm stepping in until we get our new executive recruiter hired. And I'm going to be working hand in hand with Taylor and folks to make sure that this is a very successful recruitment for you. Having said that, Chair Sandoval, let me just say that I'm very intrigued by what you've raised. We don't have a formal program. I would love to hear more. Our goal is always to have very transparent, open processes, and so I would love to hear more about that. And that is probably something that we need to be considering. So thank you for raising that. Chair MacArthur did a great job of giving a run through of the tentative timeline on this recruitment that has been presented, which begins with us if the proposed recruitment schedule and approach is approved. It has us posting this initially on December 1st. And again, going through January 14th, that gives us a good 6 weeks of getting this position out there, allowing us to source the position for you and really get some good quality applicants into the pool for you. Then as you see, I'm not going to repeat everything Chair just mentioned, but it gives us a good timeline for an appointment decision in your March 31st timeframe. And there's plenty of time built in actually to where if we were to run a little bit long on any of these, I'm not particularly concerned. This is a good conservative approach, and it gives us some time. So I think we won't have any trouble hitting the schedule, given some other recruitments that we've been involved in, provided that we get a good quality applicant pool for you. And we'll be working very closely with you to help ensure that we do that. The process as laid out involves a pre-screening. I'll tell you there are a couple of approaches we can take to that, and that is dependent on how the board wants to approach this. Typically what happens is as we get applicants in, my office will screen them to ensure that they meet the minimum qualifications, and then we will send you a list of everyone who's met the minimum qualifications with recommendations of who we think you should move forward. That doesn't mean you can't move someone else forward that we didn't recommend. We just go based on resume, cover letter, background, conversations that we've had during the recruitment process, and we recommend based on that a select handful for you to move forward into first round interviews. Sometimes the board wants to see everyone who applied, regardless of whether or not we feel they have met the minimum qualifications, because they want a second set of eyes on those. We can absolutely take that approach. We can provide you with information on all the applicants. Again, that's up to the board on how you wish to approach that. After that initial pre-screening, then we have round one interviews where you interview the candidates and narrow down your top candidates. And it looks like then we want to put them in front of a stakeholder group with a meet and greet. We make very clear with these stakeholder groups that their job is to provide input. They don't necessarily, they don't have say into the process, but they do have a chance to provide input. And why that's important is it doesn't lock you guys in, but it allows you to get some very meaningful and very, very important feedback from your stakeholder groups on the candidates. After that meet and greet, then it looks like there'll be another internal meet and greet with the top candidates. and then we move on to background checks. And usually there's another round of interviews. There doesn't have to be, depending on how we feel we're doing on candidates. But then that gives us the week of February 14th to do background checks, make sure that we're not seeing any red flags, and then you can move forward with your appointment decision. Lots of time in between that February 14th and March 31st, which gives us some flexibility if one of these stages runs long. With that, I'm going to stop talking and see if you have any questions for me on the process as outlined. This is the, my apologies. This is the process largely that we used for the state forester.
Thank you. Really appreciate that, and appreciate your being in charge of this. So a question that you raised, which I think we should start off with commissioners, is how should this commission be involved? Obviously, in the end game, everyone should be involved, but does the whole commission want to be involved in sort of that pre-screening? Or I was actually thinking along the lines of maybe, and I haven't talked to Anjali about this, so Vice Chair Halova, but I was wondering if once DAS does their first level screening, that group of candidates comes to us, we might screen that a little more, and then bring the smaller group of candidates to, if it is a smaller group, to the full commission. But I am open to either way, having everyone have a chance. I want to make sure we are confidential about that distribution of those materials, and I'm sure you all would be, but what is the preference of commissioners for involvement in those early stages? Anyone disagree with that approach? Excuse me, Stuart Warren, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to say I support that approach. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. I don't know if we all need to be involved in the early stages, let you all kind of do the initial screening, and then we can come in when you think it's time.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, I think that approach is fine. I guess the one thing I would just say is, sometimes they don't go the way you think. So I feel like if we maybe have staff go through that screening and they don't, feel there's anyone to actually bring forward to interviews, because that happens sometimes, that maybe we would want to take a look at those applicants and double check. But I think if things go well, I think the process you've outlined sounds good.
Good feedback, Commissioner Lilac.
I agree. Having just gone through this process myself with my new position, and then now in the process of hiring 4 department heads, I agree. I like this approach. My only hope is that at some point in the process, and maybe it's the final round interviews, and maybe I'm pushing the envelope here, but it'd be great to meet in person, have the interviews in person if possible.
I didn't hear do what? I'm sorry.
It would be great to, if we met in person, if we conducted possibly a final interview in person, including either all or some commissioners, or a hybrid meeting or something of that nature.
I really like that idea as well. So thank you. And then I should actually turn to Vice Chair Halova, because I threw that kind of out there with an extra responsibility to see if you're interested in being part of that sort of pre-screening process.
Yeah, I think it's good to see all the candidates, just to see who, what was the volume, what are the backgrounds. I think that will give us some insight into eventually why we chose, whoever we choose.
Great.
And I don't know what volume we're talking about. No, it's like 1,000.
We have a lot of people applying, actually.
So,
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I think this answered my question, but I just wanted to make sure that there was at least one commissioner kind of, at all levels of the process. But yeah, I think there is, right?
Yes, I've sort of jump-started this because I wanted to make sure we met the schedule that Jim is on, and that we had plenty of time to both consider applicants at our end, but also involve a broader group of stakeholders for the meet and greet, as Brian described. I think it's a real opportunity for us to include the broader, more diverse set of voices that we've been including in our rules advisory committees and other settings. to that table, as opposed in contrast to what we used to do, which is really cities, counties, and ag and interest groups. I think it's really important to include a broader array of voices in that process for the meet and greet. So, yes.
And so I'm sorry. So there will be a commissioner present at every screening stage of the process. Is that right? Like so in academia, we go from the long list, like hundreds of people apply for a job, to like the short list, brings it down to 20. And then we bring in to those that we fly in to give job talks. So it's like 4 people or whatever. So at every stage, I guess that's my question. At every stage of like the screening process, will there be a commissioner present?
Well, I guess that depends. I think there's a general yes, but if there are 100 applicants, I personally am not going to go through 100 applicants, I don't think. And I don't know if Anjali would either. I think I would value the input of DAS and their experience, along with our guidelines that we need to get to and approve today about what we're looking for. I would trust them to do that first sort, maybe get it, even if it got down to 40, I'd be willing to go that route. But if it's going to be 100, I probably wouldn't. So I think the answer is yes, Anjali and I would be very involved. But if there's just so many applicants and many of them clearly aren't qualified, not what we're looking for, given our screening criteria, I prefer those folks got screened out earlier rather than later.
Okay, sounds good.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, and this may be a little off topic, but I think it's really important for us to start considering is setting expectations for individual commissioners through this process. For example, should we be interacting with potential applicants if they're reaching out to us, or what does that role of individual commissioners look like, so we can all be on the same page?
Thank you. I so meant to get to that earlier in my intro. So thank you. I'm going to actually turn it over to Steve, though, because I think it's important for us to know the legal pieces of that. So does that seem like something you can answer, Steve?
Process it for a second. Repeat it for me.
Well, the question, and maybe it's Brian, because Brian has more experience perhaps in the personnel piece. So both or one of you could answer. So the question really is, if somebody calls us one of the commissioners and wants to talk to us about the job and wants to kind of, well, in addition to talking to us about the job, and most likely lobby us, is that an appropriate thing? Should we be doing that? Is that okay to answer questions, do whatever? What are the parameters of our conversations or interactions with potential candidates?
I'll give my answer and I'll let Brian help because he has more experience in this particular context. But I think if this isn't like a quasi judicial proceeding where we would have to come back and put that on the record. You do have the ability to talk to people and get their input. I would also, suggest that you direct them to the more public settings because we do have these on the agenda for the LCDC hearing, leaving once more, and then the decision-making hearing. So I would encourage them to also participate in that regard. And if you feel like there's something that you want to put on the record at either of those hearings that you've had a conversation, we can certainly do that as well.
Great, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, thank you. I don't differ from Steve's advice with the caveat that if you begin to take questions from a candidate who reaches out to you, then you get placed in the wonderful situation of really having to take questions from any candidate that reaches out to you. So you don't want to pick and choose which candidates you're responding to and which ones you're not, just to be fair and equitable across the board. So if you do that for one, you have to do that for anyone who reaches out to you and has questions. And then what we recommend is when you do have those interactions, just bring those back to the board and let folks know, hey, by the way, I had this interaction. Candidate asked these questions, just so everything is open and transparent with everyone about who's talking to whom and how those conversations are going.
And I had a question, Chair, in regard to that. What about the working in reverse? Like we know what the job is and we know people that might be good candidates, and now we're going out and asking them. it's a little different than the person contacting you. I would imagine that that should be part of our job description, but I wanted to hear what you had to say.
Chair, if you're looking for a recommendation, we absolutely don't have any problem with commissioners reaching out to people who they think would be great for the job, but we do consider that actually very helpful in the recruitment and an important part of what you do. If you know of someone who would be great, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that individual.
Great, thank you.
Just obviously making sure you're not making any promises as you encourage them to apply.
Great. So at this point, I'd like to focus commissioners' attention to attachment B, which talks about the DLCD director information, the required skills, desired skills. Oh, yes.
Chair, I had some comments about the schedule.
Okay, great.
So it feels very fast. Sounds like it's fast out of necessity. I guess my question is two things. One, is it typical to go this fast, or has it gone this fast in the past, and did it work out? And then the second one, being the holiday season, that this is happening during the holidays, is that considered a benefit or a negative? And then I think my third one was related to, I think, what Commissioner Jacobson said, or let's say we get to that first stage and I'm making it up, there's 3 candidates and all three don't work, let's say. What is the process for, or getting to that deadline date? Do you extend the open part of that? So those are sort of my questions.
I think these are good questions for Brian. You have way more experience in executive recruitment than I do.
I'm happy to answer those, Chair. Thank you. I think this is a very doable timeline and very typical of what we see. The holidays will play a part, and that is one reason we were comfortable having this position open for 6 weeks, where initially we may open a position for a month and source that. Going 6 weeks gives us that additional time. And I have to apologize, Vice Chair, I didn't quite get your last question. So if you could repeat that for me.
If we get to that date, I don't have the calendar, but it's the January 17th date, maybe, or something like that.
Okay.
And we realize that we don't have enough, maybe there's somebody there, but we actually want more options just in case that person doesn't work out, what do you do at that?
Yes, Vice Chair, what we would do in that situation is we would extend the posting and keep sourcing and recruiting. And at that point, I wouldn't recommend changing your time frame because we have some extra time built in there. But there may become a time, if that were to happen, where we would come back and want to talk about changing maybe some of this time frame. But trying not to borrow trouble, and hopefully we'll get some good candidates for you.
And I had one more question that I didn't say, but I don't know, Steve, if you wanted to say something in relation to.
Yeah, no, and I would just say that, the commission would have the opportunity then to appoint someone as an acting or interim director while you continue that. So the operations of the department could continue and you would afford yourself that extra time.
The last question, it is the last question that I want to ask, was about distribution, because I know I've talked, obviously not for this high profile of a position, but in the past I've talked internally about kind of the lack of diversity with regard to distribution of where job announcements are posted and like who would end up seeing them or not. And one of the reasons I asked about the timeline is if this person came from out of state, is it just focused on in-state people? And we are basically saying, if you were from out of state, it would be really hard to find this job announcement. So I just wanted to understand what has been the typical in the past distribution concept from the state, and how has that changed to reflect diversity, equity, inclusion, the job distribution?
Great questions. Chair, would you like me to jump in?
Yes, please do.
Great questions. We do plan on sourcing this nationally and really casting a wide net for you. we also, I can provide you, Vice Chair, a list of all our various associations that we work very closely with. And those relationships have been very beneficial in the past in really helping us get some diverse candidates into our pool. So I'm happy to share our resources there with you and with the entire board. I can have that sent over. We also greatly utilize LinkedIn as we are looking for passive candidates, candidates who don't know that they're looking for this job, but we convince them that they're looking for this job. We do a great job of working directly with LinkedIn's talent folks to help us find those candidates. So a combination of various associations, various postings, and really one of my questions to Taylor originally was, if there are professional associations that we should also be tapping into, we need to know who those are so that we can work directly with those folks on making sure that this gets sourced out through those professional associations.
That's great. And so I'm wondering if after the meeting, you could go ahead and send out the list of associations that you do already have on your list to coordinate relative to this recruitment. And then I would encourage commissioners to respond to Brian and Taylor about that, so that you can, I'm assuming, Brian, that what you're asking for is we can add other folks and groups and everything to the list, and that would hopefully respond to some of the concerns that folks have about the wide distribution of this this posting.
Correct, Chair. We have our regular associations, but if there are particular professional associations really focused on this type of work, those we won't know who those are. And so we really lean on you folks as the experts to let us know who those are so that we can connect with them.
And I would think, just off the top of my head, and maybe you already have it on there, I guess it's already on there on the list, is, I was thinking of the county planning directors along with AOC, LOC, they probably have an equivalent, City Planning Directors Association. American Institute of Architects, I think, is a useful thing because people do crossover on that. So, and I think those are all already on your list, but commissioners, other ideas? Commissioner Warren?
I just want to give a quick reminder to all my fellow commissioners that when we do these responding to emails, to be careful not to reply to all so we don't get ourselves in trouble with quorum.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's, I'm thinking specifically of organizations that, the chapters of organizations that have more of a diversity push to them. So I'd have to get the list and then see, but within the APA, within, is tangential, but the American Society of Landscape Architects, American, different sustainability organizations, I think should be on the list. Yeah, so I think people are members of different things that, could cross over into this, or those folks know people who would be interested. But yes. I think within all of those, there are more specific, culturally specific, or diversity specific entities.
Yeah, I think that's good.
National Association of Minority Architects, things like that.
Great. Other questions about schedule? I think because part of recruitment really is to make sure that this commission feels like we are advertising for the qualities we want in that position. So I do want you to look at attachment B. You probably have already read it, it's been in your packet, but anything you see in there that you'd like to add, change, whatever, Vice Chair.
I just had two things that I wanted to change in B, maybe. One was under the desired skills. It was talking about climate smart and equitable land use without sacrificing. And I think that implies that those are at odds with each other. And so I wanted to change without sacrificing to while advancing Oregon's rural communities and natural resources, just so it's not implied that those are opposites. And then I think in this attachment and the other attachment A, I think there's no mention to the urban growth boundaries, and it's kind of implied in the protecting farm and forest land. And so I could see it one way. One, we're protecting farm and forest land. There's different tools for that. One of them is the UGB. But I've always wanted to be very explicit about the belief in the UGBs and how important those are. So I would like to see that word in there, but I think that's, and I have comments about attachment A. Should I give them at the same time?
Sure, they're related. So I was.
Yeah. So on attachment A, I think it was section 2B, but it felt there, it's referenced. I think that there's multiple copy within that document. Under those bullet points, evaluate the land use system and protect farmland. I don't think there's anything there about goal 1 about diverse participation. I just want to make sure.
Great addition.
And I think there's like I said, another version of that within the same document.
And if we use the term goal 1, we should describe what that is for.
Yeah. I wasn't saying to use the term goal 1. I was just saying the content of the importance of community participation, diverse community participation. And then I was trying to be like, is a salary on here? But I don't know. Did I miss it?
Brian, what the salary thing?
It will certainly be in the announcement. I don't have it handy right this second, but I can get you that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but it will certainly be in the announcement. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So overall, it was great. I have very minor comments.
So I just want to make sure I look to Taylor, since you've been willing to be the scribe on translating what the commissioners are saying to the documents. Did you get sufficient detail from Vice Chair Holova to do that?
Yes, thank you for the comments, Vice Chair Holova. I've made note of them and I will absolutely include the recommended changes.
Great. And then the other change was on the, it's actually in addition to the schedule itself. It doesn't indicate when the closing date is for the posting, and this January 14th, I believe that the applications are due. So if you could add that to the schedule. Others. And then I want to make sure I don't just open it up to commissioners, because I know that Kirsten and Jim were involved in the evolution of these documents as well. But if there's other things you've thought about or your staff has thought about and you want to add those into this, please feel free to speak up now.
Chair MacArthur, if Jim doesn't have anything, Director Rue?
Commissioner Sandoval, you have your question up. Your hand.
Again, Chair MacArthur, if I'll go again after Commissioner Sandoval to respond to the search advocacy and one other item.
Great.
If
Thank
Jim
you.
doesn't have anything, thank you.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, so Appendix A, Section 4. So the first thing it says is frequent overnight travel and some out-of-state travel. And I'm thinking, how important is that to put that there? Because it might, someone that has kids that might turn them off from applying but I don't know how important, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
May I respond to that, Chair, in terms of
yes.
Before times? So clearly, Commissioner Sandoval, I haven't been anywhere in the last 2 years, but I would distinguish between out-of-state travel. There is no sort of national association of land use directors like there are with so many other of my colleagues. So out-of-state travel is pretty rare. Overnight travel should be relatively frequent, I think. It's a big state, and in the before times, I tried to be out several times a year to the east side, to the coast. I think traveling and meeting people where they are, especially local electeds, is really critical.
And in addition, we have our commission meetings that we generally meet in Salem, but we try a couple of times a year to go out in the community for the same reason. It's important. We haven't been able to do that because of the pandemic, but it's really important for us to be in communities, get the local tours, really understand the issues. We do that pretty well virtually, but there's nothing like walking the coast or walking into downtown or Main Street in Eastern Oregon and getting a sense of the difficulty of redevelopment or whatever. So I would agree that I think travel is important, in-state travel.
Chair?
Vice Chair Holova.
That the amount of travel I've heard does not sound like the word frequent to me. Like if it's 4 days, 4 times a year, and how Jim just described it. So I don't know if there's a better way to say how much travel, because a lot of times they say like 10% travel, or there's some way that a person looking at it and this is to Commissioner's comment, that it might make people who have small kids decide that this frequent travel is not for me, when it doesn't read as frequent when you actually talk about the numbers.
Would you suggest a different word then? Because I also, I hear it, I hear your points, but I also think, well, you guys will inherit the load post me, but I think it's really important to be able to travel and do some of the things we just described. So
yeah, I'm not talking about the importance. I'm saying articulating the level in a way that's somebody can understand, because one person's version of frequent is something, and another person's version of frequent is something else. So I don't know what the typical way in HR is to describe the level of travel, but it would be good to be more specific with it, so people know what they're getting into, good or bad.
You probably have found this to be an issue with other recruitments potentially. And so what is your thought, Brian, about a different word or a different way to advertise and still, let people know there is travel involved?
Yeah, there's a couple. Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of ways we could approach this. To, instead of the word frequently, if it's quarterly, we can say it's quarterly. If it's I think I need a better idea of what the travel actually looks like in order to answer that. Some is just as vague as frequent. So, but I've seen the word some used. So frequent is usually used when we want candidates and the person coming into the position to know that there's an expectation that often they're going to be traveling. But if that's not the case, we can certainly look. But I need a better understanding of what the travel would really look like to give you a better answer than that. Whether it's monthly, quarterly. I just don't have a sense of that yet, but we can work on that word.
Jim, do you have a thought about that? It seems to me almost the paragraph you described about your travel post and pre-pandemic is maybe that's the paragraph. This is an externally focused position. It requires going throughout the state to meet with folks to understand the issues. And we also have commission meetings, 3 times a year outside of Salem that would require travel. Maybe we are much more specific, and then they can infer what that means for them and their families.
Yeah, if I were to give a number to Anjali's point about frequency means different things to different people, I would say 25%. So a week, a month, cumulatively.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Jacobson?
Yeah, you said a few of the things I was going to say, but I think working with Director Rue and kind of as he just did, and kind of providing more information and fleshing that out. As someone with young kids who travel a lot in my young career, I don't think it's so much the word frequent or some that's challenging. It's like, well, what does that mean? Is it evenings? Is it weekends? Am I gone 4 nights in a row? Am I gone 2? Because from a parent, and I immediately just go to logistics, so I think, and I see Anjali shaking her head, right? So I think fleshing that out a little bit so someone reading that job description can kind of think about like, oh, that, you know, I could make that work, or I don't know that I could. So I think words like, you know, this is an externally focused position, you're traveling throughout the state, you're often, I'm assuming, Director Rue, driving long distances to get to those places. You know, you're staying overnight in rural locations. I'm assuming a lot of this is during the week, but it might spill over onto an occasional weekend if you have to drive back from Pendleton or something on a Saturday morning. So I think just honing in on what exactly we're talking about, you know, like how many nights you're gone and that kind of stuff, often I think that would just be helpful for someone looking at that and trying to understand if it's going to, you know, meet the, you know, they're going to be able to meet the needs of the job as well as, you know, balance what other family or other things they have going on.
All good points. Thank you, Commissioner. Deputy Director Green, I'm sorry, I left you a few moments ago and didn't get back to you. So do you have some things you wanted to add to the conversation?
No problem. I just want to be conscious of time, but on agenda item A, attachment A there on the position description, we do have a few other recommended changes. If commissioners could just follow along. These came from our senior policy advisor, Palmer Mason. Jim and I agree, Jim Taylor and I agree these are good, but just so you know and are not surprised. So in that section B on page 2, we would include the position direction sets policy, budget and legislative priorities. It's an important distinction there. We would add rulemaking into that second sentence. And then in the middle of the bullets, Palmer had a good 2 additions, which one was address the planning for housing need, choices and supply for state and local land use programs, and also collaborate with the federal government, state agencies and local governments to address the prevention and mitigation of natural hazards, particularly those hazards exacerbated by climate change. On the final page under working conditions, we know we'll be fleshing out that travel. I think this is just an excellent discussion. Palmer suggested this position in this position, paragraph second from the last, as the head of the department, this position is expected to engage frequently with legislators, stakeholders, and local governments and other key partners. So that'll probably tie in that travel addition. Just on the, if there are no challenges with that, obviously we'd like to hear from commissioners, but just to address Commissioner Sandoval's point about search advocacy training, he's right that our former human resources manager, Katie Leahy, did take that training with 3 or 4 other DLCD staff, one who's her fellowship ended. But there's a cadre of staff that have gone through that training. We've been working with Kim Detweiler as our sort of HR navigator at CHRO and asking about search advocacy with respect to DAS. And just as Brian mentioned, it hasn't been kind of formally integrated. So we've been integrating aspects of that search advocacy process with, you know, DAS, CHRO, DLCD hiring best practices. One of them is to have a trained search advocate look at the position description and the job posting before it goes. So we might include that. And or Commissioner Sandoval, if you'd like to join us in that, but with that particular perspective, we'd be quite pleased. Thank you.
Commissioner Sandoval, is that something you're willing to do? That would be really wonderful.
I would say I'm not fully trained as a search advocate yet. I'm about halfway through the training, but I can still serve if you'd like.
I think that's just a great nexus. And as we look to integrate search advocacy with kind of DLCD HR best practices, it's just great to know you've had that training as well. I know that if there are any of our trained search advocates listening, I know they're cheering. Thank you.
Oh, I would also say Commissioner Jacobson, she's gone through the full training, I think, right, Commissioner?
Yes, I have gone through the full training. You have to renew every 2 years with training hours, and I haven't done that. So while you are not fully certified, I'm probably not either, because I think I still need some additional hours to keep that up. But I have gone through it multiple times with my 17 years at OSU previous to being with Lincoln County. Great program.
Great. Kirsten, thank you so much for the comments from staff. And I in talking through this with Kirsten and Esther and Taylor and Jim, I really want to make sure that department staff feels like they have a meaningful role in this selection. And that's why Kirsten branched out and talked to some other folks in the agency to get some input on the position description. I think it really is a partnership with department staff and the commission in choosing the right candidate and the right fit. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Steve.
Yeah, I had one possible addition for the commission to consider in section 2A at the bottom of the page where it talks about the director's office makes decisions that affect. I think maybe that you should consider adding tribes to that section.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, perfect. Great catch. So we're out of time, and I want to be respectful of our guests that are here today and cutting into your lunch hour as well as our lunch hour. But so next steps, the way I see next steps, but certainly jump in, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Taylor, for taking these comments from this discussion, putting them into writing and getting those to Brian. Brian, you'll do your magic with your team at DAS. In addition, you'll have a chance to send out the list of organizations that you do outreach to each commissioner. And then each commissioner, well, you can do it to the whole commission, but when a commissioner responds, just respond to Brian directly, if you will, so we don't run into any kind of meeting law issue or quorum issue. So we can add to that list. I also was going to kind of, maybe I'm going too far on this, but I was going to tee off of what Commissioner Vice Chair Holova and others have said about, we all have our own networks. And so as the position is being posted live on all these other areas or sites, if you could send that package of material to us, to each commissioner, and that way we could then send it out to our groups if we think a person or a group to then post in their settings, if that's acceptable to you and that works legally. Is that an okay way to go, Brian?
Yes, sorry, I was just writing it down. Oh. Yes, absolutely.
Just want to make sure your silence wasn't like you were frozen or I maybe got it totally wrong, but thank you. We'll have more conversation with commissioners, obviously, throughout this process, but I would like to get more input in probably the February meeting about the way, and maybe even before then, Anjali and I can talk, get your input on the way in which to engage outside stakeholders in the process. We have some names and things like that, but and we'll obviously confer with Brian about that, make sure we're doing it correctly. But I would like to have some ideas about, what that looks like, as well as with DLC staff engagement, but that can happen in the new year. Thank you to everybody, especially for everyone who worked so hard to get this in front of us at November Commission meeting so we can go ahead and launch. I'm pretty excited about all the input, and we're teed up well. And anything else, Brian, that you want to add, or Jason or Morgan want to add to this conversation?
No, thank you, Commissioner. It's just an honor to be working with the commission on this, and look forward to securing a great candidate for you.
Thank you. Jason, Morgan.
Thanks for having us here. I mean, this is a total, I was happy to be able to listen to the commissioners talk and didn't want to rein in with my own tidbits. I do think in Brian's chart, be figuring out the role of solicited references and reference checks, if that's part of your process. And I may not have tracked the right column as quickly as I could have, and that may have appeared in there, but just having a shared understanding of how you're going to deal with, these are high profile positions. You will get solicited and unsolicited feedback. And I think Commissioner Warren spoke to this just a little bit as well. Those are important questions, I think, as your December conversation, as you sort of converse with each other. Thanks for having us here.
Thank you, Morgan.
Nothing more to add beyond that. It's lovely to meet all of you, and I look forward to working together on this. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. we're sad to have to do this, Jim, but we are excited to go forward with your approval on this effort. So thanks very much. I think it's time for lunch now, and we have to come back at 1, I think. So we shortened your lunch. Apologies to everybody, but we'll see you at 1.
Chair, I think it's 1:15.
Oh, thank you. 1:15. We'll see you at 1:15. Great. Perfect.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back from our lunch on Friday, November 19. Our next agenda item is agenda item 12, recovery planning after the 2020 wildfires.
Thank you, Esther. And I think we just turn this over to Matt to introduce the topic.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Holova, and members of the commission. I am Matt Kroll, the staff here at Department of Land Conservation Development. And yesterday I was here with my transportation planning hat on. Today I'm here to talk about natural hazards and the recovery planning after the 2020 wildfires. So I want to start by framing it up in 2 ways, and then we'll get to most of the presentation will be coming from our regional representatives. And the reason for that is that the first frame that I want to put on this discussion today is that we did not have one disaster in 2020. We really had 5 or 6 distinct disasters in the different regions around the state, and which is why it's really most of the lessons and most of the discussion is going to go on with our regional representatives. But before I get to that, the second frame I want to talk about a little bit is our experience in Oregon with recovery planning, or with recovery and recovery planning, and the framework for that. Or maybe I really should say our lack of experience in recovery, which is in general a good thing. We have not had a lot of large disasters in Oregon, so we've not had a lot of established recovery to be going on. But a couple of years ago, back in 2018, as you can see here, the Office of Emergency Management started putting together a disaster recovery plan as part of their overall plan. As part of doing that, they organized it into these 7 recovery functions that you see listed here in order to understand the different things that the state of Oregon would need to do during a recovery operation. Some of them are pretty obvious. Disaster housing. After a disaster, you need to find a place for people to live. That's been a big one, certainly in this. One of those, you'll notice number 1 on the top there is community planning and capacity building. So the Office of Emergency Management came to Department of Land Conservation Development and said, hey, community planning, that sounds like you guys would be willing to be the coordinating agency for community planning and capacity building. We said, sure, we'll do that. What does that take? All right, maybe we should have done that in the other order, asked first what it was, but community planning, capacity building, it sounded like us. It sounded like the kinds of things we did. So we signed up to do that. But to be really honest, from 2018, for the first couple of years where we were on this plan, we did not do a whole lot. I mean, we attended some meetings, we thought about it, we kind of tried to get our head around what kind of recovery, what would it be, but we focused most of our attention on mitigation planning. And that was an intentional decision, is that we thought if we can do the things that prevent the disasters from becoming really disastrous or prevent that damage, that's the most important thing we can be doing pre-disasters to try to reduce our vulnerabilities. Well, when the pandemic came along in 2020, Office of Emergency Management actually started to pull this plan out and say, well, this has been a statewide disaster. And they started the process of a recovery planning, but that was kind of an unusual, or it continues to be an unusual sort of disaster, and it didn't really fit very well. Then in, of course, September of 2020, we had that wildfires across the state, and all of a sudden OEM said, oh yeah, we're doing recovery now at this point. We need to activate this plan. We need to get all the state agencies going on that, and let's start seeing what we can do. So we got pulled together at DLCD and started talking about community planning, capacity building. What is that kind of recovery? What are we going to do? And we came up with this statement that you can see on the screen here, that our goal, or our overall vision for recovery would be that Oregon communities who are recovering from the destructive wildfires have the capacity to envision a more healthy, equitable, resilient, and prosperous future and the capacity to create a strategic rebuilding plan that achieves their vision. So that's what we came up with. Obviously, you're going to hear the details of how that plays out in the 5 or 6 regions, but we were still kind of stuck in that we don't have a lot of experience with this. The good news is that there is an agency that does have a lot of experience with recovery, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and they came to our rescue and sent in several people, deployed people who do have experience in this. And so at this point, I want to turn it over to, I see Beth Otto is here, and I think Heidi Arnold has also joined us, who are both with FEMA and can talk a little bit about what their role was in this and how they helped out at the statewide level and at the regional levels.
Thank you. Welcome, Beth.
Thank you. I think Heidi's here and is going to speak. Let me give her a moment. Heidi, are you here? I see you.
You may be on mute. I don't know, but.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. I was back here frantically clicking away. My apologies. Yes, my name's Heidi Arnold. I'm with FEMA, and I just recently replaced Beth as the field coordinator on DR 4562. And thank you, Matt, for the detailed history of how this all came together, because I didn't come in initially on this project. I came in several months later. So basically, FEMA's general role in any type of disaster is to support the development of capacity in recovering communities. And that would include, partnering with our state and local partners, of which DLCD has just been a phenomenal partner. It's been a real joy to work with Matt and the rest of his team. But that's what we primarily do. We work a little more behind the scenes to bring in a variety of resources, help everybody get focused and coordinated, and so that they can move forward with focusing on recovery and not so much the behind the scenes work. Beth, did you have anything that you wanted to add, or did I sum it up pretty well?
Yeah, I think you summed it up well. I was here a little Heidi and just started working with Matt and the regional reps right away. And like Heidi said, we just offered them the support that they needed, resources, knowledge that we have from going through what is honestly at the community level an incredibly overwhelming and complex process. And so we were just here to support and appreciate the wonderful work of all of the state agencies and DLCD. Thanks.
Thank you too for being here today.
Thanks. And I think at the peak, did you have 5 or 6 people here in Oregon working deployed out to different areas? So
yeah, for community planning, capacity building, we had one person basically assigned to each of the 5 disasters, as Matt framed very well in the beginning. And then there's a larger structure that comes with the OAM structure, as well as FEMA's interagency recovery coordination. So there were other people part of our team doing different tasks.
All right. Well, I think I see Commissioner Jacobson would like to speak.
I just have to say, I think Beth and Heidi are being far too modest about their role and efforts here in Oregon. And so I just had to call them out and just say that while they have also been working at a state level, they have both been working at a local level as well. Heidi and I meet every Monday and have been for quite a while. And what I find most valuable about working with them is having never been through this, both as a community and as a commissioner before, There's a lot of resources that come your way. They're not always the ones you want, or they sometimes have restrictions on them. And so you are on the fly trying to build like a patchwork quilt, blind, trying to fix your community back together with these little patches of money. That's kind of the best analogy I can describe what it's like to try to recover a community. And what is amazing about Beth and Heidi, because they've kind of been there, done that so many times, is they're really, really insightful and good at saying, hey, you know, don't use that pot of money for that, because it's more flexible, and put that over here. You know, this grant source is worth going after, this one isn't, because of the time and energy involved. And it sounds small, but in a community that we don't have a lot of staff time, we don't have a lot of finance people, it is really critical to try to conserve what staff and resource time you have, so that you can kind of get the biggest recovery for your efforts you put forward. And so that has been phenomenally helpful, and just having the guidance of people that have helped community through this many, many times and have experience. And like I said, trying to build that quilt. So I just wanted to call them both out and say, I think your efforts in Oregon have been just extraordinary. And I'm really grateful to have been able to work with both of you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, because I certainly believe that, but you've had a front row seat to see it much more cleanly than I have. So that's great. Which I think is probably a good segue to then talking about this first framing that I brought up, that this was not one disaster. Although on paper, the federal government issued one disaster declaration, DR 4562. We know that it's been playing out very differently in each of our regions. Depending on how you count exactly, I usually counted at 5 different disasters, 6 if you talk about Clackamas County and there's a separate area. So the rest of our presentation here, we will talk about each of these areas, or we'll have our regional representatives talk about each of them. And we've organized them, roughly speaking, at least onto a continuum, starting out at the most urban end, where the Alameda fire affected primarily areas in the city limits and in urban growth boundaries, working through to the Santiam Canyon that had some cities, incorporated cities, and quite a bit of rural land. The Lane County up the Holiday Farm fire that involved a rural unincorporated community that had some city-like aspects to it though, and so it has some of that. Lincoln County, where it was out in the Otis, the unincorporated community there, more residential type, and then out to Douglas County, where it was around the unincorporated community of Glide, but primarily rural lands that were affected there. So with that, I will turn it over to Josh LaBombard, our regional representative for Southern Oregon.
Well, thank you, Matt, and good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. I'm Josh LaBombard. I'm the Southern Oregon representative for the department. So as Matt just illustrated, I'm here to provide an update on 3 of the 2020 Labor Day fires that affected Southern Oregon. 2 occurred in Jackson County and 1 in Douglas. Starting with Jackson County, we had the Almeda fire and the South Obenshain fires. The Almeda fire began on the north side of the city of Ashland and burned north up the Highway 99 and Bear Creek corridor and through the cities of Talon and Phoenix, and then into unincorporated Jackson County, and then stopping basically at the southern end of the city of Medford city limits. The fire was largely an urban fire, so while it only burned about 3,000 acres in total, it caused a substantial amount of structural damage. The South Obenshain fire burned northeast of the city of Eagle Point in a mix of farm and open space land with some scattered residences and it burned about 33,000 acres. Matt, can you move to the next slide, please? Altogether, the 2 fires destroyed about 2,500 homes, which included a disproportionate loss of approximately 1,600 manufactured homes. This image here is of one of the manufactured home parks that was destroyed. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. There was also a substantial loss of about 180 commercial properties And of course, there was quite a bit of significant damage to the urban infrastructure and equipment as well. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. In total, approximately 6,500 people were displaced. And as many of you know, Southern Oregon, like much of Oregon, was already suffering from a substantial lack of affordable housing to local residents. And this situation definitely exacerbated the problem, especially with the manufactured housing community. You know, as I mentioned, 1,600 of the 2,500 homes lost were manufactured homes. And those, you know, really represent what's been referred to as the naturally occurring affordable housing. I mean, this really means that the homes are affordable due to age, size, condition. And while there are separate concerns about that type of housing, it is by its nature affordable. And it's unlikely that replacement units will be at the same level of affordability. So that's definitely a major issue, an affordability issue and an equity issue in this area that deserves a lot of attention and is getting attention both at the state and local levels. But I think it's an open question as to how much help is going to be available to help bridge that gap between what the price of the homes that were lost and what the newer homes are going to be. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. Considerable rebuilding has occurred and is continuing right now. In Jackson County, building permits have been issued for about 25% of the destroyed residences. And I've been told that that number should increase considerably in the not too distant future once more of the manufactured home parts get their infrastructure repaired and their sites prepped. And as you can see in this picture, you know, a lot of people are being flexible. So what you're seeing here in this image that I just took yesterday is, you know, somebody living in a big RV, you know, while their home's getting built. So they're staying there. Obviously, that's not ideal for them, but they're making the best of the situation. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. This is just another shot not too far from there, showing the different stages of development. You can see, I mean, basically all the homes in this picture are new and or being built right now. You can see there's a foundation in the foreground right there. Next slide, Matt. So while significant rebuilding is occurring, there are still many residents who haven't found permanent housing as of yet. There's 110 families or households that are currently residing in FEMA direct housing. And this image here illustrates one of the direct housing projects in the city of Talent. There are also about 430 people that are still being sheltered in hotels. I'm not sure if that number is completely up to date, but it's right in the ballpark there. And many of those in the hotels are slated to be transitioned into long-term apartments through a conversion of 4 hotels in the Medford area that's being done by a private company. Next slide, Matt. Thank you. There has been a tremendous amount of assistance provided to these counties for interim and permanent housing. And the region is beginning to see some of the projects come to fruition. One example that you can see here in this picture is the Talent Urban Renewal, what they call the Gateway site. And the city just held a groundbreaking for 53 trailers that would be used to house displaced families from the Phoenix Talent School District. The project included considerable support from the Oregon Housing and Community Services Department, as well as some local banks and other foundations. And this, the city's, what's interesting about this project is we, DLCD, provided a grant on this site to do design work for permanent development in the site. And essentially, when the city built this site out, they built the infrastructure in such a way that it'll allow for the site to be transitioned over to the permanent development that they wish to see there. In regards to other assistance, DLCD has provided direct technical support and support in a variety of ways for these jurisdictions. We provided approximately $55,000 for staff capacity to Jackson County and the cities of Phoenix and Talent last biennium. With those funds, we hired a consultant to provide real-time permit processing support. It was real kind of basic level support, responding to front counter inquiries on the phone and helping out with floodplain review. Business Oregon has also funded additional staff capacity in many of these jurisdictions. As you'll hear, they received $2 million from the legislature last biennium through the Municipal Wildfire Assistance Program, and then that same amount was replenished this biennium. So they're really providing the brunt of the financial investment into the jurisdictions so that they can continue to have additional staff, growing on the basic level of staff that they had. Have to keep in mind that these departments, Phoenix and Talon in particular, were really one planner department. So they had one planner there and maybe a staff person, someone that's providing some technical assistance or office assistance. So the influx in permits that are coming into their departments are such that they wouldn't be able to keep up with it if it weren't for the ability to hire some additional people. One project that I'm particularly excited about is a TGM grant that we are now issuing for Jackson County, Talon, and Phoenix. And it's to reimagine or revision the Highway 99 and Bear Creek corridor. Much of the corridor was destroyed, so there's a vast amount of vacant land currently. And very shortly after the fire, we engaged the three jurisdictions and developed a framework for a project to essentially take advantage of some of the opportunity that this fire unfortunately provided. Prior to the fire, development of land adjacent to the corridor consisted of a mix of uses, including commercial, industrial, low and high density residential. However, the development was really inefficient. It was automobile oriented and it lacked identity and placemaking elements. Significant portions of the highway also lack adequate facilities and are unsafe and uncomfortable for people, especially those traveling on foot or by bike. And that includes many of the traditionally underserved residents living near the highway throughout the corridor. So over the course of the last year, the TGM project scope was refined. We hired a consultant, and likely the work is going to start to begin next year. And the intended outcome of the process is to create a plan and development code to redevelop the land adjacent to this transportation corridor in a manner that supports all of our TGM objectives. Multimodal transportation with particular emphasis on walking and biking, multi-use hubs that improve destination accessibility and reduce the need for motor vehicle travel. One particularly innovative component, I wish I could say that it's not innovative, but we haven't done much of it to date, is that we are hopeful that either through the Oregon Housing and Community Services Department or through DLCD, we'll be able to provide compensation to people who serve as advisory members for the project. The idea is that, we'll be able to get people involved, who are traditionally underserved and are typically underrepresented in planning processes. It's especially important, I think, for this project due to the disproportionate impacts to the community in the manufactured housing parks. This project is going to dovetail nicely with a project Jackson County is working on right now, which is to develop a more sustainable governance and management model for the Bear Creek Greenway. The Greenway runs parallel to Bear Creek. It's a 20-mile paved multi-use trail that links the cities of Ashland, Talent, Phoenix, Medford, and Central Point. And that's really the corridor where the fire burned through. So I think everyone afterward recognized that we need to be thinking about that corridor differently than we have in the past. The region has definitely experienced or has seen some additional assistance besides what the state has provided and the federal government's provided. The Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association and also the Sustainable Cities Institute at the University of Oregon have provided various services to the city of Talon and the communities down in Southern Oregon. The U of O crew developed and conducted a citizen involvement survey for the city of Talon. And it ultimately provided some good guidance on how the city could improve community engagement and planning. Now to get on to maybe a few of the lessons learned, I mean, there's definitely a lot that we learned from the Alameda fire and all of the fires, you know, and as Matt pointed out, all these fires are unique in their own way. The Alameda fire, as I mentioned, was unique in that it was primarily an urban fire. And, you know, while many of the lessons that we learned from these types of disasters are only tangentially related to land use and planning, they do serve to illustrate the complexity of preparing for natural hazards. I also, in the report that we provided to the commission and what I'm going to go through here, I just want to, you know, acknowledge that I've kind of cherry picked a few lessons learned. There's a lot of lessons that we've learned from this. I think the state of Oregon has learned a lot from this disaster. You know, as Matt suggested, we have been fortunate enough to not have experienced, you know, many extreme natural hazards. So when we're in a situation like this, it's different than maybe other parts of the country that are used to responding to these types of things and have a relationship already built up with many key players in FEMA and whatnot. And we didn't have that. And I think we learned a lot from that. One of the things I do want to mention is that, you know, this fire spread, it started in Ashland in an urban area, but it spread between the communities through a wildfire urban interface. And then it burned up through that riparian corridor, which was largely overgrown with flammable materials like blackberries. Creating more standards for these type of areas could definitely have a significant effect in reducing the potential for future fires. And hopefully this will be furthered by the work that's going to be done with Senate Bill 762 by our department and the work that the Department of Forestry is already doing in response to that Senate bill. One of the other takeaways that really struck me was that the irrigated farmland, it really significantly reduced the spread of the fire. Around, you know, the area of the Alameda fire, there are a lot of irrigated orchards and vineyards, and then some other farmlands that are mixed in, and those remained relatively unscathed. And I think this really illustrates a largely overlooked aspect of preserving land for farming on the periphery of communities. In addition, you know, Southern Oregon has definitely been seeing its fair share of climate change in relation to lack of available water. You see that in Klamath, in the Klamath Basin, but you're also seeing that down here in the Rogue Valley. And really, if the climate change projections are on course and we're going to start to or continue to see a decline of snowpack and drier summers, if we don't mitigate for that, this is going to result in reduced availability of irrigation, not only for farms, you know, but also because of what I mentioned earlier, that this may actually lead to or allow fires to spread more easily. And then the last item I'd like to talk about is one of the major kind of failures of infrastructure as part of the fire was that both the cities of Talent and Phoenix lost water pressure during the fire, and this severely hampered the ability to fight the fire as you all can imagine. Creating an infrastructure system that is resilient would have potentially alleviated this problem. And the city of Phoenix is currently working on an urban growth boundary expansion. They've been working on it for a number of years, but one of the primary reasons why they're looking at it right now is that it could provide some more funding to be able to provide a loop system for the water system. So this could be definitely a good win for the community. So with that, I'll end there, Matt. I don't know if you want to go on to Douglas County now, or you want to wait till the end for that one?
Let's do Douglas at the end. And I guess I would ask Chair MacArthur, do you want to have any little questions or discussions about each region, or would you rather hold those till all the regional reps?
Well, thanks for the question, Matt. I would like to maybe just open it up after each presentation because there's a lot of similarities, but there's a uniqueness there. And so that might be useful. I guess I'm just really impressed with the resiliency and the the fact that it takes a unique perspective to find optimism and opportunity in the middle of these serious tragedies. And I'm reminded of that every time I hear stories about the wildfires and the community's resilience to grow back and grow back better in a way too. So just kudos to you, Josh, as well as all the folks you're working with on that front.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do other folks have questions for Josh of the Southern Oregon situation? Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to tack on my lessons learned because I think there's an important perspective there as like more of a community member side, kind of outside the planning, but maybe including planning. One thing that I think is really crucial moving forward is to plan for community engagement, because the community is going to be the first one to respond to the fire. All the local officials are too busy triaging at that point in time, especially in the first week, to actually be able to handle the needs of this community. And what we saw with Alameda Fire was really this huge influx of community members stepping into roles to help provide basic needs for individuals. And I would just like to flag that for the rest of the communities out there, that without that aspect of people being able to provide water and food for individuals, that there would have been a lot of people who were out of homes and hungry and thirsty. So that was one takeaway that I really had from the process. And the other one was the fact that we in Phoenix had just adopted our amendment for the natural hazard mitigation plan portion. And in that plan, Phoenix was listed as moderate fire danger. But our surrounding communities like Talent and Ashland and Eagle Point, for example, were listed as hazardous, so a high level. So we knew about this issue, a couple of years in advance of it happening, yet the implementation of that plan, never really got going to the rate it needed to, especially with the rate of change we're seeing brought by climate at this point in time. So those are the two things I wanted to say.
Yeah, really good points about the interconnectedness of communities, even when initially they might feel like they're not interconnected on many fronts, not just transportation systems, but other things as well. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, it's good to hear that there was specific outreach done to the Latino community, because they were hit pretty hard. So I guess my question is, in terms of programs, what's being done to make sure that the folks that were displaced are actually the folks that are going to be able to live in the new communities that are going to be built?
Oh, that's a great question. So I have to admit, on the housing side, there's so much going on that I'm only peripherally involved in. So I know enough, as I like to say, I know enough to be dangerous about it. But so, the manufactured home parks that are redeveloping. So first off, FEMA has occupied a few of the manufactured home parks. It was a deliberate decision by the county and by FEMA to basically for them to invest in fixing up some of the parks, fixing up the infrastructure, getting the pads prepped. So FEMA is currently occupying with their program, occupying some of the manufactured home parks. When those get transitioned over, FEMA has a program to be able to set it up to offer those units to people. Now, I'm not the one that should speak to that. I don't know if Beth or someone else can speak to what the prioritization is for that. With the private parks, my understanding is most, if not all, of the private parks that are redeveloping or in the process of redeveloping are offering up their spaces to people first that were displaced by the fire. So I think they're being good neighbors in that respect. The other part of the equation that I didn't talk about, because it's only we only touch on it a little bit, is the efforts that our sister agency, Housing and Community Services, is doing. Money provided to the Jackson County Housing Authority, and then other organizations like CASA of Oregon that are all right now working to proactively purchase manufactured home parks and provide housing for folks. And each one of those has their own prioritization, which I can't say that I know, but I do know that everybody is thinking about that first and foremost. The school district, we've met with them many times, and they are very concerned that they're going to be losing diversity in their school district, which they really cherished. So I think it's, I guess in a real general way, it's on the minds of most people in this area, and they're thinking about it. I just don't know specifically what those prioritizations are.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'm glad that that's being taken seriously. So yeah, CASA actually has this co-op model. So that would be great if they can rebuild some of these manufacturing homes using like a co-op model. I would see that as a kind of a big improvement, and they're also still serving the population that was living there before. That'd be great.
Josh, can I respond to that really quick?
Yes, please do.
I actually just had an interesting conversation with two city councilors from Talent, and they've been exploring like the land trust model or co-op model, but they're having a difficult time getting the owners of these properties to actually sell, even when they're offering them well over market price for the value of the property.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've heard that. I have heard that from a number of people, the Jackson County Housing Authority in particular. And this is another thing I didn't touch on, the adding to the unaffordability of homes is you have a ton of speculation going on right now, not just the manufactured home park owners, but primarily them, but other landowners. The speculation is crazy because of the way housing prices are right now. So people are asking way more than they should, or at least that I think they should for property. But then also the other element to that too is just materials costs. I think those have come down recently, but materials costs were really high for a long time. So that was creating even another gap. So there's multi-layers to the situation, and definitely, as Commissioner Warren pointed out, the speculative aspect is playing its part down here.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners for Josh? I don't see any. So Matt, I'm going to continue. Josh, are you done, or did you want to say anything else as final comment? Or
nope, I'm good. I'll be coming back for Douglas County at the end here.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Matt?
So now we will hear from Sarah Marvin, who has been working as the interim regional representative for the Mid-Willamette Valley. And I mean no disrespect when I say interim, because of some of our budget things, we had moved people around, and all of a sudden she found herself being the regional representative for this region as they went through quite a crisis. And so it has been a lot of work. Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Heleva, commissioners. As Matt said, I'm actually the outgoing interim regional representative for the Mid-Willamette Valley. We thankfully for the entire area, the region gets their own real regional representative. And after listening to Josh, I have to apologize for the lack of detail compared to what Josh is able to provide for you. I've actually never been to the Santiam area, and I've only been playing regional rep for about 7 months. So they're unfortunately not going to get the due that they deserve for their own disaster. But this is, of course, an image of the Santiam Canyon on fire. Next slide. So we'll start with the destruction. There were 2 fires, both started by lightning strikes on August 16th in completely different places. The Lion's Head fire is on the right, and Matt was going to play mouse for me. Is on the right, and started in the Lion's Head Canyon, which is in the Warm Springs Indian Reservation, sort of northeast of Mount Jefferson, on the eastern edge of the whole fire area. And then the Beachy Creek fire started deep in the Opal Creek wilderness, and that's the other butterfly wing of the two fires, where you see the deep red. And they merged together. They exploded and merged together on the Labor Day with the Labor Day winds of 50 to 75 miles per hour. The Beachy Creek fire expanded, I think it was from 500 acres one day to 130,000 the next day. So the speed was just intense. Altogether, they burned about 400,000 acres between them. So that's a big difference with the other fires, especially the Jackson County. It was massive, but a lot less populated. So the issues, a lot of the issues there are about natural resources and recreation and destruction of parks and wilderness areas. As this map shows you, the red on here is where 75 to 100% of the basal area of vegetation was killed. So that's a lot of loss of forest. Next slide. So the destruction to the communities, the human side of that massive fire, most of it, well, all of the communities that were affected were in the Santiam Canyon. And the north side of the Santiam River is Marion County and the south side is Lynn County. So most of the fire affected the communities on the north side in Marion County. There are urban growth boundaries on this map outlined in red show the actual incorporated cities. We have, starting in the west, we have Lyons, then Mill City, Gates in the middle, and then far off to Detroit Lake, we have the small community of Detroit and an even smaller community of Idana further down the road highway. And what this map is showing is the red dots are structures that were affected by the fire, anywhere from no visible damage up to completely destroyed. And you can see some patterns in here where in the west, like in Lyons, while there was a lot of destroyed dwellings, there are also more that survived the fire, were still intact. But where the fire was more intense, like up in Elkhorn, virtual complete destruction. Gates did have some places survive, but also had a lot of devastation. And Detroit was completely, well, maybe not completely, almost entirely wiped out. That's where you don't see any no visible damage dots occurring. And throughout the canyon, the fires destroyed or damaged 724 homes. And as I said, Detroit was hit the hardest with 260 homes needing replacement or repair. Gates has 88, Mill City has 31, and unincorporated Marion County has 279 damaged or destroyed dwellings, and unincorporated Lynn County has 59. As of October 7th, there were 287 building permits that had been issued for the canyon, and that's about 40% of the estimated need. And I was thinking that that was really low until I heard Josh say that I think in Jackson County they have 25% building permits, and he thought that was pretty good. So maybe the canyon's doing a little bit better than I was thinking. Detroit, again, because of the magnitude of the damage there, they're having the greatest lag with only 28% of estimated needed building permits being issued. And both, well, I'll go on to why that is. There are barriers to rebuilding in Detroit and Gates, and these can be tied to many factors, but there's some that really stand out. Number one is that the cities lack local capacity to handle permitting. I think even worse than Jackson County. I shouldn't say it's not their fault. It's not worse in a bad way to them, but the impact is worse on them because all they had for staff was a recorder, a city recorder in each city. They had no planning staff. They contract with the Mid-Willamette Valley COG and Marion County for permitting and planning. And those two agencies and groups do a great job, but when you're suddenly hit with a fire and more permits needed than you've ever seen in your life, and all of your tax revenue is gone because it burnt to the ground, it's hard to even pay your contractors to come in and help you out. So that was a huge barrier to getting things started. There have been improvements since then. I'll just add quickly that Marion County has been tremendous and has provided a city manager for Gates in Detroit, and they hired a recovery manager to look at the whole canyon. And so it took a long time, but things are moving there. Back to the barriers, the cities were without running water for months. Both Detroit and Gates had their water systems destroyed, and it took a long time to get temporary potable water in there. And the third problem is that the wastewater infrastructure was already inadequate before the fires. Everything is on septic, and when everything burns down, you have to rebuild the code to the current code. So rebuilding the septic systems to current code requires more land, and if you don't have more land, far more expensive systems to fit into a small piece of property. The fourth barrier is that many of the burned homes in both cities are located in the regulated flood zone A, which requires floodplain permits and certificates of elevation to document that the rebuilt home is going to be above the base flood elevation. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in another couple of slides. And number 5, the city's development codes were out of date for the permitting requirements for flood zones. So they couldn't just start acting on flood permits and helping people get all the permitting that they need to get done because the code wasn't adequate. They needed to change the code to be accurate for current flood zone standards in order to even begin doing the permitting. So those are a tiny number of the many barriers to why it's taking a long time to rebuild. And other people might probably pick different ones, but from a planning perspective, those are. Next slide, please. So recovery, there's still a lot of devastation, but there is also a lot of recovery. And all this slide demonstrates is there are just tons of groups and individuals, state, local, and federal partners, and tons of philanthropic groups, all acting in the canyon at the same time, all offering whatever it is that they know how to do. And that ranges from OSU doing health surveys in the canyon to the Oregon Health Authority offering free well testing, and somebody putting on a fundraiser in the City of Sisters with the artwork from the canyon. Next slide, please. So planning and DLCD's role in the recovery. It's really about countless Zoom meetings where projects are hashed out. Because of the pandemic, we couldn't be meeting in person and going to all of the sites and all of the projects and meeting in people's offices and things. We just had endless Zoom meetings, and I think everybody can relate to how difficult it can be. And thankfully, people have come up with memes about Zoom meetings to make it all less painful. So the role of the regional solutions team and the FEMA and state recovery teams was critical in getting planning projects started. And this was long before communities were able to move beyond the initial response to disaster. So we spent months going over projects, putting them in spreadsheets so we could keep track of everything that was going on, because there's so much going on with so many different groups. But while we were doing this, the communities were still trying to figure out where to live, where to get water, whether or not they were going to be able to rebuild. So that's something to consider, that we were way ahead in our long-range planning, was way ahead of what people were ready to do. On the spreadsheet, I'll highlight 5 of the projects that are planning related. The Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association provided pro bono planning through their community assistance planning program, working with the Mid-Willamette Valley COG in Marion County. Also, the Santiam Canyon Economic Analysis was led by Eco Northwest with OAPA and the COG, the RST in Marion County. And I should say that some of these projects are already finished, or at least at the point where they are giving presentations. So we might hear more about those at a next meeting. The Gates and Detroit Community Visioning and Strategic Planning is being led by Better City. And that's a significant step, because those 2 cities were not ready to do anything but ask for money for infrastructure, very understandably. And here they are starting to vision about what they want their cities to be like in the canyon. There are 2 rare participants housed in the COG's office. They're focusing on Main Street planning and updating design standards for Detroit and Gates. And again, that's something that's happened just recently. So I think we're going to see really wonderful planning and visioning things coming out in the near future, where we couldn't even think about it, or the communities couldn't even think about it in the prior year. And the 5th thing is what I was talking about before, the flood hazard zone maps, surveys, and letters of map amendment, or LOMAs, that are being coordinated by the COG for the city of Detroit and Gates and funded by DLCD. And on the next slide, I have an example of what that means. So this is a good example of a barrier to rebuilding being solved through collaboration. The special flood hazard zone is in red. We've got the city of Gates is on the left and the city of Detroit is on the right. And they both have properties that edge on this flood zone A, which is a not very well surveyed flood zone area. If it were surveyed and engineered for accuracy, it would be labeled AE. And so when you have a zone A, there are chances that it's just not a very accurate boundary. So the properties along the edge of this A zone that fall within a flood zone, according to FEMA, according to FEMA, they require floodplain permitting. So if Matt wants to use, are you using your arrow to point out the properties that are along the edge? So they need floodplain permitting, and this is a huge barrier to rebuilding due to time and cost, especially cost. However, most of these properties are not truly within the flood hazard area because they are up on a high embankment. You can't see the embankment on the image, but right along the edge of the tax lots, the land goes up from the lake. In both the Detroit side and in Gates, it goes up steeply from the river. So DLCD funded the COG to get base flood elevation surveys for properties that are falling within this A zone. And so far, the surveys have established that 22 parcels in Detroit and 27 in Gates are above the base flood elevation and do not need costly flood hazard mitigation measures. But they have to prove that. They can't just say, we're out of the zone, so we're not going to do that permitting. They still need to get letters of map amendment, or LOMAs, to submit to FEMA to prove that they don't need floodplain permitting or mitigation measures, or even that they wouldn't be required to have flood insurance for mortgage purposes. So with funding from DLCD, the COG is coordinating the surveys and the LOMAs to submit to FEMA. So that is a good luck story that we were able to solve through all the Zoom meetings. I'll go on to final lessons learned in the recovery in the Santiam Canyon. Number one, I keep mentioning, a community cannot vision while still responding to the immediate needs like shelter and response. And that can take an entire year or more. Planning groups offered non-monetary assistance for long-range planning long before communities were ready to think about it. The communities were begging for money to rebuild homes or a community center and infrastructure. Number two, any inadequacies a community has before a disaster will be magnified after the disaster. So recovery is hindered by the lack of staff capacity and immediately available funding, inadequate infrastructure, especially water and wastewater disposal, and, as we mentioned, outdated development codes. And number three, I think Josh mentioned this one in his. Communication needs to be tightly connected from the individual survivor to the local philanthropic group, to the community staff, to the state and federal partners. And an example of this is when you're looking for interim housing projects, that the locals might have a great idea. They found a piece of property. They say, here, we can afford it. We can put the housing here, and without having coordinated or talked with other agencies. And so a great plan like that can end up being delayed or canceled due to state wastewater regulations that would have been caught earlier with tighter communication. And excuse me, number four, I hear this one constantly from the communities and the COG. State and federal partners need to streamline the process of transferring funding to communities for immediate problem solving. And that is what I have for the Santiam Canyon.
Sarah, appreciate that. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Marvin?
I had a chair. I had a
yes.
Just this is all very thorough information, and I really appreciated the last part that's still on the slide about, you know, data not being as accurate, but putting people in a situation where they have, you know, where it doesn't make sense, right, for the individual property owner, but there's a lot of challenges to overcome. And that the department's working to kind of remove those barriers. I very much appreciated that. The question, I just had more of a question of on the ground understanding of, like, when people don't have water, and they don't have water for however many months you said, I just don't know what they literally do, like, on a daily basis. Because I've been in other countries where these are water, you know, shuts off for a long time, but there's systems in place for temporary water. You know, they're used to these instabilities, and I imagine we're not used to these instabilities. So what's the temporary infrastructure response to immediate daily needs?
Since I was not there during the response period and came in during recovery, I'm going to ask Matt or Beth if they can describe how the two systems were brought in, the two temporary systems were brought in, and were they using trucks for water before that? If either of them can answer.
You know, I was not really involved in that directly either. I think that at least at the beginning, there wasn't anybody in Detroit for the first while. I mean, it just was uninhabited. Gates, I think people were probably living there and making do. I think water was trucked in for a little while, and then a temporary system. Beth?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I'm also pulling on my memory here, but do recall that USDA funded an emergency water system grant relatively quickly, but yeah, I think for that time, I also wasn't directly involved, but I think for that time, people weren't living in the canyon.
Thank you. Commissioner Levesque.
Thank you. This is a canyon I travel regularly and have my entire life. And yeah, the devastation is still raw and very difficult to see. I am seeing a lot of building occurring in the canyon now. And my question is, just because I don't recall, what building standards are they building to? Is it, if I recall correctly, there was a bill that they didn't have to build to current building standards, but it was something like a year 2000 building code or something of that nature. Does that sound right? I don't recall.
Again, I'm going to have to ask if there was a bill passed. We have to ask Matt or.
Yeah, there was, and I don't know the details of it, and I don't know to what extent, as a property owner, people are really wanting to take that. I mean, if I were a property owner, I would be very reluctant to build to an older code. It would really depend a lot, I guess, on the price difference that you would be facing in those situations. So I would not assume that everybody is doing it to an older code, even though the bill does allow that in some cases.
But the wastewater is a different issue. That the septics are not, you can't just throw in an old septic system now.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that the building codes of today, I'm hoping and I suspect that they have more standards relative to earthquake possibilities, potential, and that sort of thing. So you'd hate to build to as a result of result of one horrible disaster and then be faced with another one. But yes, I guess if they have a choice, I don't know.
Well, it actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. It actually is a big issue in the canyon that a lot of housing was very substandard before the fire, and they will not be able to rebuild to the affordability that they had before. So that is a problem.
Yeah, excellent point. Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, I was just kind of responding to Commissioner Holova's question about water. While I can't speak to Sanningham Cannon and their water situation, I just wanted to say you were absolutely right that we just didn't have the systems in place to not have water. In Echo Mountain, we had the city of Lincoln City put up, at least initially, some tanks that people could come and get water from. That was only up for the first weeks or so. And then it was basically the county buying pallets of bottled water and delivering them to the Grange for people to pick up. Then we had some systems back on with a boil notice for quite a while. We also had people taking water out of the Salmon River and boiling it for a while. We kind of know their options were there. So it was a significant challenge, and it still remains a significant challenge for people maybe living on RVs that while the piping system up and down the streets has been fixed, until you actually have a house on your property, you won't actually know if the pipes between the road and your house are working, because they're kind of fixing those as a, first permitted, first come basis, if that makes sense. And so we do have people that are still living off of bottled water in RVs. So I wouldn't necessarily say that the issue is solved, at least not where we're at.
Wow, it's a pretty expensive option too. Huh?
And if I can go off of that too, what we experienced down in Southern Oregon for the Alameda fire was just the same. I mean, we had a boil of water notice in effect, but people couldn't go back to their homes for probably 2 weeks. So they were forced to kind of live wherever they could live. And so, in our fire recovery centers, we were giving out pallets of water a day. And most of that water was donated by Home Depot and Lowe's and Walmart and just everybody bringing water in. And that's, I think, why I brought this up earlier is such a crucial part of the recovery process, because we don't have these systems in place to respond immediately.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Thank you. Sounds like there's no other questions for Sarah, but thank you for sharing your experience here. Matt?
Well, let's bring up Patrick Wingard, our regional representative for the Southern Willamette Valley.
Great.
Thank you very much. Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, I am Patrick Wingard. I cover the Southern Willamette Valley region for the department, which includes Lane, Lynn, and Benton counties. Today, I will provide you an update on the Holiday Farm fire. It burned over 170,000 acres in Lane County. We lost 464 residences and 17 commercial dwellings or commercial buildings. Lane County has issued about 170 building permits to date for replacement dwellings, with about 30 permits in the queue. So that represents about 40% of the lost housing stock that's either under construction or entitled or under review. Of that 40%, Lane County estimates that 80%, about 4 out of 5 of those permits, are for primary residences. So these are folks that are very much intent on habitating back in the valley. I'm going to give you an early lesson learned, because it's a thanks to you, commissioners, for your timely, decisive action on rulemaking that really assisted Lane County in issuing 90, they probably issued more than that, but at least 90 RV permits for temporary residents. We still have 100 people that are displaced in area hotels. The good news is Homes for Good, Lane County's housing authority, has acquired Lazy Days RV Park. And you can stay on this slide for now, Matt. I've got a picture of Lazy Days. We'll get to that in a moment. Lazy Days was an RV park, manufactured mobile home park, a couple miles to the east of Blue River rural community, which was devastated by the fire. The RV park was also burned down, and the housing authority has, I believe they closed today on the property. They've closed just within the last couple of days, and they are in the process of re-establishing mobile homes on that property, specifically for displaced residents. There's a waiting list, and Lane County has done an excellent job. The state of Oregon Health and Human Services have done an excellent job. Housing Community Services has done a great job. FEMA has done a great job of knowing and tracking as best they can to find granular detail where the displaced residents are and what their intentions are in coming back. And I just learned this might answer a question that came up, I think, under Josh's presentation, because I bet this is happening in Jackson County as well. There are community surveys, there are folks, caseworkers that are out in robust fashion, interviewing and tracking down every last resident who was displaced. So very much intent on ensuring that the work that is going into rebuilding these communities serves the very people that were displaced. But the efforts go well beyond looking at the residents who were in the valley. I'm really pleased, and I will provide you just briefly, and you probably go to the next slide now. I'll just provide you really briefly with 3 planning projects that the department is engaged on in helping to recover the valley from the fire. The first, the Transportation Growth Management Program, TGM program, similar to Jackson County. We're a little bit behind Jackson County in that we are still in the final stages of negotiating the scope of work with Lane County. So the TGM program, Laura Buell, is wrapping things up so that the contract may be executed and a consultant brought in to implement Chapter 660, Division 22, which is Oregon's unincorporated community rule. Now, I'm probably one of the few people in this state that really adores this particular rule, because I worked on it during periodic review on the North Coast in Clatsop County and Tillamook County in the early 2000s. And I would offer that this is a bit of an overlooked part of our program. And as Matt Kroll at the outset explained, we really had a variety of land use types impacted by the fires. And here in Lane County, we saw Blue River and Vida and other unincorporated communities impacted in a way that really reminded me of my work on the Oregon coast. And sure enough, after the fires, Governor Brown was using the Oregon Resilience Plan from the coast as part of our guidance to help recover these communities. Obviously, the devastation was beyond, I think, certainly speaking for myself, beyond what I thought could happen in the year 2020 in the Willamette Valley. The Blue River Complete Community Plan will take probably 12 to 18 months to complete and will result in a new composition of zoning types, housing types, and development standards for Blue River. The consensus from stakeholders, citizens, interested parties, and organizations is that we need to look thoroughly at all types of housing, including housing cooperatives, housing models, multifamily models that would, for example, center a commercial kitchen or a multifamily kitchen that has satellite detached bedrooms around it. The community is very interested, and it's very timely because of the work that's going on under House Bill 2001, that we have all of these great examples now of how we can look at housing types, not through a discretionary lens, not through a, well, it's gonna work. No, we have clear and objective standards now on every one of these housing types. And I am certain that that's going to help in this implementation of the Blue River Complete Community Plan. So that's the first project that's very timely, very pertinent, and I will also offer will help to inform future updates to unincorporated community plans, not just here in Lane County, but throughout the state. We're going to have a fresh look at how we can undertake that particular rule. The second project, and I will be brief, centers on the Willamette Partnership, nonprofit out of Portland, recently received notice that it will be awarded technical assistance through the EPA to research and investigate innovative wastewater solutions for rural riverside communities. This is a project that is meant to inform the Blue River Plan so that the land use densities and the housing types and the configurations of buildings in and around on-site infrastructure needs, community infrastructure needs can be thought at in the current, so that just like the project that Josh described in Jackson County, so that there isn't wasted effort and wasted energy and money into addressing current wastewater needs while also looking to the future for what the permanent solution might be. So lots of exciting work to come in that regard. And as a former civil engineer who has been interloping in the planning world for 20 plus years now, I cannot tell you how excited I am to roll up my sleeves and work with all the folks in the community, as well as our designated smart people, our scientists and our engineers that are going to help us to discover what we might be able to do in regard to treating wastewater efficiently and appropriately in River Valley that provides drinking water for hundreds of thousands of people. The last project I want to touch on is Oregon Solutions. Oregon Solutions, a member of the National Consensus Center, Policy Consensus Center out of Portland State University. The Lane County Board of Commissioners approached the Oregon Solutions Group about designating the recovery in the McKenzie River Valley as a project. The Oregon Solutions Group saw fit to say yes to that ask, and Governor Brown has assigned two conveners, Mandy Jones and Commissioner Heather Buck, to be our co-conveners. And we have had two meetings now for the Oregon Solutions Project. And I would just say that the areas of focus are broadband communications for economic and community development, communications for emergencies, and this zoning piece, this land use, really finding the sweet spot, if you will, where we've got the right densities, the right land use activities assembled in a way where it can financially support the building, the operations and maintenance of wastewater treatment facilities. I think I'll just end there. I know you've got a lot of information. If you have any questions, maybe, yeah, then the last slide is just kind of meant to represent some of the building that is occurring. You've heard that we've got lots of building activity in Santiam, lots of activity in Jackson County, and you drive up the McKenzie River Valley and you will see lots of scenes like this, where you've got framing stood up, you got lots that have been cleared, and there's quite a bit of activity. Happy to answer any questions. Really thrilled to have this opportunity to be here with you today. Thanks so much.
Patrick, thank you. Just always love your enthusiasm and focus on these presentations. It comes through loud and clear. Questions for Patrick? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And our final speaker is Lisa. Is that right?
Well, I don't know if I'm the final one, but I do.
Well, you're the next one. How about that, Lisa? Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Lisa Phipps, and I'm the North Coast Regional Representative for the department. My region covers Lincoln County and 5 of its 7 cities, all of Tillamook and Clatsop counties, and Columbia County and 2 of its 7 cities. I'm going to provide a quick overview and then turn over my remaining time to Lincoln County Commissioner Katie Jacobson, who has been deep in the throes of this event from its start and has been intimately involved in almost every detail. On September 7th, the lives of over 1,200 people were turned upside down. In Lincoln County, over 2,500 acres burned and nearly 300 homes were destroyed, many of which would be considered affordable housing. This doesn't take into account the peripheral impacts that affected folks outside of Otis. The evacuation was fast and fierce and initially landed in Lincoln City until it too was threatened, and most of the people were then evacuated further south and into the city of Newport. Next, Matt. This is a really busy map, but it's busy because this is a very active area. I just want to describe this a little bit because I think it really drives home the point of the fragility of our coastal region. The brown area is the wildfire impacted area, and you can actually see there were several fires that created this Echo Mountain Fire Complex. The light peach color is the landslide overlay, and that also has all of the little squares inside of it. The solid orangish red is the mapped floodplain, and the light yellow area is the UGB, including the city limits of Lincoln City. Thank you for doing that, Matt. This is a highly active area from a hazards perspective, and the fires have exacerbated those hazards as evidenced during the heavy rainfall last week, where we had landslides, Highway 18 closures, a road overtopping from the salmon. It is a very dynamic area without a wildfire. Adding that into the mix has really created a challenging proposition for emergency managers and for people who live and recreate in that area and use that corridor for transportation. Next. I included these photos to give an idea of how the local planning department has been impacted. On the desk are just a third of the permit applications associated directly with the wildfires. A table that I did not include because it would have been too busy, but it further expands on the graph that is shown, shows that the building permit applications are exceeding the numbers seen just before the 2008 recession. Are exceeding the annual numbers over the past 13 years and edging towards the numbers seen just before the 2008 recession. It's always ironic to me that in the midst of a building boom, we are also in the midst of a severe housing crisis, but that is the great paradox of the coast and other destination areas. In the midst of our pandemic, there has been an explosion of building activity associated with remodels, second homes, and new homes in general. This, coupled with the loss of 300 homes to the fire, created a significant capacity strain on the Department of Community Development. I'd like to highlight for you that DLCD was able to provide funding to support an extra permit technician, which has allowed them to track and process the wildfire rebuild specifically in a much faster manner. DLCD has also actively participated in the Echo Mountain Fire Coordination Task Force led by Regional Solutions and continues to engage in the State Recovery Function 1 for community planning and capacity building. We are also meeting weekly as schedules allow with the county, FEMA, and the Regional Solutions Coordinator. That is a new development and one I'm very happy to be a part of. I'll let Commissioner Jacobson speak to the extraordinary efforts that the county has gone to work with the survivors, to identify funding streams and advocate for the county, and the establishment of some really great programs that have furthered their recovery efforts. Next. Lastly, and Commissioner Jacobson may speak to this as well, I'd like to just summarize the many lessons that have been learned, and there are undoubtedly new ones learned every day that have come as a result of these wildfires. To Commissioner Warren's point earlier in the discussion, the community has rallied around those impacted by the fires and continues to be actively engaged. While not unique to the coast, coastal communities show time and time again their ability to help their neighbors when they are down. Early coordination with the relevant local, state, and federal agencies is important, and establishing a framework before an event is essential. The Regional Solutions team can help and play a significant role in bringing the necessary partners to the table. Also, establishing a long-term recovery group prior to the disaster would have facilitated the recovery effort, and that has been remedied, so that should we find ourselves in another similar situation, those frameworks are in place now. The processes that are currently in place don't recognize our changing demographics and the norms and the changing norms, and can feel exclusionary and scary for many people. People who have limited economic means continue to be disadvantaged and disenfranchised in this process. The existing infrastructure is challenged, and you've heard that from all of my peers before me and throughout so much of Oregon. And this wildfire definitely highlights that issue, particularly around housing and local roads. There is a need for more capacity with equity and inclusion, and providing for more diverse individuals trained and prepared for responses to ensure that all individuals have the information they need in real time without the delays in translation services and other barriers that exist. And finally, overcoming the disbelief that the coast experience of wildfire is challenging, and educating people that it may not be an anomaly is going to continue to be a challenge. There was another much smaller fire in Tillamook County, which I actually watched start from my driveway, and just continues to confirm that the coast is not immune to the fires, nor if conditions continue as we expect they may, will these be the last fires we see on the North Coast. I really wanted to make sure that Commissioner Jacobson had time to carry out her thoughts on the recovery efforts and the challenges and the successes that she's been dealing with. And so if I went through that a little quickly, that's why. But you've had the staff report and everybody's had a chance to read that. And I didn't want to repeat what other folks have said as well. So I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Jacobson, if that's all right now.
Yes.
Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate it. And actually, I was going to ask you to go back a couple of slides to the picture of the folders. Yeah, so, oh, there we go. So I just want to explain more about this photo. Actually, every time I see it, it kind of makes me cry. This is Lily Glasgow, who works in our planning department. And these are all, well, not all, these are a large majority of our wildfire survivor homes. Lily actually put them in orange folders intentionally so that they would not get lost, so that she could better track them, so that she would be able to keep those moving through the process. And so that is like, you know, a picture of someone kind of shepherding the flock, basically, in paperwork through a really difficult time. So, like I said, that picture to me always kind of makes me emotional to think about, you know, each one of that is a family and a person, you know, going through this that we're trying to help. And many of those people from a planning perspective have never built a house. They've never been through a planning process before. They've never had to go through permitting and all of that, as well as all the trauma from losing their home and everything in it. So it's a very difficult process for them to go through. These are not, you know, like experienced builders that have done this 100 times and are used to what is needed. So I just wanted to explain that a little more. So some of the stuff we've been doing in Lincoln County, and I'll try to focus on maybe some things we're doing that are a little differently. I think one of the things that's been brought up by previous reports is from kind of a lessons learned is the need to get local communities funding right away and have that funding be able to be used on programs right away is really, really important. I'm going to give you an example. So one of the significant barriers for recovery and unincorporated unincorporated community is septics and wells, as we've kind of already discussed. You know, the state did pass some money last year for septic and well water programs. Those programs are actually not completely stood up yet. And in order for you to, you know, move through permitting, those are some of the first steps that you need a septic inspection. We are seeing about a third passing, a third needing minor repairs, and a third that need to be ripped up and new ones put in completely. So you a lot of times can't move forward without that step in place. A lot of people are uninsured or underinsured. Additionally, septic systems and wells are usually not included in your insurance. So you're uninsured to begin with, and then that system is not insured. So they have a serious cash flow problem, you know, at a family level, trying to move through this kind of first step. We were able to get money early on through the state rebudgeting, readjustment process. And I say early, it was still 10 months later, you know, it was not right away. And we actually stood up that program in August and September. In fact, when you see the little bump in the graph on that page, a lot of that is because of that septic and well water program being stood up. So we paid directly, the county paid for inspections. We paid for repairs and replacements of those systems. And something that a lot of state and federal programs don't do that we are doing is we are reimbursing people for those expenses that paid for them out of their own money previous to us having the resource, which means that that frees up additional money in their pocket to move forward with ordering their home or whatever kind of the next step is. So we've seen, like I said, kind of an increase in activity and people being able to move forward in that process by basically having, you know, resources for septics and well waters to be fixed. And we are now at a little bit of a standstill again because we're out of that initial money and actually waiting for additional money to come through. So it's kind of unfortunate that we, you know, kind of built something up. People were applying and now we have to kind of pause on it for the next round of funding to come in. But again, my whole point being, I think sometimes getting that money into local governments, they do have the ability to move a little faster, I think, than sometimes the state or the federal government is. That being said, local governments, you know, especially rural ones, don't have a lot of staff, don't have a lot of fat in their staff. And so those monies coming in, being able to include things like finance staff, legal counsel staff, planning staff is really, really important. I'll also say that there is a really big equity problem in a lot of the grants and funding that's available. And that problem is both from a government perspective and also from a family individual perspective. If you are someone that already had resources and had a higher education level, or have kind of done more administrative tasks, or if you are a county or a city that has a larger staff and more resources to begin with before your fire, you are better able to get through these things. For example, if you're a county or a city who already has a grant writer and already has kind of a grant programs manager, guess what? You already have the ability to move forward with some of this stuff. We didn't. And so yours truly wrote the grants because I had that background. And we had to piece together funding for someone to help manage those. So it kind of took us longer to go after some of this because we just didn't have the staff there already. So I do see, like I said, kind of this equity problem in communities that have a larger staff are able to immediately go after some of these funding things because they can manage them better. And those that can't are at a disadvantage. I will say that in my opinion, the money that LCDC gave to counties to help get extra planning staff, I give you like a 10 out of 10, 5 gold stars for making that the easiest process possible for us. So really, and you win. In fact, there was a point where we Lincoln County almost did not go after that resource because we just couldn't do it. And Lisa actually called me and said, it's really easy. I was like, everyone says that. She's like, no, it really is. And even if you and your planning director want to get on the phone and talk, I will type for you. And so it was actually really easy. And that is super helpful because it was a resource we were able to get in and help us that didn't take so much staff time to actually get, if that makes sense. So those are some of the things we have going on. We also are working with OCHS and we have some exciting housing projects. So Lincoln County Housing Authority has been working with them. We got disaster credits through OCHS and actually have an RFP out right now to do a kind of fixed income senior wildfire survivor housing complex in the north part of the county. So we're excited about that. And I also got news early this week that we are also, in addition to that, through OCHS, looking at a possible tiny home village to try to get some people out of hotels as sort of a better temporary-ish solution, especially for maybe families that are a little bigger or that kind of a thing. So we do have some stuff going on there, and we do continually see permits coming in. As far as lessons learned, I think, a lot of those have already been said. Funding the local governments early on is really helpful. The MWOP program that was given out through the e-board, through Business Oregon, super helpful, super flexible, reimbursement basis. And from the person that's managing that, which is me, pretty actually easy to do. So really appreciate that. Another lesson learned that we had in the actual fire is kind of, as was mentioned before by others, really having a better response for non-English speakers, but our real challenge that I think we've taken back with emergency management is really, and we've really thought about is, we have a very growing Guatemalan population in Lincoln County, which speaks several different dialects of Nam, which is an indigenous language, and different dialects can be, not exchanged. So if you speak one, you may not be able to speak or understand the other one. And that is a spoken language or languages, and not written. So, making sure that all of the information we're providing is not only in those dialects, but also spoken, like releasing maps, with information and directions of what to do, wouldn't obviously be able to reach that population. And so it's made us really rethink how we think about, emergency management and, going back to good old things like radio and making sure that, they have the information they need to get that out. So that's something we've really learned both through COVID and through wildfires. And the last thing I'll say, just kind of lessons learned, is I think it's really important for people working with communities recovering, and agencies to actually go in those communities and spend time. I try to be up there every week, and there are times where I just restock the bottled water at the Grange, and that's what I do. But in that process, I think you really start to understand what those needs are. And a lot of rural communities have a little bit of a healthy distrust for government, or maybe haven't worked with government before, so aren't maybe super willing to say, here are our needs, right? They kind of take care of themselves. So it can be really valuable, I think, for everybody to spend time in those communities and help and restock the bottled water and do whatever needs to be done, because you start to understand that there are needs that the state and the county or whoever can address that maybe that community is not aware of or didn't think to ask for help for. And simply by being there, you're able to kind of connect some dots and help make some things happen for them. So that's kind of my lessons learned. Thanks, Lisa, for sharing your time, or I should say that's just a portion of lessons learned from me. Thank you, Lisa, for sharing your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and all the regional reps. Just fascinating stories. And I know we could take a lot more time on this. We don't have much more time, but Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. Just one quick comment. Number 11 on your list about the long-term recovery group. Just to share, in Deschutes County, just prior to the pandemic, we had just initiated this huge project countywide to create a pre-disaster recovery plan. And then, of course, suspended during the pandemic. And then during the pandemic, we experienced the fires across the state. And it's just, you can, of course, now see in hindsight just how valuable that would be and how great it would be to fund and to support those efforts. But just given all of the priorities we have, I don't know, of course, how we get to it with our long list of priorities. But I appreciated that number 11. That just made me think about what we had started in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Well, again, wow, I'm kind of wowed, as I have been for several of the agenda items today and yesterday, but this one in particular, because it does provide us really with a really good glimpse, I'll say, because there's so much you do to be on this, but the rallying of all different levels of government and community folks has just been a tremendous thing to hear about. And I special thanks to our regional reps. You really are our faces to the communities, and as our faces, I think you did us proud. So, and you are doing us proud in the situation. So, thanks to each and every one of you. And I think we'll close this agenda item.
Chair MacArthur.
Final comment. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Well, we did have maybe a little bit about Douglas County and about a mapping project, but I certainly would respect if on timing, if you wanted to cut it off at this point, I can understand.
I thank you for the question. I think we kind of need to. We have a time certain hearing at like 3:45 today, and I don't want to crunch up our next wildfire conversation with John Jennings. So it's unfortunate. Perhaps we could do that briefing in February. Would that be acceptable?
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. And we are going to take a break. And somebody just signed up to comment on this agenda item. Agenda item. Yeah, this is it. So I apologize. Somebody just signed up, Esther, to testify on this item. So,
so Peggy Lynch signed up to provide public comment, but I do not see her on our attendee list. I'm sending her a quick email with the Zoom link.
So rather than wait, because we could all be taking a little bit of a break, I hope it's not too much of a protocol break from the standard practice, but if she responds to your email, we'll come back from the break, get her testimony, and then go straight into John Jennings' work so that we can all take our break now. So what time is it? I guess it's, yeah, it's getting late. So how about, 10 after, I think would be, well, let's go 5 after. Is that's only 8 minutes, right? 12 minutes. Let's go 10 after, sorry, just take till 3:10 and we'll kind of hit the ground running.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
Recording is in progress. Okay, welcome back from our break. And Chair MacArthur, I wanted to let you know that Peggy did send an email that there was some issues with the Zoom link. And so she submitted information to Matt Kroll and to share within DLCD. Let's see. And so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the Wildfire Planning Senate Bill 762.
Thank you. And just thanks for checking on that. I'll real quickly, I got a couple of folks calling me during the break. I wanted to make sure we have a quorum for the final discussion, the agenda item number 14. And I think I think we'll have a quorum even if Stuart, because I know that Anjali has to pick up a kid. No, it sounds like she's going to have her husband do it, but there's just a lot of kind of family stuff, that she needs to accommodate. So, and then Gerard is kind of back and forth. So I think even if Gerard and Anjali have to leave to do important business or deal with health issues, whatever, that I think if the final 4 members, me, Stuart, Nick, and Katie are intending to be here to the end, I think, can I get a nod or not? Is that going to work for the, okay. So then Anjali, you can go off and pick up kids safely, and Gerard, you can do what you need to do, but I just wanted to check in on that. Thank you. And then we're going to have to crunch your time just a little bit, John. I don't want to shortchange you too much, but I kind of want to start that other item close to 3:45. It could be a little bit after that, but I'll just let you take it away and we'll go and see what we can do.
So thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. I'm John Jennings. I'm the department's community services specialist here in Bend, Oregon. Actually, I'm in Redmond, Oregon right now. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to hand the baton to Sadie Carney. Ms. Carney can introduce herself and I'll be available for questions. She's particularly well suited to brief you on this issue. So Ms. Carney, if you don't mind, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. For the record, Sadie Carney, Communications Manager and Policy Analyst with DLCD, and I have been helping steward the internal work so far with Senate Bill 762. So I do have a couple slides I'll share with you. So we can start off here. Hopefully you had a chance to read the staff report. If you haven't, Senate Bill 762 was a signature piece of kind of landmark legislation for Oregon. It's a comprehensive wildfire preparedness and resilience bill. And it does have elements of land use and land management in it as and really firefighting and defense, but it has strong aspects of community and public health and environmental health included as well. It invokes a number of state agencies, 11 to be specific, and DLCD is one of those agencies. And in the requirements of Senate Bill 762, DLCD is additionally asked to support the work of the State Wildfire Programs Director and the State Wildfire Programs Advisory Council. The Advisory Council was recently formed, appointed by the Senate President and Speaker of the House, and Doug Grafe, formerly of ODF, is now our new State Wildfire Programs Director. The advisory group has met one time so far, but they're thinking of meeting quarterly moving forward. So this slide just kind of shows you the different topics that we'll walk through. I'll tell you quickly about the Department of Forestry rulemakings, and I'm looking for a little commissioner feedback on our participation in those. We are actual RAC members. So we have voting seats on the two different RAC efforts that are going on right now. Definition of the wildland urban interface, including identifying criteria for the wildland urban interface, and then also the statewide wildfire risk map. After the Department of Forestry rulemakings, we'll talk about DLCD's requirements in Senate Bill 762. We can talk briefly about these new positions and advisory council out of the governor's office. I would love to get some commissioner feedback on DLCD's proposed work plan and approach on this effort. And then we have a few discussion questions at the end. So just to give you a sense for the timeline and complexity of this effort, I wanted to include this slide that came out of the governor's office, courtesy of the new Wildfire Programs Director. I think it was last week or the week before. Every blue bar is a different element of Senate Bill 762. The very top bar, they're kind of in order of sort of urgency or initiation. The very top bar is ODF's rulemakings. You can see that those conclude on June 30. That's when the statewide map will be complete and the WUI criteria will all be identified. And then community risk reduction is coming out of the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office, as is defensible space, which is beneath that. Building codes is the Department of Consumer and Business Services. And then you can see our little bar down there, land use, which it's a short bar, but it is not a small amount of work. And then some of these other elements beneath: utilities, wildfire emergency preparedness, community spoke response plans, all different competing and important elements to this. But I'm showing you this to show you, one, how the agency work will interact with other agency work. So DLCD's work with ODF and the State Fire Marshal and building codes, for example, but also to show you how close these timelines are. I know that looks like 2023 might be far away. It does not feel far away from where I'm sitting. But this has been identified by our legislature as an urgent issue for Oregon, especially given our warming climate. And so it really is, the bill is designed to have these tight timelines to help us see action on the ground in a pretty immediate fashion. So moving on to the ODF rulemakings, I found this picture somewhere in my Google Photos, and this is a big piece of kind of what we're talking about. And the question when we look at this picture is, are we in the wildland urban interface or are we not in the wildland urban interface? And the answer, looking at this picture, is I don't know. But we could be. And there is a significant amount of concern about the wildland urban interface and where and how it is defined and what criteria is used to identify the land that is included and the land that is not included, because there are additional protection measures that the state will, I don't want to know if I want to use the word impose, but that property owners in that space will be required to respond to. So the first is defensible space, and the Oregon State Fire Marshal is setting a minimum defensible space standard. And there's concern from people that that's going to mean they're removing the rose bushes next to their house, or they're clear cutting everything on their property. Which the State Fire Marshal would assure you, if that person was here to speak, that's really not what defensible space means. But there's a lot of concern about that. So if you're in the WUI, you will have to respond to minimum defensible space requirements. In addition, if you are identified as being in the WUI and you were to construct a new home or significantly remodel your existing home, for example, just replace the roof, you would need to adhere to some stricter building codes that are designed for fire hardening and protecting homes that are in areas at risk. And then further down the line, it is presumed, though at this point it is speculative, that there could be or will be land use requirements that come of future legislation related to the report that DLCD will furnish in response to our requirements under Section 11 of 762. So as I mentioned, we are participating in the RAC. It's actually John Jennings. He is a big RAC favorite. Everybody is very, very happy to have him there. And I'm happy to have him there too. When I'm talking a lot about the criteria for defining what's in the WUI, and that's because this definition that I have placed in here, italicized, what is the WUI? ODF had 100 days after the passage of this legislation to adopt a definition of the wildland-urban interface. And the definition that has been adopted, it was adopted in October by the Board of Forestry, is there in the italics. So the wildland-urban interface means a geographical area where structures and other human development meets or intermingles with wildland or vegetative fuels. So when I'm talking about defining the criteria, now the RAC is in the process of saying, what's a structure? What's other human development? What do you mean intermingle? What exactly is a vegetative fuel? And so these are the kind of questions that we are trying to address at this time. And then, yeah, I want to stay on this slide for just a moment because we do have an ask of commissioners, and there's a big portion of the staff report that is kind of dedicated to discussion of this. But, and I want to pull up the most current version of the definitions that ODF is proposing. And John, I'll ask you to jump in here at any time you sort of deem it appropriate to sort of help inform commissioners on this. So the current, I think, Department of Forestry proposed definition for structure is a permitted building on a tax lot that is used as a dwelling where one or more people sleep. To DLCD staff and many others on the RAC, that seems an overly narrow definition of structure. You know, I think of a city hall and I would say that's a structure, a school, a church, a hospital, you know what I mean? But a permitted dwelling on a tax lot, or a permitted building on a tax lot that is used as a dwelling where one or more people sleep, is their recommendation. And we've had a lot of discussion within the RAC about how this seems narrow to many of our RAC members. And so one of the things we have recommended and other RAC members have recommended is kind of one of two things. Either let's take a broader definition of structure that we can kind of all agree makes sense because it's how it's defined when we look it up in a dictionary, or you've already used the International WUI Code definition for wildland-urban interface. Maybe we should just use the International WUI Code's definition of structure, which is that which is built or constructed. It's a pretty straightforward definition. John, please feel free to comment.
So thank you. I want to say a couple things, kind of round out some of the items that have been identified so far. This definition, as was mentioned, was what had to be adopted in a very fast timeline. This is the definition in the International Wildland-Urban Interface Code. We supported it. We supported the Department of Forestry in the recommendation to their board. We think it's a good one. Getting into this a little further and trying to understand, okay, now what do these terms mean? What should they mean? And how they're applied has been interesting, and we've learned a lot along the way. And yeah, I guess I'd just offer a couple observations. We are very interested in following the science on this. We've been fortunate to be assisted by some just brilliant people at Oregon State University, as well as our colleagues at Department of Forestry, who are, who we always have enjoyed a very solid relationship with. Some of these terms are kind of outside our wheelhouse a little bit, but some of them aren't. So structures and other human development, those types of things really begin to enter into our terrain. These are areas that we do live in and we do work within. And they're important for a couple reasons. One, this isn't nitpicking. We're not nitpicking. But as we'll talk about a little later, the duty of DLCD as prescribed by this bill is to make these recommendations. And those recommendations are likely, we don't know for sure what they are, but they're likely to lead to commission work. And so we're starting at the very beginning here. And we don't ordinarily approach the commission and say, hey, what do you think about this? But in this instance, given the intersection between multiple programs and how this is going to play on the ground and the meaning for these items to our program and your work, we believe it's really important to get it right on the front end. And so as has been identified, we're not convinced that this may be the best definition for structures. It's certainly not a plain language definition of it. We appreciate that there's again, there's a lot of interest to try to balance here. But again, we have some ideas, and we've offered those ideas. And in fact, the Department of Forestry staff has indicated that, and they listened to us. We'll see how it goes, right? So the RAP process will wrap up in mid-February, and we'll probably begin seeing actual rule language at that point. So we'll see how it goes. But again, what we're trying to do is help ensure that the proper platform that is likely to lead to additional land use considerations is solid. Mm-hmm. And again, as I mentioned the other day to the group, here and now is one thing, right? Here and now is really building codes and fire marshal and those sorts of things. That's not all they do, of course, but they deal with the existing environment. They deal with what's going on right now. Then and there is what the planning program does, right? We think about what we want to have and what we should have and what the future is going to look like. And so I think that's some critical differences. And our program also asks, is this a good idea? Not this specifically, but generally, what do we want? And is this a good idea? Not just, okay, if you're going to do it, here's how you do it. So I'll stop there. But we have some ideas about the definition of structure and other human development. We're in. I see Commissioner Lelak's hand up, so I'll wrap this up. I promise. I know we're on time frame as well. But we wouldn't ordinarily come to you and say, "What do you guys think?" But again, because we believe that there could be an effect on your work, mm-hmm. we're curious. We're curious to see if there's any thoughts one way or the other. So I'm gonna pause there. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, well, I thank you, both of you, for coming to us early on these issues. And I think we should give you some ideas about where the commission would rest on these issues as we go, as opposed to giving the whole presentation. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Lelak.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Thanks, I really appreciate your bringing this and raising this question. So I'll just give you my 60-second take because I live this. First of all, to me, that definition is way too narrow. Number one. Number two, structures are all fuel. I mean, whatever people think, they're all going to be fuel. Number three, I do think about the use of it because there are a lot of permitted accessory buildings that we have in counties across the state that are used for events. They're used for people. They may not sleep there. They may be the man cave. I mean, goodness knows we do see people that maybe inadvertently sleep there or intentionally sleep there, but they do sleep in other buildings that are not just permitted as dwellings. So my suggestion is it's something broad, and I can feel it coming from right now, but any structure that requires a building permit, and then create exceptions, exceptions for farm accessory buildings that don't allow people in them for agri-tours and things of that nature. So that's my 2 cents. Way too narrow. Think more broadly. Thank you.
I would agree with Commissioner Lelak's sentiments. Anyone else? Commissioner Jacobson, looks like you're leaning forward. Did you want to comment?
Good body language reading there, Chair MacArthur. I just wanted to second the comments just made, and yeah, I think it is too narrow, and we in a place that lacks affordable housing, such as Lincoln County and some other communities, you have people that get creative on where they're sleeping, and that may not be legal and it may not be permitted, but it's absolutely happening. That people are sleeping in places that shouldn't be a home, but that's what they can afford, or that's what's available to them. So that is absolutely happening. And I think beyond where people are sleeping, there certainly is buildings and structures that are really important to community that serve a function. Like churches, for example, or granges, which has been really a pinnacle for recovery work in our community, has been an old grange that mostly kind of sat vacant and nobody sleeps there, but really important to recovery work and important to the community. Churches similar, people don't typically sleep there, that they made for homeless shelters or something, but I think important to be included in the definition of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I have a definition that might be too broad, but I'll give it a shot. So it would be a non-natural building used for human consumption. Yeah, that's it. Non-natural building used for human consumption.
Okay, I'll turn it back to, I think, Palmer, you have your hand up, and then I'll go back to John.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, John may have had his hand up before me, but I think you did, John.
So thank you, Paul. Apologies for being on mute. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. I just want to pop in real quick and say that just to be clear, this is just one part. Structures is one part. The other part is other human development, and so it's not as though if things are left out of the definition of structure, that they couldn't or wouldn't be captured in the other definition. Well, we have some thoughts on that too, not surprisingly. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Great, Palmer.
And if I might, Chair MacArthur, yeah, John made one of the points that I was going to make. There is the other part of the definition would allow capturing maybe a broader list of structures than just where people live and sleep. But I think you all make good points, and I'm wondering if I might ask a question to the commission or a thought. I think one challenge that forestry has, and this is why they are zeroing in on either permanently sited or a structure that requires a building permit, is they do have to map this. And you've got to be able to pull the data in to be able to map this. So it does get difficult if you're talking about structures that include unpermitted or things that aren't, permanently sited. I still think the definition that as Sadie and John have both explained is far too narrow, but that's just a consideration. They are going through a mapping exercise, and you have to have the data.
Right. So in addition to the mapping exercise, I'm assuming, first of all, that they would have every couple of years have to revise those maps because development changes. And so that would capture some things, but also it's not just a mapping exercise, right? They're going to be using this for other purposes to regulate development in certain ways, or, and then the building code, increased building code requirements, things like that. So it's not just the mapping, right? It's both.
That's correct, Chair MacArthur. So I'll just quickly give our commissioners sort of a a status of the map. So the risk map is required to be completed by June 30, 2022. And all of these bullets on the far right-hand side are different layers that will be either at that time or sometime in the future available digitally through the map itself. So when you go on to the Oregon Risk Explorer map at a parcel level, you will be able to get your risk classification. There's 5 risk classifications from none to extreme. Whether or not you are in that WUI overlay, have we figured out that you are in what we identify as the wildland urban interface? The Oregon State Fire Marshal will make the minimum defensible space standards information available through the map, as well as the location of socially and economically vulnerable communities, which is language specific to Senate Bill 762. And finally, but maybe not finally, DCBS will provide the building code requirements for different places on the map in accordance with your level of risk. But then in addition to this, we could foresee a time when this map was either used as is or included some additional land use regulation. But to your earlier point, Chair MacArthur, this map is updated. I want to say that we haven't made the decisions yet, but it's updated every 5 years with the qualitative risk assessment exercise that goes on for the state of Oregon and Washington, which relies on aerial photography, takes into account both the location of building footprints as well as fuel loading, and kind of calibrates based on if there has been a major fire event. We at least for the next 5 years can say this place is now at lower risk.
That's really helpful to see the full picture, and I see the importance of the mapping as well as the rules and guidelines that come after that. Thought popped into my head, and I think I raised this a couple of days ago in one of our prep meetings, is the idea of insurance. Because I think of these areas as being kind of like a floodplain area, similar in terms of your insurance goes up, I'm assuming, and you have more difficulty selling your house. I mean, all those sorts of things. So we don't need, that's a much bigger topic, but I would like to have a better understanding of how that works in practice once this is all established, how that might affect housing prices and things like that.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, I think that's a really great point. We did have, and I'm going to blank on the state agency that might have been represented by this position, but there were numerous conversations with representatives, talking about insurability in the Wildfire Council that the governor hosted that turned out a report in 2019, which ultimately I think resulted in this body of legislation. So it is a part of the conversation. Anecdotally, in Eastern Oregon, there's a patchwork of rural fire protection districts, and they don't cover everything. And so we heard about an older couple who was ready to downsize, move off their large lot and closer in to places where they could get a doctor's appointment and groceries, and could sell their home for cash only and couldn't capture the value because the new buyers could not get home insurance, couldn't get a mortgage because they couldn't get mortgage insurance.
Yeah. Tough stuff. Yeah. So do you have what you need from us on this particular issue? I'm hearing from commissioners that we agree with staff about the definition.
Yeah, I think we do. So I will just move on, and I know we are short on time. We will have more opportunities to engage with you on the DLCD responsibilities, so I'll keep this part of the presentation brief. Our responsibilities are largely contained in section 11 of the bill, which is land use. Just to call out specifically for commissioners, we will begin developing our report probably starting January, when we have retained a new natural hazards planner for wildfire on staff. We're trying to lay the groundwork right now, which is why I'm presenting to you and why John and Palmer are well informed on the topic, as well as others. But we will begin the process of developing this land use report probably in January, and it'll go through July. We anticipate bringing a draft report to commission in July and making any necessary revisions by September. And then the report for us is due October 1st, 2022, which you can see in the left-hand side here. Now, one of the challenges with the ODF rulemaking and the WUI conversation so far is people can't see the map. There's no visibility on the map right now. And it makes it challenging for people because really they want to know, well, am I going to be in or am I out? Like, what does this mean for me? And to sort of the same end, DLCD's process will largely take place with the same blindfold on. That map is not going to be available until June 30, and we're going to be bringing a draft report to you at your July meeting. So it should be a very, very interesting exercise, and we will keep you well informed, but I just wanted to call out that challenge because it's causing a lot of discomfort for people as we move through the process. The second part of our responsibility in section 11 is identifying appropriate levels of state and local resources for wildfire risk minimization. We do anticipate either in coordination with other state agencies or, you know, through our own policy option package request process, advancing a budget request to help bring in staff and resources both here and potentially at a local level to help advance this work. Oh, and our report on October 1st will be delivered to the Wildfire Programs Advisory Council. They will make further recommendations and refinements and then advance their recommendations to the legislature. So I do want to take a few minutes here, and I know we don't have too many left, but there are two pieces that I would like to come away from this part of the conversation with. And one is interest from any commissioners who would be willing to sort of consult with staff in this process and be available as we evolve it. And two, any further recommendations you might have on the community engagement process we've laid out. So DLCD is in the process of identifying a facilitator to help manage this work. At the largest scale, we are anticipating, and this is not, you know, kind of solid yet, so we're ready for feedback and ideas, sort of the community conversations similar to what CFEC has done, regionally focused, hosted with the help of our regional representatives, and really getting as many people into the conversation and answering questions as we can. At a finer grain, we will try, or we do plan to engage a stakeholder group that will consistently meet with DLCD staff to help us evolve these recommendations over the course of 4 to 8 meetings between that January starting point and our July draft delivery to commission, and maybe a meeting in between there, who knows. And then finally, there are people we know we want to hear from that may find it difficult to have the capacity to participate in a regular stakeholder group meeting that will be reaching out to individually, and that's specifically voices that have traditionally been excluded from this kind of process. And so that is our idea. We have a few minutes left. And I'm kind of on to my last slide here. I think we have feedback from our commissioners on definitions. If there are any thoughts on the work plan, interested commissioner or commissioners that would like to be involved or engaged in the process, and then suggestions on our process itself, I welcome your thoughts.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I think before any of us agree to sign up to help out, just wondering, what do you think the time commitment will be like?
You know, I don't know that I have a great answer for that. We are anticipating 4 to 8 meetings. I would think, if I had to guess, and Palmer or John, please jump in, or Deputy Director Green, please, why don't I take your authoritative voice on this?
I was just reminding myself and to then remind Esther that with our matrix of commissioner kind of, tasks you've taken on for February, why don't we make sure to add this one and others on our policy agenda so folks can see the full suite. And within that stating, we've agreed to put in, like for CAC and the LOAC and the other assignments, what the kind of pace of the assignment is. And
Kirsten, is your speaker down?
Can't hear me.
You're very soft.
Yeah, it's through my phone. I'm sorry.
No, we can hear. So just to summarize, perhaps, I think I heard you say, Kirsten, is that it sounds like we could wait until the February meeting to appoint a liaison to this effort. And by then we have a good sense of the time frame.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
thank you.
Great.
I think that's great feedback. Yeah, and at that point, we will hopefully have a facilitator and a new wildfire planner to introduce to you. And so, yeah, that makes sense to me.
So I have a thought about the other question about engagement, and we just heard this fabulous presentation from our field reps, and they have all engaged people in the community that might represent the kind of voices you're trying to engage in this process. Mm-hmm. And because they have lived experience for the most part in those things, and you may have already thought about this, but I'd tap into those folks and ask if they have any recommendations and outreach on that front.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, that is a great idea. And actually, it is one that staff had come up with. And so we do have a running list of, that's populated by our regional representatives with exactly those kind of voices. But I will echo your support for the idea when I remind them to fill out that spreadsheet for me.
Sounds good. Do commissioners have other thoughts about engagement? That was one of the questions that Sadie had. I think we kind of answered the other ones in terms of in the definition. We agree with staff in terms of sort of a liaison of this effort. We can make that decision in February. So now specifically the final item you've asked for input on is outreach and engagement. Is that correct? Or if I missed something, let me know.
Yeah, no, that's correct. And I appreciate, the feedback that you've offered so far. And we will keep commissioners informed. We have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it. So I don't have a ton of great information or direction to offer you today, but certainly by your next commission meeting, we should have a full-time planner in place to help us advance this work. And we look forward to introducing that person.
That sounds great. John.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. I just in closing, it's in the staff report, which I know you've all looked at, but the duties assigned to DLCD are to identify updates to statewide and local land use planning programs needed to incorporate wildfire risk maps and minimize wildfire risk, and that to complete a report, including recommendations concerning those updates. So again, we think the land use program is going to carry a lot of importance in implementing and executing the state's expectations on wildfire protection. So stay tuned. Feel free to ask us any questions. But again, that's why we're taking such a close look at the language and the definitions at the very beginning, because we're worried if that doesn't line up quite right, that could end up frustrating some of the work that we might do or you might do or others might do down the line. And we just like to start off on the best possible foot. Thank you very much.
In other words, will be the focus of some of those comments, even though we didn't have control over the definition. I totally get you. And that would be a bad place to be in. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, John. And I really appreciate you raising that. And what I just ask is to please be mindful as you think about defensible space, which is so critical. But I just ask you to be mindful of thinking about it being a land use decision in any way, shape, or form. And because then that then comes with enforcement and compliance. And we thought about that in our region. Counties are thinking about that with tens of thousands of rural properties. Planners just don't know how we would ever have the capacity to approve it, to monitor it, to enforce it, et cetera. So I just ask you to please be mindful of that as you, and the costs then associated with that. It's critically important, but the key is how do we do it in a way that's achievable for local governments, fire districts, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Lilac. And it is the Oregon State Fire Marshal has been given responsibility for not just the minimum standards, but also been given some money to sort of do both the education and, I think they're fairly reticent, at least at this point, to suggest enforcement. But they have been resourced for that work.
Yeah, they've been resourced for that work. I'm hearing Nick say the locals need to be resourced for the work as well, but thank you for your answer. John, did you have a final comment? Your hand's up still.
No, I'm sorry, Chair, but I would also, I guess I would just add, since I have the opportunity, that included in the recommendations or included in the work that DLCD will be commencing soon and wrapping up in October is costs of implementing the recommendations and the updates that are needed are part of that. So I'll stop now. I know that Megan Reed is probably eagerly awaiting her agenda item. So thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, and thank you. And then there's also, next time, maybe you can report on, the infrastructure bill, federal infrastructure bill. I believe there's money in there for wildfire stuff. I don't know if it would be applicable to any of this work, especially the work that Nick was referring to. So just perhaps next time we'll have a better idea of what that might look like, if it looks like anything at all relative to this effort. So great.
That's a great recommendation. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to bookend your day. I wish it was the end, but you've got one more. I'm done.
You guys were really gracious about how we had to scrimp up your time. So thanks to both of you. You did a great job. Okay, agenda item 14, our final agenda item. And we will be taking a vote at the end of this agenda item. We have this is a kind of a legally prescribed process we're going through, and we'll start off with Meg Reed. But in terms of, I just want to outline the agenda and expectations for the next hour. So Meg, 10 minutes or so to obviously orient the commission to the staff report, which is well written. It's in our packet. 10 minutes total for the collective applicants. And I think we noticed that in the hearing process. We've tried to communicate that to you with email and other techniques, but there's several people that have signed up. But those folks, if they're representing the applicant side, you have a total of 10 minutes. Then Tillamook County Commissioner will have 10 minutes. Meg Reed will come back and have about 10 or 15 minutes to summarize, and then we need to make sure we leave adequate time for commission deliberation. So Meg, why don't you start us off?
Great. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission. Thanks for having me here today. For the record, my name is Meg Reed. I'm the Coastal Shore Specialist for the department based in Newport, Oregon. So I'm going to walk a little bit through the case before us today and walk through the 6 factors to base your decision on to intervene on an appeal request. The general reason for being here is that there are 2 land use appeals that have been filed at this point for a land use decision in Tillamook County. And so we are requesting to intervene on those 2 appeals. The materials that were included with the agenda item are the staff report, the board order from Tillamook County, and then 4 comment letters that DLCD submitted throughout the process to the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, as well as written testimony that we received from the applicants regarding this request today. So the general facts of this case are not at issue today. The main focus will be on those 6 factors outlined in OAR 660-1-230 for whether to approve intervention on an appeal.
Tillamook County approved a goal exception request and floodplain development permit for 15 oceanfront tax lots earlier this fall. The location of this request is in the unincorporated community of Barview Twin Rocks, Watsiko, which is in the southern part or just south of the city of Rockaway Beach. The specifics of the request is that they requested approval for a Goal 18 Implementation Requirement 5 exception and a floodplain development permit for a beachfront protective structure. As a reminder, and as you heard much more about earlier this morning from Haley Bond, Goal 18 Implementation Measure 5 is a restriction on shoreline armoring. This provision states that permits for beachfront protective structures shall be issued only where development existed on January 1st, 1977. Beachfront protective structures are meant to mitigate the effects of coastal erosion on property and usually take the form of riprap or seawalls in Oregon. The applicants were determined by the county to be ineligible under the state provision, and so they are seeking an exception to this provision to be able to use structural mitigation for coastal erosion occurring on their property. DLCD provided both oral and written comments to the Tillamook County Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners throughout this process. As originally presented, the department recommended denial of the application to the Planning Commission. The applicants did submit additional information which addressed some of our key concerns. And then the department focused comment letters on the correct exception pathway needed in this case and the factual and legal determinations to be made by county decision makers. The applicants did request several different types of exceptions originally, but our department focused on our comments to be on the general reasons exception pathway only. The county did ultimately partially follow DLCD's advice in their final decision to approve their request through a general reasons exception process under OAR 660-4-22. However, we believe that the findings adopted by the county to justify approval of the goal exception through this pathway have misconstrued the requirements of several statewide planning goals to obligate the county to approve the exception and the beachfront protective structure. These findings, which become part of the county's comprehensive plan, set a concerning precedent that could be followed by other applicants seeking a similar exception. DLCD may not object to the approval of the exception or floodplain development permit, but with the interpretation of state law and the reasons used to justify the approval of the goal exception. Since the board order became final in October, 2 appeals have been filed with the Land Use Board of Appeals. One is through the Oregon Coast Alliance, and the second is a joint submission from Oregon Shores Conservation Coalition and the Oregon Surfrider Foundation. This appeal is moving forward regardless of our decision, and so it is our recommendation to participate in order to provide our interpretation of both the Goal 2 exception process and the requirements of Goal 18. Before going into the 6 factors, I wanted to talk at a high level about our 2 main concerns with the county's findings. First is the county concludes in its exception findings that because these houses were lawfully sited at the time of development, they're obligated to grant the exception for a beachfront protective structure to protect the homes and infrastructure in this community. This argument renders Goal 18 Implementation Measure 5 to never have an application. The goal allows development to be appropriately sited given all other goal requirements and zoning. But if it is developed after January 1st, 1977, then the development does not have the option to construct a beachfront protective structure. To render Goal 18 Implementation Measure 5 to have no effect at all is contrary to the general rules of construing law. Second, the county used OAR 660-4-22 to justify the exception, which we agree is the correct goal exception pathway needed here. However, this exception pathway gives multiple avenues for justifying an exception. It provides a non-exclusive example of reasons, including that there is a demonstrated need for the proposed use or activity based on one or more of the requirements of Goals 3 to 19. Recently in Lincoln County, the Board of County Commissioners there saw 3 applications seeking approval of a Goal 18 Implementation 5 exception, which the county did approve and the department supported. In that case, the county did not rely on the requirements of goals 3 to 19 for a reasons exception justification. They used the more broad provisions that the reasons shall justify why the state policy embodied in the applicable goals should not apply based on unique and exceptional circumstances of that literal cell. Conversely, Tillamook County chose to identify requirements in goals 7, 10, 11, 14, and 18 to justify its approval of the goal exception. It is this interpretation of the goals and whether they are requirements that we are particularly concerned about and how it sets precedent for future goal exceptions of a similar nature. To decide whether to approve participation as an intervener in an appeal, the Commission must base its decision on one or more of the factors from OAR 660-1-230 sub 3. And I will share my screen so that you can see those factors. Just give me 1 second.
They're also on page 4 of the staff report for commissioners.
Yes. Hopefully you can see those now, and you can walk along with them as I go through them now. And then it's important to note that meeting one of the 6 factors is sufficient to approve intervention in an appeal. So the first is whether the case will require interpretation of a statewide planning statute, goal, or rule. This case primarily involves the interpretation of goals 2 and 18 and the goal 2 exception process in OAR chapter 660 division 4. To a lesser extent, this case will also involve the interpretations of goals 7, 10, 11, and 14, as they were utilized to justify the county's approval of the exception. The second is whether a ruling in this case will serve to clarify state planning law. We believe a ruling in this case will help to establish case law on the interpretation of how a jurisdiction can apply OAR 660-4-22, reasons necessary to justify an exception under Goal 2, particularly an exception to Goal 18 Implementation Measure 5, and whether one or more of the requirements of Goals 3 to 19 obligate a jurisdiction to protect private property from natural hazards once it has been built. C is whether the case has important enforcement value. We believe this case will have enforcement value because the department believes that the county's decision misconstrues OAR 660-4-22 and diminishes the state policy and implementation measure 5 of Goal 18. D is whether the case concerns a significant natural, cultural, or economic resource. This case concerns the development of a shoreline armoring structure for erosion and flooding protection adjacent to the public beach and within mapped beach and dune areas subject to Goal 18, which are significant natural resources. Goal 18 allows some dune areas to be developed with restrictions and prohibits development in other beach and dune areas. But all Goal 18 areas are considered a natural resource and would be involved in this case. E is whether the case advances the objectives of the agency's strategic plan. This case supports Goal 1 of the agency's current strategic plan, which is to conserve Oregon's natural resources and ensure coastal natural resource lands are planned and managed to provide a healthy environment and sustain Oregon's communities and economy. Core work of the Ocean and Coastal Services Division is to ensure compliance with the coastal goals and provide assistance to local governments. Goal 18 focuses on Oregon's beach and dune areas, which include the public beach. Finding a balance of protection of this resource with appropriate development is an essential part of DLCD's work. This case would help to clarify what reasons are appropriate in an exception to the shoreline armoring provision of this goal, which is meant to cap shoreline armoring coastwide. DLCD did work closely with the county throughout this process. However, the final order includes concerning precedent for future exception applications. And lastly, whether there is a better way to accomplish the objective of the appeal, such as dispute resolution, enforcement proceedings, or technical assistance. The department finds that intervening on an appeal of the county's decision is the most practical and effective option at this time. The parties of the appeal may identify or propose an alternative method of accomplishing the objectives of the appeal, such as modifying the language of the findings to more narrowly reflect the criteria provided in OAR Chapter 660, Division 4. No alternative method of resolving the issue has been identified at this time. Since the appeals are moving forward, we feel it is prudent to be able to provide the interpretation of our rules in this manner, particularly around Goal 18. So in sum, we believe that many of the factors to consider for intervening on appeal have been met, particularly Factor A. Thank you for your consideration of this request, and I'm happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Meg. And why don't we ask if commissioners have any questions for you before we go into the testimony part? I don't see anyone's hands up. Okay, and Esther, are you able to put the names of the folks on the screen? If you don't have that prepared, that's fine, but I just kind of want to see what we're doing here. Great, thank you. So I want to welcome Wendy Kellington, Andrew Stamp, and I think that's just the two of you, right? And you have a total of 10 minutes. And as soon as you sort of get situated and you're on the mic, we'll ask Ingrid to start the clock.
Excuse me, Chair MacArthur, this is Gordon Howard. I believe we have a third person, Mr. Ellis, who signed up to testify as part of the 10 minutes. He's an owner.
Thank you. I apologize for that. So thank you. Welcome to all three of you.
This is Esther. I am not seeing Mr. Ellis on our participants list.
Does anyone know if Mr. Ellis is out there?
So there will be only one presentation by the applicant, and that will be by me, Wendy Kellington.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate that. And so Andrew Stamp will not be testifying?
No, 10 minutes doesn't leave time for more than one person.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. So when you are ready to start, please do.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
I never know with this stuff.
I know it's hard. It's a hard world, but welcome. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Wendy Kellington representing the applicants. The request to oppose the decision of the Tillamook County Board of Commissioners is misguided. To inform the factors, we correct omission of important undisputed facts that the county commissioners relied upon in their decision. Remember, the law requires the Board of Commissioners, DLCD, LUBA to rely upon the evidentiary record. And here the evidentiary record shows only that, number one, that DLCD supported and the county decided that the Shan subdivision is eligible for protection, and there are only precautionary exception findings regarding that subdivision. Two, this situation is unique. There is no possibility of a similar situation. This is the only place in the entire state suffering from two jetty systems constructed much too close together that have caused irrevocable changes to the natural littoral cell subregion, causing the natural processes of that littoral subregion to be lost. And that unhealthy system interacted in 1998 and 1999 with two El events, El Nino, setting in motion a natural disaster of grave proportions that now threatens lives and more than $10 million in property value. When one pays attention to the facts, as the Board of Commissioners, as quasi-judicial decision maker, had to do, this is not a ubiquitous or climate change driven problem and does not make Goal 18 meaningless. The problem here is caused by irreversible changes driven by two jetty systems enclosing a littoral cell subregion as nowhere else in the entire state, and that had an unhealthy interaction with El events. It won't and can't happen anywhere else because no one else did or will build jetties that close together again. Two, the community to be protected was established doing everything right. The subdivisions at issue are a vibrant Oregon urban unincorporated community planned for urban medium density residential growth that is relied upon in the county buildable lands inventory to deliver needed housing to the county that is fully acknowledged by DLCD and LCDC as complying with every conceivable planning goal, including Goal 18's appropriate development prong. Goal 18 has a conservation prong, but it also has a prong that protects coastal development and that is cited in compliance with its terms. And here there is no dispute. The subdivisions were approved and acknowledged as appropriate development under Goal 18. The subdivisions, their urban infrastructure, water, sewer, gas, electricity, cable, telephone, all of it were developed following all state land use rules. No one can or does claim otherwise. Remember, The home sites and urban infrastructure were separated from the ocean by a coastal forest. They were not on an eroding dune or in danger of becoming one. All expert reports anticipated the continuation of the 70-year previous period of beach prograding, adding sand. No one anticipated or understood the jetties would interact with the 2L events and cause a natural disaster of unprecedented beach erosion, such that in 20 years, more than 175 feet of beach has been lost. Goal 7 is not feckless and does not somehow become meaningless and incapable of guiding a county response to natural disaster when it strikes. Goal 7 requires the county comprehensive plans to have policies and implementing measures that protect people and property from natural hazards. And the approved goal exception is exactly that, a plan amendment protecting people and property from a natural hazard. And the fact that a goal exception is granted does not make Goal 18 implementation requirement 5 or any other goal irrelevant. Goal exceptions are legitimate planning tools established by the legislature that LCDC implements. If it is true that granting a Goal 18 implementation measure 5 exception eviscerates Goal 18, then how do you square DLCD staff's appropriate support of the Lincoln County grant of a Goal 18 exception just weeks after the Tillamook County approval? From this lens, we know the factors simply do not support litigating against your county commissioners. Regarding the first factor, staff seeks to make new law, not interpret the plain words of Goal 7. Staff wants to try to convince LUBA that Goal 7 means something entirely different than its express words. Staff says, quote, the goal does not obligate the county to protect life and property indefinitely once development has occurred, but to consider natural hazards in the course of planning. Well, while many goals are written as mere considerations, Goal 7 is written in mandatory terms. It says local governments shall adopt comprehensive plans, policies, inventories to reduce risk to people and property. Staff seeks to fundamentally change Goal 7. And also the course of planning doesn't stop with the first plan a county adopts, and nor should it. In 1980, when the first plans were established, no one knew about the Cascadia subduction, yet the principle that staff hopes to advance means no community can plan to protect itself from the Cascadia subduction looming natural disaster. Let's just let Portland fall to the ground so a forest can grow. Let's let this urban, unincorporated community be ripped into the ocean so it can be underwater. The truth is, no comprehensive plan is forever frozen, incapable of responding to new information, innovation, or new problems. If that were the case, there'd be no such thing as a quasi-judicial plan amendment or periodic review or goal exceptions. Instead, Goal 7 says county plans shall protect persons and properties from natural disasters. Regarding factor 2, staff doesn't seek to clarify state planning law, but to wholesale change it. If a Goal 18 exception can't be approved, where the county and developers followed all of the land use rules and were acknowledged to comply with Goal 18, and an unexpected natural disaster strikes due to a problem existing nowhere else in the state, not known at the time of approval and acknowledgement, then no exception can ever be approved. Staff also seeks to write out of the exceptions process the expressly stated rule that exceptions are planning tools to provide flexibility in appropriate circumstances. As the Tillamook County Board of Commissioners found, this is an appropriate circumstance. Regarding the third factor, there's no enforcement value here. Rather, the only evidence in the record is that this situation exists only here. Nowhere else. The only value, if there is one, is the precedent that LCDC will levy everything, all of the department's formidable resources to punish Oregonians and county governing bodies that have done everything right, citizens living their lives in an acknowledged urban unincorporated community, plan to deliver medium density urban residential development with the expressed goal to ensure their community and the lives it represents are lost to natural disaster forever. Regarding the fourth factor, there's no significant natural resource in danger here. The revetment is entirely in the backyards of property zoned R3 medium density residential. There's a Goal 17 exception for the entire unincorporated urban community, including the subject property all the way to the ocean. There are exceptions to Goal 3 and 4. There are no natural resources, and the evidence doesn't say otherwise. Regarding the fifth factor, Opposing the Tillamook County Board of Commissioners undermines all of the relevant objectives of the strategic plan. There is no natural resource at stake, certainly doesn't promote the goal to promote sustainable and vibrant communities, to rip them out and allow them to be destroyed, and in particular doesn't advance the goal to support local planning efforts to develop resilience to natural hazards. Litigating against commissioners' resilience efforts is not support. It does nothing to engage citizens in land use planning, rather changes forever the focus of land use planning to allow lives and property to be lost in the hopes of turning what's vibrant urban communities into a pyramidal fortress or an ocean bottom. Opposing county governing bodies at LUBA doesn't advance the goal of providing leadership to support regional problem solving. Litigating against county governing bodies and citizens facing an increasingly dangerous natural disaster that threatens to take their lives and property is not leadership. Whether there's a better way to accomplish the objective, of course there is. We ask you to deny opposing the Tillamook County Board of Commissioners and litigating against them, instead to direct your staff to do what this agent strategic plan contemplates, support the Tillamook County Board of Commissioners, and engage in regional problem solving and dispute resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you covering it so thoroughly, all these different issues that have been raised. I'd like to ask commissioners, once I put you on the screen and I can see you, if you have any questions you'd like to ask Ms. Kellington. Don't see anyone. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jacobson.
Sorry, I was a little bit slow on putting my hand up. I do have a question. One of the last things you had said was that you'd like to see the agency engage in regional problem solving and dispute resolution. And I guess I'm just not kind of following for shoreside armoring what you meant by that. So maybe just explain a little bit.
Yes, thank you. So the statewide planning program has a variety of elements, and one of them is to protect people and property, as I've explained. And there are some groups that have gotten involved in this who are on record saying that they would prefer that these houses, their urban infrastructure, the houses, the people, all of it just fall into the ocean so that they have more beach to play upon. And I think it would behoove the department, and it would certainly help the Board of Commissioners of Tillamook County to convene a regional problem solving, a dispute resolution program that would help to temper the expectations of those groups and would help to support the Board of Commissioners in trying to develop resilience in an appropriate situation. Litigating on the side of opponents who are on record saying that, gee, we'd really like to have your houses fall in the ocean because we kind of like to surf where they are, is not problem solving. So I think it would be useful for the department to say, hey, we have a whole bunch of goals in the state, and returning this property to the ocean bottom isn't one of them. This is an acknowledged urban unincorporated community, but we definitely want to, support the continuing viability of the beach. And so what can we do to make sure that this works for everybody within an appropriate framework? That's what I think this department is all about. And honestly, I think it's lost its way, particularly on this one.
All right, thank you. That answered my question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions for Ms. Kellington, let's turn it over to Commissioner Bell. Yes, Commissioner Bell from Tillamook County, and you have 10 minutes.
Okay, there is a slight delay as I switch Ms. Bell over, but she should be able to unmute now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Chair MacArthur and members of the commission for receiving my testimony. I want to start by saying that Tillamook County has a long-standing positive relationship with DLCD. We're grateful to DLCD for their invaluable work helping us with things like our tsunami hazard overlay zone and emergency preparedness efforts in our coastal communities. We're particularly grateful to Meg Reed. So I just wanted to say that it's with respect that I voice our opposition to DLCD's request to intervene in the appeal of our decision to approve the Goal 18 exception. Having read the written testimony which you were provided by Ms. Kellington and Mr. Stamp, and asking myself what more I can add, I want to emphasize that the commissioners decided unanimously to approve the Goal 18 exception, bearing in mind that there are lives and homes at stake. We heard from local citizens, from our constituents who were pleading for our help, who were begging for our help to save their homes, who had all of their wealth, who had all of their resources invested in these homes, and they were afraid to stay in them, and they were begging for our help. So I just want you to know that the life and property risk was paramount in our decision making, and also that we factored in strongly that the Shan tracts meet the definition of development. So I just want to emphasize those two things. The point I really want to make here today is one of process. It's highly unusual for the DLCD to intervene in an appeal in our experience. No one I've talked to can remember a time when this has happened in Tillamook County or with the Tillamook County decision. We don't believe it's appropriate at this time. The decision is already under appeal. The BOCC has the responsibility, our board has the responsibility to make the decision to approve or deny the Goal 18 exception, and we approved it in full possession of the facts and in good faith. And this request for DLCD to intervene reflects DLCD's opinion, not only that our decision is incorrect, but also that LUBA is incapable of making the correct decision without DLCD's intervention. And we find that outrageous and we object. We respectfully ask that the commission deny the DLCD request to intervene in the appeal, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very much appreciate your being here today. I have a question, and then I'll open up to my colleagues. So I understand that your planning commission denied the request, and maybe that's not the right term because they're a recommending body to the full commission. Can you explain that to me a little bit?
I'm sorry, please restate your question. Can I explain?
Yeah. So I understand, and maybe I got that wrong. I thought I heard from staff that your planning commission had denied the application, and yet Tillamook County as a board chose to proceed with it and then approved it. Do I have those facts straight? And if so, what is your sense of why it was denied at the planning commission level?
MacArthur, if I could jump in. Yeah, the planning commission did approve it. I think what I had said was that our letter recommended denial to the planning commission, but the planning commission did approve it.
Okay, I misunderstood. Thank you. And I thought I had read that as well, but thank you. Yes. Wendy Kellington, you have your hand up. Do you have a response to that particular question?
No, I just wanted to make sure you were clear that the planning commission recommended approval.
Great. I'm glad I asked the question, so I have the right facts. Thank you so much. Any other questions from commissioners of Commissioner Bell? Okay, let's go on then. I'd like to go back to Meg because I suspect commissioners may have some questions of her. One question I have, I think it was Ms. Kellington that talked about the Lincoln County decision that was made a short while ago. How does the Lincoln County, our response to Lincoln County, differ from the response to Tillamook County?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I think I don't want to necessarily get into every little detail about the differences, but really I think what it comes down to and with our concern is the reasons exception and the policies that were underlying that exception decision. In Lincoln County, they use basically that the overarching policy of Goal 18 was unable to be met there anymore because of the degraded nature of the beach, because of historic sand mining that had occurred, plus the proliferation of armoring across the entire littoral cell. Littoral cell being the area between two headlands generally, and that's where sand is, where sand moves, and it doesn't go outside of that area. So that's where we kind of think about beach health is in those areas. And so in this case, the overall objectives of the goal are not able to be met because of these other factors, but there was a lot of property at stake. The same is not exactly true in Tillamook County. There is a lot of eligibility potentially for beachfront protective structures in this area, but is not quite yet armored to the same extent. It's much more minimally armored at this point. They do have some other unique circumstances there, as has been mentioned by Ms. Kellington, and those are not what we're disputing. Really, what they have put into their findings was the requirements of other goals being obligating the county to approve the exception, and that's really where we have the issue, because as we know, this issue will continue to come up, and so we don't want this precedent to be set that the other goal requirements of goals 11, 10, 14 are being used to obligate the county to approve beachfront protective structures that would otherwise not be allowed because of the development date. So that's really one of the biggest differences between the two cases. And I'll also ask Mr. Shipsey to join in if I miss anything throughout your questions.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission, Steve Shipsey, Oregon Department of Justice. I think Meg has it correct. The difference is not, the focus of this differential between Lincoln County and Tillamook County is not so much the factual, it's the legal analysis and the basis for taking the exception that differs significantly. And as that question is brought forward to LUBA, having the department able to engage and present our interpretation of what the goal and all of the goals require is important, since this case is one that LUBA is going to decide regardless. I mean, there's two cases going forward. So by intervening, the department has the opportunity to present what we think the analysis should be under the goals. And I'm probably long in the tooth, but Commissioner Bell said she couldn't recall the department participating in a LUBA appeal with Tillamook County. And I do. I got to intervene on behalf of the county when I think it was called Seabreeze Associates versus Tillamook County, and the department intervened to challenges against the Niskawin hazard overlay plans. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions for Steve or Meg on that one? I think I know the answer, but I want to just be crystal clear. So these other two parties are appealing it, and I want to reflect on what I think Ms. Kellington said about, well, it's already going forward, you know, and issues will be resolved in that way. But my understanding from staff is that those other parties won't necessarily, and probably won't, bring up any of the issues that staff has raised about policy interpretation of our goals and things like that. They're not going to raise those because they have their own concerns to raise. Is that a correct statement?
With LUBA appeals, we don't, when you file a notice of intent to appeal, you just state that you are going to appeal. So we don't know the basis of the appeals and the scope of the issues that will be raised.
Got it.
So
okay.
We don't know that quite yet.
Okay, thank you. So commissioners, more questions, or what are your thoughts? Where are you leaning?
Chair MacArthur.
Thank you, Commissioner Levesque.
Thank you. I want to ask staff this question because, and I just want to hear your response. Ms. Kellington rather aggressively asserted that under factors A and B, that staff is seeking to effectively rewrite these goals and not just an interpretation or clarification. I'm just curious about your response to her statements.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. I mean, I respectfully disagree. I think that we're interpreting the goals as they've been written. You know, particularly on the goal 7.1, the goal outlines it's really a process-based goal. It's about utilizing new hazard information and identifying your risks and vulnerabilities to those, and then adopting new plan policies and comprehensive plan strategies related to those new risks that have been evaluated. And we do that with communities all the time with new natural hazard data and adopt new regulations to address that new natural hazards. But it's really not about, you know, once a development has been established and has been legally cited, given all the other requirements, it's not about, the goal does not obligate someone to protect that development forevermore. It's really about the process of planning and utilizing new data as you go and adopting those. So that would be my, you know, an interpretation of that goal and what our department has utilized for many years. So that's just one example that I could speak to.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comment because I work for a county. I'm no longer a planner or even a community development director, but that's been my experience working with DLCD staff, is that on occasion we do have legitimate differences of opinion. And as I review these factors, I don't view this as a decision to oppose, and I know that the applicant will disagree, and that's okay. But I don't view this as a decision of opposing the Tillamook County Board of County Commissioners. I view this as a decision that does it address these factors where there are legitimate differences of opinion, interpretations, and seeking clarity. So that's where I'm at this point.
I like the way you describe that because I do believe we have good relationships with Tillamook County staff and commissioners and others. And I think it is legitimate occasionally in relationships of any kind to have disagreements. And I don't believe we're saying no to the facts of this case, the merits of the case. And we do want to have an we want LUBA to weigh in on the interpretation that Tillamook County offered in their findings. It will in fact have precedent, I believe, either way for the rest of the coast, but as well as for changing conditions over time with climate change and rising oceans. I think it's going to be, it will be a precedent relative to those kinds of things. Anyone else want to weigh in, or if you are ready, offer a motion? Commissioner Sandoval.
I have a kind of clarifying question. So I understand that this might be a unique situation, but in the future, I think we're going to be getting a lot of unique situations around the coast and around disasters. And so the decision is really whether we as a commission decide to kind of abide by the state rules. Because I guess I'm seeing as if this was a unique situation, then I'm thinking, okay, well, then let's give them some leeway. But I don't necessarily think this might be a unique situation because it's going to happen more and more in the future. And so it's going to set a big precedent. So that's why I'm leaning towards just approving the director's suggestions here.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. Commissioner Jacobson and then Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I I just was going to repeat something I said several hours ago earlier today. You know, as we have more and more of this happening, we sort of have, you know, things that meet the criteria and things that don't, but we really don't have that then what thing. And just as Commissioner Sandoval just said, you know, there is unique circumstances, and I think we are going to see more of those, but then what? And I would just really encourage the agency again to get on that 30,000 foot view and look at what is the overall game plan with the then what, because it is people and property and all of that, and there's going to be more and more of this. So I just want to bring up that point from earlier.
Yes, it's appropriate. Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if staff thinks that there was a proper method to be used for allowing this Goal 18 exception, and then it's just that the way it was done that's being disagreed with. And please don't answer me if you think that gets us into muddy waters, but just from my overall understanding of the issue, you know, was there a proper way to do this? And it just wasn't quite there.
I might defer that one to Mr. Shipsey.
Commissioner Warren, yeah, we provided 4 letters to Tillamook County that laid out a path, and Tillamook County followed it in part, but they also adopted a number of other findings that set up this potential conflict between the goals and this interpretation problem. And so the concern is, because this all goes in the comprehensive plan as a goal exception, that will create a situation where it's unclear which was, you know, a supportable and unsupportable path in the comprehensive plan. And being in the comprehensive plan, others can look to that and say, here's an element of your comprehensive plan that subscribe to this idea of how to go about a goal exception, and repeat that, if that helps.
Thank you. It's a really good question. I had it in my mind as well and forgot to ask it. So thank you, Stuart. This is a tough one, obviously. We're not quick to make a motion. I think we all feel strongly on several sides of this issue. And I appreciate that. I do need someone to make a motion if we're going to go that
I'll make
direction.
the motion just so we have it on the floor.
Thank
Sure.
you.
I move that the commission approve intervening in the Oregon Coast Alliance's appeal and any other subsequent appeal notice filed on the subject decision from Tillamook County to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the information included in the staff report and its demonstration that OIR 660-001-0230, and I'm just going to say 3A and B apply. I probably have other questions about C, D, and E, but other commissioners want to consider those. But I'll make the motion based on factors A and B.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the motion. I just want to, well, do we have a second first, and then I'll ask my question?
I'll second.
And Commissioner Warren seconded. A question I have for, well, Meg, Steve, Gordon, if we don't cite the other categories, other factors, does that mean that you can't argue those and ask for clarification from LUBA?
No, the criteria are just those that the commission has to consider in authorizing the department's intervention. Those are not the same arguments that are presented to LUBA, and it's sufficient to find one or more. So looking to A and B is sufficient to approve the director's request if that's what the commission chooses to do.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Any discussion about the motion made by Commissioner Lilac, seconded by Commissioner Warren? Seeing no hands up, Esther, would you call for the vote?
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac,
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova,
I'm going to abstain because I'm kind of in transit, so I've decided to abstain.
and Chair MacArthur.
Aye. The motion passes, and I thank everyone for being here today. I think it's important for us to hear about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Take a breath. I think we need to end today, but any parting shots from commissioners on non-agenda items or anything else that you want to say?
I would just say that I actually got to meet Commissioner Lilac in person this week. We joined at the same time and never have seen each other in person, so that was wonderful.
That is great to hear. I can't wait for that day.
It was wonderful. It was so nice to meet you in person, and I agree. And I look forward to meeting all the commissioners and all the staff that I haven't met, but I've had the pleasure to work with now for, gosh, almost 18 months.
Gosh, isn't that crazy? Yeah. Well, as we said earlier, yesterday, we're shooting toward for the March meeting for in-person. So I'm really looking forward to that time. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with us to the bitter end. It's been a great couple of days. Excellent work on staff's part. Thank you, Jim and Kirsten, and have a great holiday. And we'll see you in February.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Recording stopped.